Hello and welcome to the very first episode of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier. I'm the co-founder of Giant Health, and I'd like to thank all of our audience who are dialing in our virtual event from around the world. Thank you very much for joining us. Hello, I'd like to also introduce my colleague Shafi Ahmed. Hello, Shafi.
Hello, everyone, and a big welcome from me and to all of our audiences from Europe. So it's going to be bonjour, guten tag, hey, and hola to all our audiences from around Europe. I'm Shafi Ahmed. I'm the chairman of Giant Health.
Thank you, Shafi. So once again, welcome to the first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. The week is sponsored by Giant Health. Giant is an acronym which stands for Global Innovation and New Technology. For 7 years, Giant has been running the International Health Tech Innovation event called the Giant Health Event. That event is referred to by the Financial Times as Europe's largest, most valuable annual health tech event. What we're bringing together is a global community of nearly 200,000 people, everybody from around Europe whose business is healthcare, tech, and innovation. We'd like to thank our primary sponsors for the week, which include Vodafone Business, Barclays Bank Eagle Labs, Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey and Company. Thank you very much to our sponsors and our knowledge partners. We love working with you guys and we're grateful for your valuable support.
So what is the European Health Tech Innovation Week? Well, this is the first time we've had the opportunity to run a 5-day conference across 5 cities across Europe. Liverpool in the UK, Paris in France, Berlin in Germany, and Stockholm, Sweden, and Barcelona in Spain. We've been asked by many of our participants and sponsors and people who work with us and who collaborate with us to bring the European health tech community together to really celebrate the world of innovation. The last year of the pandemic, we've seen amazing innovations take place to manage the pandemic on a global level. Let's celebrate these innovations together and bring forward this community of our Giant Health compatriots to discuss that further in the next few days. So thank you for joining us.
So I'd like to bring you a little bit more background about the origins of Giant Health and why we have created and we're running our first edition of European Health Tech Innovation Week. Giant has been going for 7 years, and what we're doing is we're collecting and serving the entire community of everybody across Europe whose business is healthcare, technology, and innovation. We're addressing some of the biggest challenges in society and healthcare, where every year in each country you have more demand for healthcare services due to things like an aging population and the growth of chronic diseases like diabetes and obesity. So every year there's more demand for healthcare services, but of course there's always limited budgets. But the benefit of technology innovation is that we can deliver better healthcare services to larger population for lower costs. A simple example, of course, is telemedicine. Everybody has been able to telephone their doctor and to talk about their ailments and to seek advice from their doctor and perhaps even get a diagnosis for many, many years. But it's only very recently, for example, even with the pandemic, that the growth of telemedicine and remote consultations and remote monitoring, remote diagnosis by the use of additional new technologies has become more common and accepted. So that's a great simple example how with tech innovation, you can achieve better healthcare outcomes at lower cost. And that's the type of thing that Giant is all about. Our vision is to improve the health and the well-being of people around the world by facilitating innovation in healthcare and supporting health tech entrepreneurs. We'd also like to announce another important element of European Health Tech Innovation Week, and that's the valuable networking opportunities which are available to you. So everybody who's participating today, we ask you to take advantage of the valuable and worthwhile networking services that you can make use of. Giant Health, the main sponsor of European Health Tech Innovation Week, has created our own in-house virtual event platform with fabulous networking facilities. So you can reach out to anybody that you want to contact for business purposes, and you can engage with them directly during this virtual event. So we encourage you to network. Obviously, there's enormous value in meeting new people, making new friends, making new contacts for your business, whether you're looking for a job, looking for an investor, whether you're looking for new customers, whether you're looking for new suppliers. Please, we encourage everybody to make the best use of the networking services. And Shafi, what else is an important part of today's episode?
So later on, Barry, there'll be an important announcement that myself, you, Barry, and Tony Kyprios will be discussing and launching. We're going to be launching the Digital Therapeutics Impact Ventures, a new concept to really tackle the greatest challenges in healthcare by accelerating and fostering innovation in digital health. And hopefully we'll share that with you later this morning by the official announcement of this new venture.
Hello and welcome to day 5 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. My name is Barry Schreier and I'm the founder of Giant Health, and I'd like to welcome everybody to Barcelona, Spain. Today we have an entire whole day conference packed full of incredibly interesting, valuable speakers highlighting and showcasing the amazing healthcare tech innovations from the Barcelona and the greater Catalonia region and all across Spain. So once again, this is day 5 of European Health Tech Innovation Week. We're very proud to be supported by some fabulous sponsors. We love working with all of our sponsors and we're grateful, so we'd like to say thank you to them. Our sponsors include our knowledge partner, McKinsey & Company, Barclays Bank Eagle Labs, Vodafone Business, and we'd also in particular like to thank Bayer for their fabulous support. In today's agenda, we have a program from Bayer, which is about how COVID-19 impacts the digital health investment landscape. And this is going to be presented by Dominic Kennerson, who's from the Global Health G4A program within Bayer. So looking forward to that presentation. Hello, Shafi, what else do we have in store for today's Barcelona show?
Well, I'm really excited for today's show with some amazing speakers from around Europe and, of course, looking at the Spanish healthcare ecosystem. I'm really pleased to say that we've been supported by the Barcelona Activa and the Catalonia Trade Investment, who've been our partners on this day. So thank you to you for supporting us to bring this conference live to the audience around Europe. So very pleased to see what they're going to be discussing around international trade, along with the Department for International Trade from the UK. And going forward from that further, we've also got a talk from Jordi Jimenez, who's the Director of Digital Health Strategy at Catalan Health Service. And he'll be talking about the information systems in the Catalan health systems with a kind of paradigm shift towards an open future. So we're so fortunate to be fully supported by the Barcelona, in a sense, the government and its healthcare system to bring this conference to you.
Thank you very much, Shafi. Likewise, I'm very excited about today's program. There's so many exciting, valuable innovations happening across the entire healthcare system in Spain, and we're very proud to have some valuable partners who are presenting on this important subject. We'd like to thank BioCat, who's talking today, and the background includes the fact that with a population of more than 7.5 million and a territory comparable to that of European entire countries like Belgium and the Netherlands, the Catalonia region has one of the most dynamic life science ecosystems in Spain and one of the most active in Europe. So our partners, BioCat, are going to be presenting for showing some of the best innovations and talking about what's new and giving the opportunity to the rest of our European partners to collaborate with them. So thank you to BioCat. And now we're going to be introducing our sponsors from Bayer. Thank you very much.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizer, Giant Health, for the efforts in transforming this fair into a virtual event, and also for choosing Barcelona, a strong top 5 destination for health tech in Europe. It is an honor for me to welcome everyone to attend the European Health Tech Week in Barcelona today. As you probably know, in Catalonia and Spain, we are very proud of our universal healthcare system. Both Hospital Clinic and Hospital Vall d'Hebron are ranked within the world's top 100 best hospitals. Obviously, there are many other world-class public hospitals in Barcelona and Catalonia region. If someone would ask me to explain what makes the difference to our system, of course, I would say that it is the public commitment to making our health system work. But not only this, I would also really emphasize the fact that there are many collaborations and cross-learnings and synergies created among hospitals, universities, health tech companies, and startups. Barcelona's healthcare system is open to innovation, and this is maybe the most rewarding asset for a health tech startup. Such a solid ecosystem allows companies and startups to innovate, create, and grow. In fact, Barcelona is ranked first in Spain for startups and 27th in the world. The city is also ranked 8th for top tech cities of the future. Just as a highlight, Barcelona is home to the Barcelona Tech City and the Barcelona Health Hub, two innovative institutions aimed at promoting innovation in digital health, where you can find partners and investors. Not to mention that there are also many other incubators and co-working spaces that make Barcelona a young, vibrant, innovative, and digitally based city. I would have loved to welcome you personally in Barcelona today, but of course, following COVID restrictions is a priority now. However, we are ready to reactivate the city and the economy as soon as possible. We already have in place a protocol that serves as a general guideline for local retails and touristic places to ensure adequate sanitary conditions for citizens and visitors. This will be of utmost importance in the coming weeks as vaccination progresses. We have also set up a municipal platform to facilitate international professionals and startups to move their base to Barcelona. Both the City Council and the regional government have specialized services to support international companies landing in our city. We are ready to support health tech companies to come. In fact, I know that some city officers representing these services will be participating in today's event. I invite you to take this chance to address them and just ask any question you may have. I wish you all a very successful and productive conference, and I look forward to welcoming you next year in Barcelona personally. Thank you.
Open your eyes. Imagine the bath. All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dominic Henderson, and I'm the global head of Bayer's G4A, and I'm based in Berlin. Today, I'm really excited to share with you some of what we've seen and learned about COVID-19 and investments over the last year or so. Just by way of introduction, a few words about myself. So I am from the United States, from Washington, D.C. I've been hugely interested and I've worked in digital health all the way back in the early days in 2006 for a company called Revolution Health. So I'm hugely excited about this topic and excited to share a little bit more about you and how we approach this topic at Bayer. And the way I'm going to do that, I'm going to describe to you some of the major ecosystem drivers and trends that we see and the lenses that we look through. I'm going to talk a little bit about the new digital health dynamics based upon COVID-19, and then how that really impacted digital health investment in 2020 and especially in 2021. And then finally, the context about G4A and how we try to capture some of that value for investment and partnership in the marketplace. So first, so there were already certain elements in play pre-COVID, and the lenses that we looked through and that we were thinking about pre-COVID were already social determinants of health. We were already, as an ecosystem and as an industry, in an artificial intelligence spring. This artificial intelligence spring, so to say, was already driving the public policy and regulatory environment. We were already thinking about how to look at people or patients or the really big topics in health and healthcare, such as non-communicable diseases or NCDs, population aging and healthy aging. The conversation around healthcare's finances was really about spending and how to create more sustainable healthcare systems. What we have really seen since COVID is that it has really shown, I think, a bit of a spotlight on NCDs. I think we're very much familiar with that. It has exposed, of course, an increased spotlight around healthy aging and the elderly. What's, I think, a little bit more interesting around the healthcare financing aspect is that it's been less about spending and much more about investing. And what we've seen from an investing perspective, an investment perspective, is that we all of a sudden have a number of examples of market validation, very deep value pools, new valuations, and very high valuations. Throughout this presentation on the next several slides, I will go a little bit deeper into social determinants of health, what those mean, and how those have played out in COVID-19. We do call this an artificial intelligence spring because some people kind of miss that artificial intelligence has existed in healthcare for over 30 years or so. The public and policy and regulatory environment, especially related to artificial intelligence, I think has been hugely important running in the background through organizations such as the World Intellectual Property Organization, as well as the US Patent and Trademark Organization. So part of what we saw through the pandemic, and I think even now, is that there were really two elements or a push-pull dynamic where COVID-19 really spurred the momentum for digital health. So we did see huge numbers of increased adoption for digital health. And then a mindset shift amongst health consumers. And then on the pull side, again, the social determinants of health aspect. So social determinants of health being everything in your community or in your life that impacts or influences your health. This social determinants of health aspect, I think, really takes into account the World Health Organization definition for health, that health encompasses not just, well, it actually encompasses everything from your mental health, your well-being, and your actual health status. We talked already a little bit about the health economics challenge, and I'll go deeper into that. It also created a need for integrated care, and I think showed how integrated care solutions can positively impact health. And then for us in the lenses that we look through, we did see an increased need for digital health solutions in key areas such as cardiovascular disease, women's health, mental health, and oncology. So some of those highlights and kind of on the adoption and where digital health is right now, maybe 5 key points. So from 2020 to 2021, 44% of people are using devices or apps to help manage their healthcare remotely. We saw a 25% rise in digital health app downloads since the beginning of the pandemic. That was in the United Kingdom. An increased proportion of people tracking at least using some metric for their healthcare digitally. And then even throughout and post-pandemic, people are planning to continue to use digital health components such as video appointments or telehealth and telemedicine. And there is an increase in some of this technology, and we have I have a few additional data points that will drive that home. Those different pillars for social determinants of health, it was pretty clear in the United States that Black people were twice as likely to die from COVID-19 compared to others. In Germany, the mortality rate for COVID-19 increased significantly for the second wave. We also saw on the health economics challenge a lot of deferred treatments. There was a significant impact to traditional ways of capturing value from a provider and treatment perspective. We think that this will also have an impact down the road. So, for example, if someone did not go to the doctor and they did not have their cancer diagnosed, we have some data that suggests that a lot of people deferred from those kinds of appointments, and this, of course, can have a further impact on how public health systems or healthcare systems can actually finance future care. So on the integrated care side, we really saw the importance of cooperation between healthcare providers for public health and for actually providers at the point of care. So also this means a dissolving of the barriers that people see between departments, even in hospitals or between healthcare systems, between public health and actual point of care delivery, for example. And then we also really saw the need for real data in real time. And I think an example of that could be something as simple as a contact tracing app, for example. So what we really saw is that COVID-19 revealed some significant pain points. There was a push. This pull dynamic was really a vacuum around those different pain points. And digital health was really perfectly positioned to capture that value and to very quickly and rapidly change the way that people think about their health and healthcare. So this acceleration of digital health adoption through COVID-19, we saw a number of declined outpatient visits in 2020 compared to 2019. In-person visits dropped significantly. So of course, we saw a huge rise in telehealth and telemedicine. And as already mentioned, we think that will continue in the future. Excuse me. Mental health providers also began using telemedicine for the first time. I think everyone's been at home, at least here I am in Berlin, we've been home for over a year mostly. And so everyone kind of sees the need to exercise their mental health a little bit more after living for a year differently. And then some of this in terms of adoption, so I'm in the quadrant on the right. We saw double-digit increases, for example, in digital health tracking, wearable ownership, and live video telemedicine. Online provider reviews decreased slightly. I think this is probably mostly because, as already mentioned, the decreased office visits, for example, and then a decrease in online health information. And my only guess around the dip in this is that everyone in the world over the last year essentially became a novice virologist, and with all of the constant chatter, talk, and saturation for COVID-19, I think people, were probably just a little bit fatigued by that. Now in the lower left quadrant, we see absolutely around March, this significant decrease or dip in the change of visits, and we see that reflected in the opposite way in terms of telehealth on the right-hand side. So from an investment point of view, digital health is really in a completely new space from where it was 18 months to 24 months ago. Significant amount of capital raised, and this 21.6 billion comes from Startup Health. There are a few different sources for the venture funding number for 2020. The three that we go to the most are probably Startup Health, Rock Health, or Galen Growth. And those are probably pretty good sources, and they all count slightly different, but this 21.6 billion is pretty accurate. And what this really represents is a 55% increase from 2019 to 2020. What we've also seen in terms of deal stage is something that we have to think about, because at Bayer G4A, we make investments into pre-seed and seed companies, and then normally explore partnerships in later stage companies. And so what we saw is that, especially in terms of series above Series A, so Series B, Series C, and above companies, significant value in terms of deal count and actual maturation of digital health. And I'll go into some of these examples in another few slides, especially in terms of that Series D and Series E level. The highest growth segments were absolutely around telemedicine, as we can probably assume a bit. So 2019, 1.1 billion, $2 billion increase in 2020, and very similar around remote patient monitoring. And we have a few data points that point in that direction as well. So Q1 2021, so even outside of 2020, already in the first quarter this year, we have seen a significant increase in mega deals. So in Q1, we already had 8.5 billion invested into digital health across 210 deals, which is absolutely a record. So this year in 2021 is already on a record pace. And I think I will talk through some of the examples kind of from these slides, but one of my personal favorites is City Block Health, which really encompasses that social determinants of health aspect, and to me is probably the leader in that space. If we look at and focus on telehealth a bit, we can break down and see at least a large portion of that 8.5 billion in Q1 went to telehealth actually in the quarter. What we also saw very quickly in 2021 were some new unicorns in the telehealth space. And what's really interesting here, I think, is that all of these deals represent Series D and Series E deals, excuse me. Hinge Health, a Series D, Dispatch Health, a Series D, K Health, Series E, Vaser, Series D, Modern Health, Series D, and Evidation, a Series E. So this again shows the maturation of digital health and how COVID-19 has just, I think, from end of 2019 to where we are now, the industry has probably accelerated 5 years quite easily. And then another deep value pool around mental health. So mental health, we've already seen several mega rounds from 2019 to 2020. And I already mentioned kind of the way we're experiencing this in Germany a bit, but 1 in 3 US consumers reported that COVID-19 has impacted their mental health. So essentially a third of the United States. People are reporting a rise of stress, anxiety, depressive disorders. And so we also see money going into later stage deals. Some of the examples from Q1 already are Lyra and Ginger. And what this also suggests is that investors are looking at very distinctive verticals for investment. I think for investors that maybe haven't been in the healthcare sector or have a lot of experience there, these sectors like mental health, telehealth, and telemedicine are a bit more approachable because they are so consumer friendly. What we've also seen, especially in terms of integrated care, is how digital therapeutics are taking up a larger share of the investment. So we also saw the digital therapeutic space accelerate quite a bit. At Bayer, the way we try to capture some of this value, whether it's around mental health, women's health, and that lens of social determinants of health that's governing kind of the way we see the digital health world, is health for all through digital health. And we essentially are looking for scalable digital health solutions to create impact, empower our lives, and change the experience of health. So we see ourselves as a bridge between the digital health ecosystem and Bayer, and we're looking for commercial partnerships, later stage and early pre-seed to seed investments. So integrated care. So we actually have an integrated care approach at Bayer. And what this means, and through G4A, this means that we are looking at digital health solutions beyond a pill. So we're looking for better coordinated healthcare approaches for patients with comorbidities and associated conditions. So again, this builds on that social determinants of health aspect. We want to improve people's lives and help them play a more active and informed role in their healthcare. Integrated care also means that we're looking for ways to reduce inefficiencies in care management. And we also want to develop and support new solutions in business that are focused on human-centered design. And this is essentially what integrated care is. So it's not really just a bare term, but it's a broader term on science out of Stanford and BJ Fogg's work. Maybe some of you are familiar with the Tiny Habits book. So some of the ways in which we see those solutions evidenced in the marketplace is around cognitive behavior therapy, disease management, lifestyle and prevention. Of course, patient literacy plays a large role in that, care management, and even appointment scheduling solutions. So I mentioned a little bit that we're looking at digital health solutions beyond a pill. And so I think what's important and why that's really distinctive and unique to Bayer and G4A is when we talk about investing in digital health companies, many people, or I think companies, or sometimes even investors assume that we are looking at the space around clinical trials, which is completely not the case. We're looking much more forward at patient, or actually the word that we like to use is people-focused solutions. So those include virtual health. I already mentioned digital therapeutics, the wearable space, and some of those health information tools. We essentially have our partnership model and our investment model in those different spaces and areas set up for growth and advance. So tracks, so to say. So our growth track really focuses on Series Seed A startups that have an MVP validation or some early published findings. We offer a 20,000 to 100,000 euro convertible loan investment. We also offer a co-working space pre-pandemic at our campus here in Berlin, which is hugely important, I think, when people are thinking about networking with Bayer or finding other experts to maybe provide some insight into their business and how to potentially grow that. So absolutely connected to that co-working space is the executive mentorship and coaching aspect to our growth track. And these executive mentors and coaches come from both inside and outside of Bayer. The executives actually include members from our executive committee that are actively involved in coaching startups that fit the profile for our growth track. In the advanced track, we are normally looking for partnerships. These are definitely Series A plus companies. Last year, we actually had a Series D and a Series E company as part of the advanced track. Of course, they already have revenue, significant traction, well-published validation and clinical studies. So maybe by now you're wondering, okay, well, what are those areas? I already mentioned a little bit: women's health, cardiovascular disease, oncology, and mental health. So these are our different challenge areas for 2021. And just to give you maybe a flavor in terms of what's under those challenge areas, of course, you can go to g4a.health/partnerships and you'll see them outlined there. But for example, in women's health, we're actually looking for screening and diagnosis solutions around bone health. For cardiovascular disease, we're looking for digital health solutions around lifestyle and behavior change. For oncology, we're actually looking at digital health solutions that can identify patients around digital biomarkers, for example. And mental health is pretty broad, but anything that can help reduce stress, anxiety, and essentially provide a prevention or management for mental health diseases. And just kind of building on that and why we see that as hugely important. So in COVID-19, what we saw is higher rates of chronic cardiovascular diseases. So again, I mentioned earlier, people postponing care or neglecting self-care to a degree. We have also the conversation around COVID-19 survivors and different comorbidities has also shown the importance of cardiovascular and cardiometabolic diseases. I mentioned in oncology the delayed diagnoses. And so, for example, in UK and US, there were huge decreases in cancer incidents that were documented. And of course, in terms of it from a value and financing perspective, oncology and immunology spending is expected to essentially hit a low double digit percentage CAGR. Also, I mean, we kind of mentioned earlier some of those doctor visits that did not happen in 2020. Women, of course, comprise a large share of that. I've always thought of women as like the chief health officer, and generally women go to the doctor much more than men do. And I think in the US, this could also be connected to job loss and the job loss rate for women in countries such as US and India. And again, we've mentioned this mental health stat a bit, you know, how people are reporting increased rates of depression, anxiety throughout the pandemic, and suicide even amongst young people went up significantly. So just kind of to bring it to a close, part of what we try to do and where we have already evidenced some of that is in companies that we've invested in. So actually last year in November 2020, we invested in our growth track, a company called Ellie, which is an empathetic audio companion for patients with chronic disease, and a chronic disease audio companion that is artificial intelligence driven. And then Caria, probably one of the first of its kind menopause platforms, which also includes a community of women. In the advanced track, a company called Myon Care, which is a digital health platform for cancer patients to help them orient their care. Decipher Biosciences as well, which is outcomes-driven transcriptomics, and then Speech, which is a hugely powerful AI behavior change platform. And so to bring it to a close, I would highly encourage you to visit our website, gfrey.health. If you know entrepreneurs, investors, thought leaders, we're always looking to share ideas, deal flow, and of course, encourage you all to check out our 2021 challenges so that we can change the experience of health together.
I'm Xavier Mayo, Head of International City Promotion at Barcelona City Council. Welcome to the session Barcelona, Catalonia, Top European Ecosystem for Health Tech Scale-Ups. Okay. First of all, let me thank the organizers of Giant Health for giving us the chance to explain Barcelona and Catalonia and the arguments that, in our opinion, make our territory a top European ecosystem for health tech, and more particularly for scale-ups and this sector. We have gathered here today a sort of dream team for this session with the presence of Montse Davant, Scientific and International Relations Director at BioCat, the bioregion of Catalonia, and Roger Costa, Foreign Direct Investment Manager at Catalonia Trade and Investment. When we were preparing this session, we had a conversation about how to make it more vivid, more agile, and how to communicate in the best way the assets and opportunities of our territory with regards to the health tech sector. We arrived to the conclusion that we didn't want to be boring with a lot of slides or a lot of data. So we are trying to reproduce something like an open conversation and very informal in some way, not forgetting to give the basic information that you need if you want to come to our territory and to locate your company in Barcelona and Catalonia. In any case, let me abuse of my position as something similar to a moderator and talk about the soft factors of Barcelona to become an investment destination. We agreed that I was going to talk about the soft factors that make Barcelona an outstanding investment destination. But let me explain that soft can be hard sometimes. Once I attended a webinar in the States, and there was one city, I'm not going to tell you the name of the city, which said that Barcelona is too sunny and too funny to create a company, too distractful in some way. My feeling is that with Barcelona Activa, the local development agency that has been supporting the creation of companies for 30 years, that creating a company is a really hard job. So you don't need a hard city that makes you some constraints or make you more difficult, makes your life more difficult in your daily premises. So my feeling is that let the city make your life a bit easier, because starting up a company is hard enough, and you don't need more difficult things. I would like to stress and to highlight some of the soft factors that make Barcelona a human scale place and will make life easier for anyone. I'm sure most of you have visited already our city and have enjoyed our beaches, our sun, our surroundings, our gastronomy, our mountains. So I'm not going to tell you a lot about this because most of you know it already. But let me focus in three aspects that are related to uncertainty. And in this way, I think Barcelona gives you some certainty. One is security. If you live in Barcelona and you walk in Barcelona, you have a feeling of security in general. And this is something to take into account. Very important. When you take public transportation or you walk in the streets, it's a secure place. And we extend the security concept much wider to the health system, for example. We have a very good health system, a public health system, with 2 hospitals in the top 100 of the world, Hospital Clinic in number 38 and Vall d'Hebron in number 99. So it's a place in which you can feel secure in these two aspects of security, no? And another one would be public transportation. Public transportation, you need to understand that 85 of daily movements in the city are either done by public transportation, by foot, and by bicycle. So that means it's a city which is very livable in just walking or with public transport. You don't need to take the car or the motorbike, there's a lot of people that uses the motorbike, but it is very, very easy to move around. And in 1 hour, you can live in the metropolitan area of Barcelona very, very easily with no feeling of living in a overwhelming city or just a very big metropolitan area. The other thing that I would like to about openness. I mean, when you want to create a company, you need to have an open atmosphere. And in Barcelona, I think you don't have the feeling that you are criticized. You can be who you are with no regard to your sexual orientation, your abilities or disabilities, your personal images. You can be who you are. And that's something that gives you, allows you to feel open and to collaborate with others. It's a sort of you need a sort of promiscuous atmosphere, understood in the good way, okay? In a way in which you can mingle with other international people, because we have 21.7 foreign population, percent of foreign population, which is a lot. You need to understand that in the year 2000 we were at the 2%. Okay, people coming from 196 countries, and nearly 300 languages are spoken in the city of Barcelona. So you will have a cosmopolitan atmosphere as well, and those startup founders that come with families will be able to find as well the school premises that they need, because there are more than 35 international schools in the metropolitan area of Barcelona. Just to finish, a small highlight about the startup positioning of Barcelona. Very recently, Startup Heatmap launched their Startup Heatmap report, and it was very nice to discover that we were for 4 years in a row the third most preferred city for startup founders in Europe. Okay, this is something that is very important and has a direct impact on the people, international people that work for startups. Okay, 31% of foreign population or 31% of workers, employees of startups are foreign. Remember that we have 41% of foreign population. That is even higher. But if you take into account the founders, 65% of the founders are foreign. So that gives you an idea of the international atmosphere, which is even bigger when we talk about the startup scenery. Okay, I'm not going to talk more about the soft aspects and the startup scene, and I will give you the floor to Montse with a question. Okay, why Barcelona Catalonia is top European ecosystem for health tech scale up, Montse?
Well, thank you, Xavier, for giving me the floor to talk about that. It's really, I must say, it's a pleasure, and it's a personal also satisfaction to be here with you today, because we are not only working together to promote this excellent place for life sciences and healthcare and health tech in Europe, but also we share the same willingness to work for the competitiveness of our region and from different perspectives. And we also have been working for that for years. So it's really good to be here with you. And I also want to thank the organizers for giving us the chance to express that. As Xavier mentioned, BioCat is the organization that promotes and dynamizes the life sciences and healthcare ecosystem in Catalonia and in Barcelona. We have been gathering all the landscape KPIs and information that will be available to you from our report, that I'm going to share some details here. Of course, I'm not going to overwhelm you with data, but I think it's good to mention that, like Xavier said, there are a lot of soft figures or soft factors that make Barcelona a really top destination for starting a business, but also coming to live and experiencing the lifestyle here. But Barcelona, plus that, on top of that, is a top destination because it's a world-class science city. We are 9th in Europe according to Nature Cities Index, and our life sciences biomedical research is also like about 50% of the research and the life science and the production, scientific production in the region. That means that we are really specialized in this area. We have top universities, top research centers and hospitals. So that makes already what is necessary to be top in innovation in life sciences. We have the science there, and we have also the entrepreneur ecosystem with a lot of startups, and we are actually one of the top destinations also in startups. So the landscape is quite mature already, and I'm going to share just a couple of slides with you, just to this way you may see how is it really organized in terms of the ecosystem as I say. I just want to check that you're seeing this. Are you seeing my screen? Probably not yet. I'm going to. So, like I said, Barcelona is a world-class science city that, plus all the other factors that already Xavi mentioned, that makes it a top destination for this kind of activities, innovation, life sciences, research, etc. But we have this rich ecosystem within walking distance. Why is this important? Because we are talking about health tech scale-ups today here. And it's important to see that for this to happen, you need a diverse and rich ecosystem. And it's, as many reports say already, you need a convergence of the digital health ecosystem plus a pre-existing pharmaceutical and biotech rich landscape. Because many of the applications, many of the developments of the digital health will nurture this pre-existing pharmaceutical and biotech landscape. And what we have here is, and we would say at walking distance, in terms that you have everything at reach. You have the investors, the ecosystem supporters, like we are gathering here today, but other institutions as well, research centers, you have the hospitals and the institutes. We have some of the top hospitals, top research institutes, not only in Spain, but in Europe as well. And everything is well connected and well built. As you know, an ecosystem needs more than that, needs also an active society. Xavi already mentioned that, and supporting institutions. Roger will talk about that. But we have the ingredients in place, and that is really important. We have top business schools also. And in our report, we are seeing some data here now that belong to our annual report. We do not only talk about the landscape, but we also share the challenges that we have. Of course, we have challenges, but we have a room to improvement that it's a pleasure to share with you, because this is also an opportunity for you to come and face these challenges and help us build a stronger ecosystem with you. That's also the message today. And this diverse life sciences and healthcare startup landscape, it's mainly based on biotechnology, like I said, medical technologies as well, and digital health, which is booming. It's growing. So in about 20 plus years, we've been building this ecosystem, and now it's really shifting to this health tech and digital health. And this is a really important news, because we are, and Dilroom and other reports identify us as this kind of ecosystem. We are really growing in that area, and this is a good opportunity for corporate investors and for startup founders that want to come to this ecosystem. And like I said, this booming digital health, it's really double. I mean, in the bioregion of Catalonia, we have one new company every week. But in the last years, the digital health companies have doubled in numbers. So that's also interesting. And like I said, you have the drug R&D, the education and training, clinical tools, diagnostics, the diverse landscape of digital health that is nurturing also the existing biotech sector. So this is also a really important message today. It's not only that we are growing on that area, but we have the other pre-existing landscape that is really active, like matching these needs and working together. So this was the few figures I wanted to share with you. And as a summary of that, we can say that we are ready to receive you as an entrepreneur, you as a startup founder, you as a researcher with our top institutions. We have room to growth, and this is your opportunity. But to express how can we help you on that regard. Roger, please, now the screen is yours, because you may explain why Catalonia is a business-friendly region and what we can do all together to bring this competitiveness up more than we are sharing now today.
Okay, thank you, Montse, thank you, Xavi, and especially thank Giant Health for the invitation. Yes, in fact, I would like to start underlining that Catalonia is the land of Barcelona. It is more than Barcelona. Barcelona is our capital, is our main international brand. But Catalonia is a region of around 7.5 million inhabitants, which represents around 20% of the Spanish GDP and 25% of the international trade of Spain. We are an important industrial motor in Europe, and we are an important ecosystem, as Montse and Xavi were explaining us, in terms of tech activity, innovative initiative, startups. We are considered or within the top 5 startups ecosystems in Europe. And I was saying Catalonia is a very fertile region for international startups willing to come and set up their businesses here in Catalonia, and especially in Barcelona. I would like to explain in a very few minutes, not what we say about Barcelona, but what multinationals that are already investing in our region and what international institutions are also telling and explaining about us. I would like to, so I could say or mention many reasons why to invest in our region, in our country. But I would like to put in value that it is about a combination of several factors that makes us a unique platform for startups, for technology companies willing to grow and expand in Europe from our region. This combination, this unique combination of factors could be summarized into 5 main ideas. First one is what Montse was emphasizing, and it is that we are, as a region and as a city, a top technology, a world-class technology hub in Europe and in the world. We have around 21 of the main 50 innovative companies already operating in Catalonia. Companies like Nestlé, Volkswagen Group or Hewlett-Packard have their global digital hubs in Catalonia. But not only this, also companies in the life sciences sector like Roche Diagnostics, Teladoc, QIAGEN, Ipsomed decided to have their digital and innovation hubs in Catalonia. We have many international funds investing our startups. We have around 400 startups devoted to provide with solutions to the life sciences companies. So we are, as I was saying, an important tech and innovation hub in Europe and globally speaking. Second, we have an important and huge industrial tradition. So we have a very powerful industrial base. And this is very important for the startups because it is not only relevant to have a rich, innovative and tech ecosystem, but the startups also need to have the manufacturing plants and the traditional companies very near in order to collaborate with them and to have their market very, very near to them. Third idea, we are a pool of talent. We have an amazing, highly skilled professionals locally here and trained here in Catalonia in a very well-renowned universities like Universidad de Barcelona, UPC, etc. Many universities devoted also to help professionals to be an expert in the life sciences and health tech industry. But not only this, we are also a magnet attract and a region that attracts a lot of international professionals, all international talent. We have several cultures, several procedences, people from different countries willing to every year to be in Barcelona, not only for living, but also for working. And they find here not only, was Xavi was mentioning, a very good quality of life, but also professional opportunities. Fourth idea, we have location. From Barcelona, you can, as a startup, as a multinational, you can reach the European market, more than 400 million consumers in less than 48 hours. So we are very well connected to Europe and to the world in general. We are, for instance, a very good platform for reaching Latin American markets, or for Asian companies to reach Europe. So we have location, we are location, and many companies coming from the belonging to the life sciences sector decide to have in Barcelona their logistics hub also for reaching the European market, or using us as a platform for Africa or South America. And fifth factor that I wanted to put in value is that we are an open, a pro-business region. We have a pro-business government, we have a pro-business institutions. We are here, three of the public institutions aligned to give support to foreign companies. And that makes that, for instance, today we have around 9,000 multinationals operating and established in Barcelona and Catalonia. We are creating within the life sciences industry one company per week. And we have, as I was saying in the very beginning, a very fertile region in terms of creation of companies and in terms of hosting new companies from abroad. And just a minute to explain you some tangible things that make Catalonia a very and extremely business-friendly region. We have a very efficient tax regime when it comes to R&D activities. We have a patent box system, very interesting. We have discounts on social security for companies. We have an important corporate tax deductions for companies regarding to or affecting to R&D expenses. So within Europe, we have an interesting tax framework for those companies willing to do R&D in our country, in our region, in our city. Second, we have several programs and incentives for the startups. I could mention some programs, but especially we have lines, incentives, and grants for startups, for new companies emerging within the technology sector and within the life sciences sector. And also we have a reduction in the corporate tax for the newly created companies. So new companies coming from abroad, they will find here an interesting tax framework for creating and starting a business. And third and last one, we love create jobs. Catalonia and Barcelona are absolutely oriented to creating jobs and to facilitating the recruitment processes of the companies. So we have programs for the international mobility of the researchers, of professionals, that makes us an important hot spot in Europe in terms of job creation and talent attraction. That will be my summary, my resume of the factors, Mons and Xavi. And I would maybe, Xavi, it would be nice to explain to our audience how we are coordinated among the public, between the public institutions, and how, in fact, we work together, putting our services and support to the disposition of international companies willing to start a business and participate to our ecosystem.
Thank you, Roger. Yes, for sure. I will explain. I will explain this service but let me before add some basic data that I think that is important. That to give a dimension, for example, of the startup scenery, which just letting you know that this startup ecosystem we are talking about, your data, Roger, in Catalonia and Barcelona Startup Hub says that very recently, said that we had 1,708 startups in Catalonia, 80% of them based in Barcelona. And other information with regards to the connection of Barcelona, which means that if you are in Barcelona, you are in Europe. Barcelona is the airport has more than 200 European connections, and it's one of the most well-connected airport in Europe. Just to give you some more information to add to what you have said, Montse and Roger, which has been wonderful. When I listened to all this, I had the feeling that what's not the reason to come to Barcelona and Catalonia, okay? And one of the main reasons is this: we have the floor here, and we have two institutions that are related or represent Catalonia, and one institution that represents Barcelona, working together in one single session, just to explain you. And I need to tell you that when we are talking about landing one company, this atmosphere, this collaboration spirit is in place. I mean, when there is a demand of one company, we sit together and we just share our responsibilities. And we said, and with Montse and BioCat, you for sure will have the knowledge of the sector. With Axio, you will have all the assets of the administration, which is responsible of the competence in landing foreign companies. And in ourselves, in Barcelona, you will have the institution that knows better the city, for sure. Just let me focus on the service that we offer for startups and for talent from a municipal level. We need to tell you that we have a business landing service, okay, oriented to companies and startups that may want to land in our city, okay. And this service it can help you. It may help this startup in location, in hiring people, in connecting with the local institutions that are prominent in the startup scenery, or even with regards to the events and professional activities that take place in our city. Or if you want to find a location, we can help you to find a place. This is complementary as well with Axio services, and I suppose that Roger is going to explain with a bigger and broader perspective, because they are Catalonia and we are Barcelona, okay? But we, as I was saying before, we can collaborate with you in this. I think that our strong point would be talent. I mean, we have launched a whole set of services with regards to talent. Just have a look at Barcelona International Welcome website. We are going to have a presential service for international talent being inaugurated in this autumn. So we are fully aware that this 21% foreign population, representing more than 360,000 people, needs to be taken care of them. And we want to take care of them because we know that at the end they become ambassadors with their families and with the companies that they are working for, and we want to take care of them. So talent and taking care of people is one of our main assets. We have a very good relation with the consulates and international chambers, so that would be our contribution. But I don't want to focus all the explanation. And please, Montse, can you explain and make some of the final statements and how BioCat can help these international scale-ups?
Well, yes, thank you, Xavi. And first, I want to say that probably it might seem a little confusing to those that see. For one, this is quite an institutional speech from the three of us, and it can even be confusing to see how we are interacting. But it's really simple. I mean, we see we are all working for the competitiveness of the city and the region. That's for sure. We are working with stressing the value of life sciences. Like we said, is 7.2% of GDP in Catalonia, so it's strong industry. And it's good news because we are well connected. We are acting together to help you. And it's not, you may see, like I said, an institutional speech, but it has to be a very practical speech. The goal of it is to make it easy for everybody that wants to join our ecosystem and either start a business or invest or do business, etc. So that's good news for everybody, and that's the first thing. So I just wanted to give last wrap up, like Xavi asked me to do now. 3 very simple messages. One is that we are so glad to share this event this week with top cities in Europe like Liverpool, Paris, Berlin, Stockholm, because we are really one of those top ecosystems, and having this event here today means also that Barcelona, I mean, maybe you are asking what's happening in Barcelona, but Barcelona is there, and the whole region by extension. Despite 90% of the business the life sciences business is in Barcelona, but there are very interesting things happening outside Barcelona too. So that is also important to remember. That's one thing. And so to stress this position, just some very fast figures, like for example, is the 3rd most attractive city in Europe for startup founders, or that investors and foreign investors are increasing, and in general, the life sciences has multiplied per 2 compared to last year. But digital health in particular is multiplied per 7 in the last 5 years. So that's also strong data to share with you. That's one thing. The other thing is that this dynamism is not only limited to the creation of startups, but also important assets for corporates, for companies, for pharma companies that want to join also our ecosystem or want to do business with us. For example, we have to refer very briefly to this year, to the COVID-19, but our ecosystem has been also very active in research, and particularly in COVID clinical trials in Europe. For example, we are half of the clinical trials that are taking place in Spain are performed in Catalonia, and like I said, to a great extent in Barcelona, but in Catalonia as a region. And we are 13th worldwide. So we have now 130 COVID-related clinical trials, data April 2021. So it's really relevant in Europe. But in general, that was before COVID, that we had a strong position in clinical trials. For example, we are in oncology, we are 6th worldwide, and we are really aligned with the top ecosystems that are also leading these figures in clinical trials in terms of excellence. And our hospitals, we have a network of hospitals really active on that regard. So that's another message. Everything that is needed is also in place. And then just to finish, the role of BioCard, like Xavi asked me. So we act by default for all the ecosystems. So it's about 1,200 companies and about almost 100 research institutions and top infrastructures, etc. So that's a lot of ingredients in this ecosystem, and we are pleased to be the front door of it. Like we said, we are working all together for the competitiveness, but as a knowledge partner, we are happy to be of service to you, and we gather the top projects and from the academia, from the hospitals, and also from the startups in a portfolio of investable projects that we can also share with you information to make it very attractive to land, to look for partners, and to look for business here in Catalonia and Barcelona. So I think this is our role. We have a lot of programs for talent, for acceleration, but my message today to you is we are a top European ecosystem for global health tech scale-ups, and that means that you can rely on our assets and our activities to really feel at home here in Catalonia and Barcelona.
Okay.
And I think we just made the round of it. I don't know if you want to add something on that regard too as FDI.
Yeah, no, just 1 minute from my side. I'm not gonna give you a long list of services and support, but just to point out that Catalonia Trade and Investment, Acció, is the Catalan public agency devoted to assisting foreign companies to come and do business in Catalonia. We are working not only for foreign companies willing to come, but also for those which already are in Catalonia. We have an aftercare program to give support to those companies already operating in Catalonia for making them grow and expand from here. It is absolutely important to transmit that all of us, Barcelona City Council, BioCat, and Catalonia Trade and Investment, are 100% business-oriented agencies. So what we want is to create business, create productive activity, and create jobs in our region. Catalonia Trade and Investment has a very important asset, which is 40 offices internationally distributed. So if you are an investor, if you are a startup, if you are a multinational and you want to talk to us, to speak with us, you have people very close to you, and we put our offices, international network of offices, at your disposal. And as Xavi was mentioning, we will work with you all together, Barcelona City Council, BioCat, and Acció. We are very familiar with working in a collaborative way. And what matters, it is not what we are explaining you today, but what the foreign companies and local companies are already doing in Catalonia. And I think it has been properly explained that we have a rich and amazing and a very engaging ecosystem, and many companies that already decided to be here and to be part of our region and of our ecosystem. So you are very welcome to come and be part of this project.
Thank you very much, Roger, and thank you very much, Monse. I don't find a best way to close, Roger. So I think basically what we wanted to explain has been explained. So now it's time for Q&A, for question and answers. And I hope that our explanations have raised some interest and some questions from the audience, and we would love to answer them. So let's go for Q&A. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. It went really well. We didn't have any hiccups regarding the quality and everything. Yup, very nice. For the Q&A session, I've already.
Hello, everybody again. Well, now that's the moment for questions and any requirements that you may have. So please use the chat and in order to present any questions that you may want us to answer. From social networks, we have received a question about and it says the following. You have been speaking the support that you give to companies, but I would like to understand a specific support given to international reach, and specifically if we want to reach Europe. I don't know whether Montse, Roger, would you like to add something to this? Or if not?
Sure.
Well, yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, we've been explaining what we do to support companies from abroad, or investors or entrepreneurs to come to our ecosystem, which we already mentioned all of the ingredients in the previous part. But yeah, actually, we also have some specific actions, programs, and networks to support our companies to connect abroad. And this is also one of our main focuses I think I can share that with you because it's you are the same in your case in Barcelona City Council and also Axio with your network of offices around the globe. You can also stress on that. But I would like to share something with you, which is this kind of networks that we have and are very supportive to any of this kind of activities. If I may share this particular subject, sharing my slide. This is, for example, we have a network of partners, projects, and alliances. We can do that through the European project we are working in with international consortia, with the European consortia, and some of them are active, and we are also active in the initiatives at the European level. We have these alliances as well. We are members of the Council of European Bioregions, so we can connect all our players with the European clusters devoted to life sciences and healthcare, and also in the US, etc. And we have a strategic role. But for example, if I can stress the role of this project, the Boost for Health is actively providing now vouchers and instruments for our companies to connect to companies, providers of services, and to enter the market at the European level, mostly with the northern part of Europe, but also with other ecosystems in the European landscape. So I think this is also important to share with you. We are not only acting as a sub-landers, let's say, but also to connect our ecosystem SMEs to other ecosystems in Europe. So that's pretty much what I wanted to share with you. And yeah, I think we can do pretty much the same in your case. I don't know if Roger, you want to also add something there, or Xavier, you can also answer this question the same as I did. So thank you.
Thank you, Montse. Yeah, I would like to add some things to your presentation of products and solutions to companies in Catalonia in terms of how can international startups based in Catalonia reach cooperation in Europe and reach European funds. We have a important and very strategic division in Axio, in Catalonia Trade and Investment, devoted to give solutions and support to those Catalan companies and international companies operating in Catalonia when it comes to reach Europe, to find European partners, technological partners, and to find the funds in Europe to develop their R&D and innovative projects in Catalonia. We have several very useful tools. Some of them are an important team focus on the Horizon Europe program, so promoting the technological cooperation between Catalan companies and European companies, promoting the partnerships for developing new technology solutions for the life sciences industry. We have also a program so-called TecnioSpring, promoting or which is implemented for promoting the mobility of researchers, so researchers from abroad willing to come to Catalonia to work with our technology centers, universities, hospitals here, and vice versa, Catalan researchers for going abroad. And for instance, we are leading in Catalonia all those issues related to next generation funds because of the COVID situation. So we are gathering the most strategic and important initiatives, also with international companies participating to these strategic projects and initiatives, and we are providing with the information in order to be leading this and reaching properly these European funds within this next generation initiative. So we have in complementing what BioCat and the Barcelona City Council are offering to their companies. as a Catalan government, we have these tools available for Catalan companies and for international companies in Catalonia. You have all the information in our website, catalonia.com, and we can talk further on this during the whole day. You will find us in our virtual booth that you can find in the platform. Xavi, I think you have also many things to say on this regard.
Well, we have said a lot of things. So just two small remarks. First is that cities are going to have a role as well in the next generation funds, and obviously one of the sectors that is going to be involved and with a big presence is going to be the health sector as well. All the administrations, both the Catalan government, the local city government, and the Spanish government need to be aligned in this, and for sure there are going to be opportunities. So just keep an eye on the news about this. And the second one is the role of cities as prescriptors. Just keep in mind that Barcelona is one of the cities that has been pushing a lot in order to have a good network of cities within Europe. In fact, in part of Europe, Europe is a network of cities in part, and cities can become prescriptors. There is just a small example, Eurocities, which is the association that gathers the biggest cities in Europe, which are a role in the European Commission. We are founders of this association, and of course we could be willing to give this platform with our partners as well, with health tech companies. And that's it. I mean, I don't know whether I don't see any more questions, so I may finish this session just saying thank you to my colleagues that have been presenting and all the attendees, and of course to Giant Health, because this is the start of one day dedicated to Barcelona and Catalonia as a top European ecosystem for global health tech scale-ups. So wonderful.
Xavi, I would like to add that you all can have a little taste of what is going on in Barcelona and Catalonia this afternoon with a session devoted to the SME showcase of startups, success cases in the ecosystem. And I think besides the whole day is very busy, but please have a look at that, because they're going to explain their perspective, their success, and it's going to be really interesting too.
Well said, Monse, for sure. That we still have some interesting sessions all the day, and as Roger was explaining before, you have as well the booth in which there's a lot of documentation. So thank you all, and thank you the audience for this session. And I want to see you in the sunny Barcelona in short. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. See you.
My name is Sergio Reizoz. I'm Business Development Director at Medictor. Let me say, Medictor is a startup from Barcelona. We're working in artificial intelligence applied to healthcare. And in the next few minutes, I would like to share with you why Medictor is the intelligent access to healthcare. So let me start by saying that the world has changed. The pandemic, as unfortunate as it has been, and still is in many places in the world, has saved years in the adoption of technologies, not necessarily new, but clearly needed, both now and in the new normal. We see how artificial intelligence startups keep disrupting healthcare with significant increases on funding during the past few quarters. More specifically, telehealth startups have grown even more significantly. And the reason is clear: healthcare needs to be reinvented. In that sense, Medictor, being an artificial intelligence-based solution, adding value to telemedicine workflows, is clearly at the right place at the right time. Looking back to the origin of Medictor, back in the day, our founders realized that there is a number of challenges within healthcare globally. Those are still happening today. We may agree to the fact that there is not a universal access to healthcare. There is more and more people aiming to take ownership of their conditions, but at the same time, these people do not find the right guide. They end up Googling for symptoms and too often become alarmed and misled. The demand for healthcare keeps growing. Luckily, the services and the technology offered also grows, but that has a limit. And problem is that the systems become more and more inefficient. And not having, for instance, a proper coverage of key processes such as patient triage only makes things worse. Because all of that, we need to find ways to respond to those urgencies and do it today. And Medictor can help, an intelligent gatekeeper to the healthcare process, the most accurate artificial intelligence-based medical assistant for triage and pre-diagnosis. The only one, by the way, that it's clinically validated. That means that the information provided is valid. But how? What about Medictor holds a massive medical database, which is updated daily and made out of diseases, symptoms, questions, and all relations amongst all of those elements. Machine learning techniques come into play, improving the system performance with every interaction. The system develops intuition and facilitates a more efficient process and the best possible user experience. Users benefit, for instance, from the NLP capabilities that Medictor has, and the system always works to complete the evaluation with a minimal number of questions. Medictor is today a global solution with 13 languages available. But maybe you're thinking that this sounds too complex. It has to be hard to implement, hard to integrate. Not for me. Let me tell you otherwise. Medictor is a white label business-to-business software as a service solution, but above all, it's extremely flexible. Being white label, Medictor is ready to be embedded on any of our customers' portals and apps. We are completely platform agnostic, working on web, mobile, via text messaging, or through voice assistants. Not only that, Medictor is completely plug and play. We are an API-centric solution, and our customers benefit, for instance, from the existing SDKs, which they simply use to integrate our solution within their portals. More than that, we work on cloud, which allows us to secure capacity and scalability. And more importantly, we can deliver in a fast, efficient, and predetermined manner. And you may be thinking as well, can I really trust the outcome provided by Medictor? The answer is yes. Let me say that Medictor does not intend to replace physicians. Much more the contrary. Our intent is to support them in a reliable manner. To that end, we work intensively in the clinical validation of the solution. We are recurrently working on clinical trials, as we believe it is the only way to prove and improve our accuracy. We work with real patients, for example, patients going through emergency rooms, and with independent clinicians working on relevant and independent healthcare organizations. Them all are the ones putting Medictor to the test. To date, we are proud to share our high clinical reliability, and yet again, it is not a matter of scoring high on a trial. It is a question of continuously checking, validating, and improving the solution. We are proud also to have customers in very different domains speaking to the efficiency and the benefits that they get thanks to our technology. Let me add here the fact that we have never lost a client. With a flexible value proposition, we solve specific use cases in different sectors and domains. Medictor holds a common baseline, that would be the triage tool, but different segments have different needs. One size does not fit all, and we at Medictor apply different products to solve different needs. In that sense, for insurance company, which is our largest segment to date, the triage tool enables efficiencies, and directing the patient to the right place at the right time is key. That combines with a lead management solution, for instance, that enables Medictor as an added value service to connect users to digital services, having the chance to get those users/clients to the digital services. For hospitals, on the other hand, whilst triage tool used by patients may apply as well, we also consider a Medictor used by professionals, unveiling its potential as a tool to support emergency room processes. Just imagine how powerful it can be, combining in emergency room the triage result, something that exists today, with a pre-diagnosis, something that it's not yet there today. For non-urgent conditions, the ones typically involving longer wait times in ER, where protocols can be applied, Medictor can be a game changer and activate parallel processes where patients can be treated faster and discharged faster as well. Moving forward, for pharma, having the chance to pre-diagnose specific conditions has a huge potential when linking that pre-diagnosis to potential treatment. This implies approaching the triage in a different way. It's not a matter of reducing the number of questions on the evaluation, as we normally do. It becomes a question of looking at the evaluation in a vertical way, with the target of securing the pre-diagnosis of a given condition in mind. Lastly, and for telemedicine platforms, it is again an efficiency-oriented solution, an efficiency-oriented Medictor. The data produced by the triage tool saves physicians time and adds value to the process. And as I mentioned before, we have a significant footprint today. As I said, Medictor is a global solution with business in 26 countries and with over 5 million evaluations in our database today. Medictor is a solid reality. We are present on all of our key segments with a higher share on the insurance industry, where we are leaders in Europe. And our great global partners are right behind us, supporting and validating our strategy. Medictor has been in the business for almost 10 years now. We will indeed turn 10 in 2021. We count on a solid multidisciplinary team led by experienced technical, clinical, and business leaders. And we are supported by well-seasoned advisors and investors. So we are ready to improve access to healthcare worldwide, and we are ready to work with you. Welcome to Medictor. Hello again, everyone. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed our presentation. We have received some questions that I would like to go through them. The first one refers to what we explain about accuracy and states, what does Medictor do to validate and improve its clinical accuracy? Well, in that sense, there are a couple of things that we would mention through the presentation. We explained already what we do through clinical trials, so as to validate and quantify the accuracy that we have with Medictor. Those are that's like the biggest approach, we might say, to accuracy. But something else to mention relates to the regular work that we do with clinical organizations independent from Medictor, with whom we work on the basis of specialties, so directly with specific departments. Professionals working with those departments work with our clinical teams, and basically they screen everything that we have about conditions for that given department, meaning the questions related to those, the symptoms related to those, and that enables also the improvements that we add to our clinical database. And once again, that is something that we regularly do, so we keep up with all the changes, all the evolution, let's say, that happens within the medical practice, and that we can apply to Medictor's accuracy. That's what we do. Another one refers to the customer states, you seem to work with very different customer segments. Is it the same Medictor for everyone? That's a very good question. The thing here is that over time, what we realized is that, as I said in the presentation, one size doesn't fit all. Sorry. So in that sense, we have come to productivize Medictor. So although we have the same basis for everyone, I mean, it's a triage system, we have the artificial intelligence engine, we have created verticals that can solve specific use cases for the different segments. So in that sense, we go from lead management into the pure triaging system, always looking for the benefits that we can provide through this system to the different segments, covering those different use cases. So at the end of the day, that it's also one of the values that we bring or that we can provide with Medictor from the point of view of fine-tuning and adapting what Medictor can do to the specific needs of every customer and specifically for every segment. Okay. Something else there, it's about a user experience. Is your user experience optimized? I would definitely go with a yes here. And the reason for that is because we heavily invest in making sure that the user of Medictor has the smoothest experience possible. And the reason for that is pretty obvious. At the end of the day, we are as successful as the number of evaluations completed within our system. Right now, just looking at the whole database, we are way above the 80% of completion, which is high. And that only speaks about, in the end, how easy it is to use Medictor. The thing here is that, as we referred to before, right? I mean, we count on elements that help in that direction, like the natural language processing, for instance, meaning that the user can speak to Medictor exactly the same way they would be speaking to a physician. But not only that, I mean, user experience, it's also optimized by means of, for instance, being capable of reporting all symptoms at once. Meaning that it's not that you need to report one symptom, then you go through 3 questions, and then you need to report another one, right? That doesn't make too much sense, because if you can report all at once, it means that most probably we will be able to save some questions within the evaluation, and once again, being capable of completing a given evaluation in less time. That's a bit the idea. I guess we still have time for another one. I have another one there that says, is Medictor an expensive solution? In this case, I should go with a no. And regardless of what I could say about the commercial model, that, as I stated, it's a software as a service solution. What it's valuable here to explain, it's that we start from the very basics, right? Meaning that there could be just a single project with a few evaluations. That would be a minimum, and then we would grow, but in a quite affordable way. So I think that that would summarize it just quite nicely. And I think we run out of time. So what it's left for me to say, it's once again I just wanted to thank you for being there. Hope you enjoyed the presentation and that you enjoy the rest of the show. See you around.
Welcome everyone. Last year, McKinsey and Company presented an article about 10 digital and analytics domains in life sciences industry. Today, we will talk about what we have learned helping our clients leading digital and analytics transformations in some of these domains. We hope you find these presentations insightful. Let's start with introduction of our presenters. I am Bhavik Shah, Solution Associate Partner in Charlotte office in US. I am leading digital and analytics product building globally for pharma practice in the firm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yash Kautam. I'm a partner from our Brussels office. I lead our work on precise real-time HCP engagement. And as part of that, I have led multiple digital transformations on the commercial side with several clients of ours over the past couple of years.
Hi, everyone. Erica Stanzel. I'm an associate partner in the Zurich office. I lead our firm's evidence generation efforts with a particular focus on real-world data and precision medicine.
Hi, this is Jeff Lewis. I'm a senior partner in our New Jersey office, and I lead McKinsey Technology for Life Sciences. And through my work with clients across the industry, I deeply appreciate how technology, the talent, the assets, the data, ways of working form the backbone of any digital aspiration. And I look forward to the discussion today.
Hi, my name is Jason Bello. I'm a partner in Washington, D.C., and I lead our digitally enabled business building practice for the sector.
Some of you may remember this. This is a classic Lean book that was published in early 1990s. Lean completely transformed multiple industries and was seen as a source of competitive advantage for decades for the companies that mastered it. We think digital transformations are going to do exactly that for decades to come. And if that's how you see it too, the choices you make during these transformations would be fundamentally different. Next page, please. So let's talk about what does digital mean for you. If you ask 20 executives, you will get 40 different answers on this question. We think it boils down to 4 opportunities. First, digital and analytics can create radical productivity gains by transforming your core business. It can help you unlock new business streams or revenue streams for your company. Embracing digital and analytics can help modernize tech foundation of your company, or you can choose to upskill your workplace to be digital native company. What we are finding is many companies try to do a bit of everything that we laid out here. We highly recommend doing more of 1 to 2 things, staying really focused, doing 1 to 2 things, and then what's needed for others is the way to go. That's where we see many companies see the success. Next page, please. Is digital important? We think that question is answered. We surveyed more than 100 executives in life sciences industry, and we find that 97% of them said either they are already doing some kind of a digital transformation or planning one already. So I and us, we clearly see that this is something top of mind for life sciences executive. If we go to the next page, please. So then what important question is, what does it take to be successful? After studying thousands of transformations, McKinsey and company have learned there are 6 success factors that are important to consider. First, this needs to be business-led technology roadmap. That is business backward rather than technology forward initiative. This is critical. Beyond that, you need to focus on building 4 capabilities: talent, agile processes breaking silos, cloud-based tech stack, and appreciation of data as an asset. These are 4 fundamental capabilities that the companies will need to focus on. And then finally, this needs to be scaled to support full domain and not just 1 or 2 use cases to derive full impact potential of the transformation. We have seen that sometimes companies and executives focus on a couple of use cases, pilot them, and then they never take the next step. And that's the main reason that sometimes they see that the full potential is not achieved. Next page, please. So finally, here are the 10 domains discussed in the article that was published last year, sometime around August. We will talk about 4 of those domains today: personalized HCP engagement, integrated evidence generation, technology modernization, and new business building. Without further ado, let's get into more exciting part of this presentation with my colleagues.
Thanks, Bhavik. If we can move on to the next slide. I'm actually very glad to talk about this topic of personalized engagement, which I think, is a topic which I think, most of us would have experienced, given everything that happened in 2020. If you can move on to the next page, I think, 2020 was an exceptional year, right? We saw so much change around us, and, particularly on the way pharmaceutical companies were engaging with HCPs. There was actually a sea change, right? With several people saying that, the amount of change that was witnessed in terms of digital adoption, it was, unprecedented. And essentially, I think what we saw in terms of the changes that, the environment, presented, you see them being categorized in these 3, areas. I think the first piece was around the evolution of the digital healthcare ecosystem. And there, I think what we saw was, telemedicine, which was seen as a luxury pre-COVID, suddenly became business as usual. There was a significant change in how HCPs were engaging with their patients, how patients were thinking about if, when, and how they should be engaging with their prescribers. So I think on the ecosystem as such, there was significant change. We also saw that the HCPs' engagement preferences evolved tremendously. And here I think what we saw was, with the lockdowns being imposed, the lockdowns being relaxed, at different points in time across the world, face-to-face access was constrained somewhere in the range of 20 to 80%, depending on the market that you choose. And not only was this restriction time bound, it was also something which was varying pretty much on a weekly basis, which actually meant that the way you wanted to engage with your HCPs had to be actually very, very dynamic. And even now, as we look across different markets, there are different sets of restrictions that are likely to continue as different markets plan through their path emerging from COVID. I think the third category of change that we saw was around the information consumption behavior, where we saw that people, at least in the initial onset of COVID, they had a very different approach towards how they were seeking information. Emails became very popular, webinars became very popular, and thereafter there was a phase where there was an overload of emails, overload of webinars, and where HCPs, they started seeking much more relevant and personalized content. And as a result of that, if we can go on the next slide, at least the view that is emerging in our experience is, almost every pharmaceutical company is doing a lot of stuff on digital, right? I would not say that there are companies which are sitting back and waiting for the old world to come back. But having said that, as we look at the future, personally, what we have seen is that there are 4 key topics that one should keep at the top of their mind. I think the first piece is on how do we systematically figure out how we should interact with our HCPs at the right time with the right topics. And the reason why it's becoming more important is because in several markets, what we are seeing is that the quality and the availability of access is contingent on the channel that you're choosing and the topic that you're likely to bring. I think the second piece, which is becoming very important, is how do we actually create the right experience towards the HCPs based on the engagement that they would be having with us as pharmaceutical company. It's no longer just about the product that we are carrying together with us and talking about the product, but it's much more about what is on top of HCPs' minds and how are we going to actually help them make better clinical decisions that will help them deliver better value to their patients. I think the third piece, which is also becoming very important as we look at the future, is this notion of trying to iterate rapidly and in an iterative manner, figuring out what actually works, right? Because the needs are evolving, access is evolving, the environment is evolving, and hence the idea of us having a perfect solution that is likely to resonate across physicians for a long period of time is probably not likely to hold. And hence, I think the ability to pick the pulse of the market quickly, come up with a refined value proposition, test it out, and scale becomes again something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around talent, right? Because essentially the way the industry is evolving, the kind of talent that we would need in order to deliver on the next generation engagement model that we aspire to have towards our HCP, it's going to be somewhat overlapping, but also somewhat different from the kind of talent that we today have. So how do we actually think about that? Now, that's, I think, where we see some of the big questions residing. If we can move on to the next slide, at least our view is what it takes to actually get there is anchored on these 5 components. The first piece is on precision engagement. Here, the idea is how can we actually figure out what is the best possible mechanism for us to engage with our HCPs, which is likely to create the most impact, right? And that's, I think, the first piece. The second piece is around doing better remote engagement, right? Remote engagement, whether we may believe or not, whether it's 70%, 60%, 30%, 20%, that I don't think matters as much. But I think where there is still a growing consensus is that remote engagement is likely to stay in some shape and form, whether it's digital, whether it's something else, still to be figured out. But remote engagement is likely to stay. if we look at historically, I think our engagement model was geared towards according, primacy to face-to-face. Going forward, that may be true for several physicians, but we need also to have a view on what would be our remote engagement, platform that allows us to do this at scale and at high quality. The third piece is around having a clear interface towards the HCPs. And here the notion is, how do we ensure that what we provide to the HCP is consistent, homogeneous experience that allows them to meet the needs that they have, rather than trying to approach them in silos as a pharmaceutical company. And then the fourth piece that you see on top is basically around content, right? Which is around how do we actually ensure that we are not bringing content that we are excited to talk about, but rather we are bringing content that actually is going to make a difference in how our HCPs, are going to act and use our product in their day-to-day practice. And at the back of all of this, right, the big change, at least in my mind, is that, there is a significantly prominent technology enablement, right? As we think about, the different platforms that are coming into place, as we think about analytics engines, et cetera, there is going to be a significant technology enablement across each of these. So that, in a nutshell, is at least, our view on how we see personalized engagement evolving. Maybe just to give you a bit of a flavor around what each of these areas entail, if we can move on to the next page. I think precision engagement, in our mind, entails the four components that you see on the left. The first piece is on focusing on physicians who are most responsive to an engagement. And by most responsive, what I mean is physicians who actually value an engagement, and more importantly, also engaging with them in a mechanism that they value. So it's not just about, they valuing the engagement, but also the mechanism in which they value the engagement. I think there is definitely something to be thought about, sales teams, where the notion is, how do we actually optimize the customer facing roles to ensure we can deliver the impact and meet the aspirations of our HCP, as we talked about before. There is also a notion of how do we move from being in a rep first world to actually moving to a world where the rep is playing an orchestrator, and we are focusing much more on the HCP. So it's much more an HCP back view rather than a rep forward view. And then I think the last piece is on, rather than having a one size fit all approach, for a product or for multiple products, how do we actually customize our approach based on the product life cycle, as well as the kind of competitive dynamics that our products face in the marketplace. If we deep dive into the second topic, right, which is around remote interaction, I think there is a notion of how do we actually use remote channels to go and get access to HCPs who conventionally we would not have covered in a face-to-face visit. So I think there is a strong component of enhancing reach. There is an element of how can we formalize remote selling, because more and more feedback that several of you would have received from your commercial organization says, we want to do remote selling, but are we effective at doing remote selling? And there, I think there is definitely something to be thought about. How do we, enhance the capabilities of our frontline so that they become as good and as seamless as doing remote engagement as they are in doing face-to-face engagement? And then, of course, there are a bunch of things on how do we create the right assets, the right platform that allows the frontline to be as effective in remote engagement as they are used to in the face-to-face setting. If you move on to the next page, right, just to hit on the last couple of points, I think as we talk about clear coordinated HCP interface, here I think the notion is how do we create a single quarterback contact, right? And here the challenge from which we are coming from is being in a situation where multiple people from the same pharmaceutical organization engaging with the HCP, and frankly there not being great communication of what is the kind of conversation that is actually happening. And as a result of that, the challenge is that the HCP experience towards the pharmaceutical company is something which is very siloed and often broken. And here the notion is how do we actually create some kind of orchestration so that what we do vis-a-vis the HCP as an organization makes a bit more sense and is a bit more tied up. Then I think there is a second piece which is around moving away from purely having an approach of quote unquote selling a product, talking about how do we actually create the right experience. And that I think is something which is very, very important. And then the last piece is around how do we systematically and rapidly measure HCP experience and satisfaction and work on that in order to be in a continuous improvement mode. And then the last piece is around content, right? And here the notion is, how do we actually move from, standardized content to content which is relevant to what the HCP seek, Secondly, I think there is a notion of how do we improve the quality and the format of content in order to ensure that the relevance of the content as well as the memorability of the content is enhanced. And then I think the last piece is around how do we ensure that the right content reaches the HCP at the right time, depending on, so for example, if you have a new product, what HCPs would like to know is going to be very different after the product has been in the market, for some period of time. How do we actually track that and come up with the right content which is fit for purpose? That's a bit from my side. I hope that it gives food for thought as you think about your next set of personalized engagement approaches towards HCPs.
Great. So I'm going to speak to you all about integrated evidence generation. So if we go to the next slide, I think when we think about evidence generation and its importance in pharma, it's really clear that evidence generation has impact across the entire therapeutic value chain. So if we do this well, we're having impact in our R&D portion of the business, making sure that we understand the unmet need of the drugs that we're developing, that we can identify the right biological pathways of interest, that we have trial designs that make sense and are going to produce the type of evidence that's critical for validating both that the drug works and also making sure that it gets to the right patients. Then as we move along that value chain, we see significant impact in market access as well, being able to show evidence that there's economic value of the drug that we're working with. And in some cases, even being able to expand the label without the need for new randomized control trials. This also has importance in medical and commercial. So, once the drug is out there and in the world, if you will, we can improve pharmacovigilance with effective evidence generation and real world data. We can better differentiate our drugs from others out there in the field to make sure that physicians understand when and why to use our drug and why that's beneficial over maybe other options that they might have. And then, of course, make sure that we have in some cases, effective clinical decision support as well. So really helping physicians inform their decisions, figure out how to leverage the therapy, identify underdiagnosed or undiagnosed patients, etc. So it really does affect our entire value chain. So if we go to the next page. So of course, a big question is, what does good look like when we talk about evidence generation? And here what we're showing is this concept of an industrialized advanced analytics engine that really has its focus in evidence generation. And evidence generation, I should say, is, as you saw from the value chain slide previously, it really is a cross-functional topic. So it's something that matters to almost every part of your business. So you really have to have a way to bring all of those different stakeholders and all of those different components together to make kind of a successful evidence generation output. So this journey starts with the integrated evidence generation plan. So really bringing together that franchise strategy, any precision medicine strategy that you might have, your understanding of the competitive landscape, knowledge of the evidence gaps, so where there are places where you need to do more to generate evidence or where you would want to understand more in order to make a more compelling case for the drug. That then feeds into what we're referring to here as this advanced evidence generation engine. So this is really the core of what you're using to generate the evidence that you need. From a data perspective, this should be much more expansive than what the kind of conventional way of thinking about evidence generation. So of course you have your randomized controlled trial data. That is a cornerstone of any evidence generation plan. But this should also bring in a number of other different data types. So EMR and claims data, PRO data, literature that can complement, omics related data, registry data, and even someday we might be talking about consumer data or wearables data, other components that can come into really informing how the patient is being treated, how the patient's behaving, and what the subsequent outcomes are. And then as part of that, you also need a number of analytical models that can be used kind of on top of that data. So things that look at disease progression, burden, patient journeys, drug effectiveness. This is only a kind of subset of all the things that you would want to make sure that you were looking at in detail across these different data types. So with that engine, the goal is to then generate what we would call a set of kind of breakthrough insights about that. So we've got a couple of these mapped to the different impact areas, if you will. So from a biological pathway insights perspective, being able to use this data to make novel pathway linkages to identify both the indications that may be more likely to be successful for a particular drug in development, but also the indications that would be more likely to be successful in life cycle management of that drug. So A, giving you the confidence in the indication you've selected for its initial approach, as well as B, giving you the confidence in its lifecycle management indication approach. We would also see here the ability to have a more data-driven understanding of disease biology that can help improve probability of success and confidence in the drug that you're developing. When we think about disease insights, we can use real-world data outcomes to assess head-to-head effectiveness. We can also have granular views on responses of subpopulations and any remaining unmet needs. And then at a customer level, we can optimize treatment protocols, determine adherence, and in particular, better understand switching and why that switching behavior occurs, and how we can be thinking about that in the context of our customers. So again, as I kind of mentioned early on, when we think about the stakeholders that are involved in here, evidence generation, it's not only cross-functional within your organization, so kind of stakeholders from every part of the organization, but it's also very multi-stakeholder from an external perspective too, with patients, payers, regulators, HCPs, kind of everybody who touches the drug or some aspect of drug development being involved. So if we go to the next page. So it really does look and feel different if you apply an advanced analytics approach to evidence generation. So when we think about kind of how these things look from, or feel, if you will, from a more traditional perspective, what we might have been thinking before is, you know, let's validate and confirm a small set of select pre-existing hypotheses, because we can't run that many experiments, and, you know, we can only spend so much on the evidence that we generate. But the idea here is to have access to more data, to be able to answer hypotheses now kind of more comprehensively and more at scale, and address many business questions at once across all the different data types and the different analytics that you do. When we think about the insights that we would generate, so in the past we might have said insights are, through traditional approaches, can be time consuming and often very expensive. If you think that the only way to generate evidence is through a randomized control trial, of course that's going to be a very expensive way to generate that evidence. So having access to all these different data types, and in particular advanced analytic tools that help us derive insights from that data, allows us to move much more quickly from ideas to insights. In some cases, you know, between 10 and 100 times faster than a traditional method, where you might have had to run a small trial or begin a registry or any number of other kind of more traditional approaches that you would have used. The other one that I'll highlight here, as well as what did it look like when we were executing real-world evidence-based use cases before? And I think often the traditional way of doing this is to have a very siloed approach, a kind of very specific real-world evidence use case that has very specific business outputs, and it's done in kind of one part of the functional or one functional part of the organization. And going forward, when we think about doing this effectively, it's much more about enterprise-wide capability and making sure that you have that entire landscape of stakeholders weighing in on the use cases that you do, how you deliver on those use cases, making them multi-purpose to the extent that you can, and really leveraging a broad base set of data across the organization. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of a sense of how to think about evidence generation, especially as we move from more traditional methods of evidence generation to more advanced analytics approaches that really take advantage of the exploding scale of data and analytical tools that we are increasingly having access to today.
Great, thank you. Look, achieving digital aspirations laid out by my colleagues and achieving them at scale requires a fundamental retooling of technology. And over the past decade, tech transformation in life sciences has been focused on cost reduction, implementing core systems, and integrating acquisitions. And tech modernization today requires very different approaches with very different goals. If you move to the next slide, in our practice and our service to CIOs across industries, we see 10 critical plays on modernization along 3 vectors. First, reimagining the role of technology in the organization to one that is deeply embedded in every area of the company. This is anchored in a product-oriented model, empowering persistent, high-performing teams across business and technology that build, own, and improve valuable assets that are durable. And second, reinventing technology delivery, advancing ways of working, attracting and developing talent to drive excellence in engineering, and leveraging modern capabilities. This is reshaping vendors into an ecosystem of partners that adapt to your modern model. And third, future-proofing the foundation. Particularly for life sciences, this is breaking through stall at 10 to 20% of footprint on cloud and unleashing data from across the enterprise landscape of systems and vendors. And modernizing technology requires advancements really against all of these areas, typically while starting with a few and building over time. On the next slide, when we look at the cloud opportunity in particular, our research shows that cloud is on pace to unlock $1 trillion of EBITDA by 2030. We do expect efficiency on the back of this from simplifying tech operations and digitizing internal processes, but the outweighed value of this will come from the unlock of innovation. Advanced analytics at scale, faster speed to market, better engagement with customers, some of the things you heard from my colleagues. And also from pioneering new tech-enabled business models, developing concepts, building businesses and testing them at a faster clip. And you'll hear about that from my colleague on digital business building in a moment. And if you jump ahead, it won't surprise you to see that growth in cloud has been tremendous and is expected to scale rapidly. The large majority of CIOs have said that the pandemic has accelerated their plans for cloud, and cloud budgets are expected to double over the next 2 years. When we look at life sciences in particular, more than 80% of industry leaders have called out at cloud as a priority in public statements of an area that they are focused on and will continue to focus on. And when we look across the industry, the value is being realized in pockets with really exciting examples. Cloud-first approaches for all new development, modern tech stacks to engage customers, a better handle of enterprise data, improvements to developer productivity, and beyond. Now, I want to come back for a second to the broader themes across technology transformation that I highlighted earlier. Can you please move to the next slide? We see tech transformation reemerging as a priority, as I mentioned, and this version should feel different. More than half of companies have redesigned their operating model in the last 2 years. A third have leaned into some form of a product model, and 60% have taken on some version of tech modernization. However, we also did research with business executives, which say that 2/3 would say that they have not quite seen the improvement from technology in the past 2 years, and their performance on the transformation has not improved over time. The gaps we typically see linked to this are a few. The transformation really happens within technology. It happens to the business, not with the business. Secondly, technology is built without the clear link to value. You don't necessarily need to move everything to cloud, but you need to drive value in the business and ensure that the technology roadmap is linked to that. And the third is the change often lands into organizational change without really driving the model change that's required and the capability building that is needed to deliver against the model. So when we look forward, we see technology transformation as a core part of the recipe to achieve the digital aspirations you've heard about today. And this version of technology change needs to look different, with technologists embedded with business partners, leveraging modern technology and driving every step linked to the value of the company. So hopefully that gives you an initial flavor of how we see technology modernization today delivering against these aspirations.
Periodically, we take a look at what types of companies and types of skills are driving value creation for the economy as a whole. If we look at what's happening today, we see that business builders are disproportionately creating value. These are companies who step out of the core and create adjacent new ventures that operate with the freedom of a startup, but with the incumbent strength. In an analysis of S&P returns, we have seen disproportionate value creation from younger companies and companies that are serial business builders versus incumbents who stay focused on the core alone. CEOs recognize this. In a survey we conducted last summer, more than half of the respondents list business building as a top 3 priority. This is a 70% increase from just 3 years ago, and COVID has accelerated this further. For some sectors, business building has been existential. This is true during the last decade in the financial sector, where legacy financial institutions face threats from branchless banks. Many sectors, including our own, have had to radically adapt during COVID when in-person communication was impossible. But business building is hard. Incumbents often don't have the right talent, and it can be difficult to compete with hot new startups for the right people. You may find it's challenging to bring true agile ways of working to a legacy organization that's highly matrixed and set in its ways. Even funding a new venture is difficult, as using annual budget cycles just will not work. You have to use the milestone-based funding approach that VCs have adopted. Some companies try to solve these problems by keeping their new ventures at arm's length, but too often then they fall into the trap of not taking advantage of the incumbent strengths, and the venture is left to compete against much better capitalized startups. If we go to the next slide. So what does it take to be successful? 3 factors stand out. First is the freedom to think differently. New business teams need to be able to operate with independence. They need to have a sphere where the team can make their own decisions. However, complete separation is not the answer either, as the resources of the parent co are critical to the new venture's success. Companies should negotiate boundaries. Within those boundaries, the new venture should have free rein. And outside of them, there should be clear expectations for how to collaborate. This includes with functions like marketing, core tech, legal, etc. Second is a relentless focus on value. Customer centricity and agile methods are at the core of this. In business building, a really well-developed financial model is not the measure of value. Early traction with users, pricing tests, technological proofs of concept, these are the markers of value. And third is doing this over and over. When we partner with clients in this area, we're focused on helping our clients learn by doing. We encourage our clients to develop a business building capability to continuously innovate on their own, well beyond the launch of their first venture. If you go to the next page, our own business building team is made up of 5,000 technical specialists in fields including design, software development, data science, and product management. The team has partnered with clients over the last 5 years to launch over 250 businesses across all sectors and geographies. Within this list, you can see some themes for business building in healthcare. One is around B2B customer engagement and evidence dissemination. We've partnered with a life sciences player to create a novel channel, digitally native, for helping customers ask questions, order supplies, and share feedback. Another theme is the use of data. In one example, we found a way to rescue data that was previously being ignored or discarded. With advanced analytics, we were able to create new commercial value and clinical value for this data. A third theme is around patient engagement. One organization we worked with launched a telemedicine and health services platform that picked up 7.5 million users in the first year. In a separate case, we found ways for a life sciences player to engage with patients longitudinally. And we're not just talking about an app that few people download and even fewer use. We're talking about using passive data, tapping into existing patient journeys, and giving patients what they really want, not what we think they need, to create solutions with high engagement. If you go to the next page, this type of methodology is able to double the returns of a typical VC fund and provide a significant margin lift for the core business. This approach helps avoid the traps of incumbency and brings an obsession with user experience that de-risks any investment.
Bringing this together, we are absolutely inspired by the emergence of these digital battlegrounds across life sciences and the potential to positively impact the industry, healthcare professionals, and patients. We appreciate the time you guys spent with us, and please reach out to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. This is Jordi Piera. I'm the director of the digital health strategy of the Catalan Health Service. And today I am going to speak about the digital health strategy for Catalonia and which is our view for an open future. I would like to thank our colleagues here from Giant Health for having me today, and I hope that you enjoy the presentation. So I'm sharing my screen now. So, well, my presentation is structured in 5 different blocks. At the very beginning, I will talk you about some characteristics of our health system. Secondly, I will go into the digital health platform, which is the current status of development. Afterwards, I will go into the limitations of the current model and which is our thinking around that. Then I will let you know about how we created or put in place this new digital health strategy. And finally, I will go a bit more in detail and will explain you which is our view for an open future. So starting at the very beginning and in regards of the Catalan Health Service. Well, as you know, Catalonia, it's still a region of Spain, northern east, 7.7 million inhabitants, and we have a health system which is very similar to the one that is in the UK. So it's a national health system, beverage model, where we have full competence in the delivery and also in the planning of our healthcare system as part of the decentralization process of the Spanish government, given to every of the 17 autonomous communities. So everyone is covered by the public insurance, which is the Catalan Health Service. The budget overall for the Catalan health system is 20,000 million euros. And we have, I would say, one of the characteristics that distinguishes us from all the rest of Spanish healthcare systems is the high heterogeneity of service provider organizations. We have more than 160 healthcare provider organizations that deliver healthcare services across almost 1,000 facilities that are split across the territory. Another characteristic, and it's linked to the heterogeneity of our system, is the high amount of health-related applications that we have. A recent survey told us that we have more than 16,000 applications across the system. The good news is that for primary care, we just have a unique electronic medical record system. For specialized care and intermediate care, we have more than 29 different products, which doesn't mean installation. So every installation can be different from the other. And for social care record, currently we have more than 10 different systems, and that's more or less an overall picture of the Catalan health system. So moving forwards, I wanted to talk you about the roadmap, or which is the journey that we have followed over the years. So this journey would start for me late in the 80s or 90s, when the deployment or the big deployments of EMRs happened here within our system. either in primary care and also in specialized care, and also for the social care records. After that, and after many failed attempts, we were able to put in place a national patient index, which is unique, of course, and it's providing services to the overall population of Catalonia, and identifying in a unique manner every other patient that is insured by the Catalan Health Service. After that, another big project that we were able to deploy at scale is the electronic prescribing system. We call it CIRE. Currently with more than 416 million prescriptions, more than 37,000 professionals using it, and with, well, more than 1,300 million of dispensed medicines overall since year 2006. Another big step in our journey was the shared electronic health record of Catalonia. This is a platform that ensures the continuity of care in between such an heterogeneous ecosystem as the one we have here. Obviously, we started in year 2007 with non-structured information, so we started exchanging PDF files. But right now, well, the situation has been changing over the years, and more or less right now we have, I would say, 70% of the information comes in a structured manner into the shared electronic health record of Catalonia. Then, building on top of that project, in year 2009, we were able to deploy what we call the personal health record of Catalonia, or the patient folder. We call it My Health. And well, we have right now more than 3.1 million citizens that have been registered. Of course, the situation was not like this prior to the coronavirus pandemic. But well, with the pandemic and with the need of citizens to interact with the health system, the usage has exploded. And well, this is data from last week: 3.1 million citizens. In year 2014, we put in place a care process management tool. It's meant to ensure the referrals among the different healthcare providers. And right now, well, it has managed more than 12.6 million referrals. And then I would say one of the last big deployments that we have conducted is the establishment of a central infrastructure for digital imaging, which is a central PACS system. It's holding right now more than 4,000 million images. And the idea here is to, well, avoid every other hospital or clinic or center to have their own PACS infrastructure, because, you know, this is, in terms of scalability, this is not very efficient. So we decided to put one in place in order that only hospitals and clinics would have the latest years, a small cache in there, but taking advantage of having a central infrastructure now that the communications allow a fast download from the central server. And I would say the final step, and I think this has been as everywhere else also, is the big deployment of remote consultations. It's something that either in the asynchronous or the synchronous way, we had it in here, it was deployed, but it was not very much used. But with the pandemic, it exploded, the usage. Right now, we have more than 5 million remote consultations that have been performed, most of them within last and the current year. So here we have a nicer view of the digital health platform of Catalonia. As you can see, we have a central piece where we have positioned all these different tools that I was mentioning before. This is systemic tools that are used by all the Catalonian healthcare landscape. And outside, I have left some bits and pieces. We have on the top left corner the personal health record, because in there we are also integrating with different apps and wearables. So that's the idea, to have it outside, because here it's where also startups and other companies integrate with our system. In the top right corner, and I think this is very important for the things that I will explain later on, We have all the data analytics and informational infrastructure and all of our classical business intelligence infrastructure, where every other healthcare provider is sending us information and helps the Catalan Health Service with the planning activities and billing and all that sort of thing. And outside, down right and down left, we have the systems for primary care and also for hospitals that are not central, even though in primary care we are almost half a unique system. It has an adoption of 98%. Still, we have 2% of primary care centers that are not using it yet. So, after many years, well, you can imagine that the journey here has been, it's long, and it's we would call it a mature ecosystem. And as you have seen, and I was telling at the very beginning, more than 16,000 different applications. For this, we say that all this data is not following the patients, and all this business logic and data models are buried into these applications. Second, well, the solutions are part of what we would say, or what we say, a first wave of digitalization. But, well, they start to be old-fashioned, they are not ergonomic, and the satisfaction from professionals is not good in regards of them, especially when it comes to the electronic medical records. Third point is that, well, we have managed to ensure to some extent the continuity of care through our healthcare provision by putting in place platforms such as the shared electronic health record of Catalonia or the process management tool. But still, when we are sharing information within these parties through interoperability, we see that most of the times we need to reach a consensus, which is the minimal information that we can share. And most of the times we see that, well, some clinical concepts, when they are represented into the technical landscape, they do not match in between the different parties. And that's what we call the semantic incoherence in between these interoperability interfaces. And that's for us another problem, because we lose within the process of interoperability a lot of granularity when it comes to the process management. Obvious, you can imagine this is very high costs of maintenance, plus the solutions being old. We say that this is going everything into technical debt, so we are spending too much money, and it's very difficult to keep the pace of these investments. Of course, this poses difficulties when scaling up innovations. When one of our healthcare providers is able to develop an innovation, when we try to scale this up in routine care across the healthcare system, well, this means plenty of different adaptations, and it's a process that is very slow and well, very time consuming. And well, and when we have situations such as the one that we have had with the coronavirus, well, you can imagine this is a model which is quite rigid, and it's not easily adaptable to change. So, building on this, back in year 2014, I think it was, well, some CIOs from the Catalan health system, we started a discussion, a strategic reflection, I would say, building on the good things that we have been able to build up to date, which was, well, of course, I was mentioning before, we have a mature ecosystem. We have been able to implement very big systemic projects. We have achieved a lot through interoperability. And as I was mentioning before, the first wave of digitalization was a successful one. And well, and I think Catalonia is a region that is recognized more or less in Europe, well, according to its adoption of digital health technologies. But for us, this did not suffice. So we wanted to position in a better way for the future. And that's when we started thinking about building this digital health strategy for Catalonia. The process took us more than 1 year. It was a systemic exercise. We did not involve any consultancy or any company in the process. So it was something led by a group of CIOs. And we involved more than 300 professionals within the Catalan landscape, involving physicians, social workers, nurses, CEOs, CIOs, everyone within the Catalan healthcare system had the chance to add the reflections into the digital health strategy. Then we were going to present this in between 2017 and 2018 during that Christmas, but well, due to some political problems that we had in here, it was not possible. But well, we kept pushing for this to happen, and in January 2020, we got the funding in order to deploy the first phase of this strategy that I will explain you in the forthcoming slides. And well, here we are trying to implement it, and we got the money in January, and then in March we were in the middle of the COVID, so everything is slower than expected, but well, still advancing. So the digital health strategy for Catalonia has 15 different strategic lines. We have grouped them in these 5 different vectors, and of course incorporates all these technologies of the digital transformation. As you can imagine, we cannot left aside AI, IoT, and all these buzzwords, digital therapeutics, and all that sort of thing. Which, well, all these taxonomies that are under the umbrella term for digital health. Of course, a very important part, all the workforce development, a similar strategy as the one you have in the UK with the Digital Health Academy, but and well, another strategies or strategic lines. But for us, the most important one is, I would say, the first vector, which is the construction of a new electronic health record, longitudinal, multi-provider, and with the idea to systematically replace the current systems that we have right now in the Catalan healthcare system. At the very beginning, starting in primary care, because, well, I was telling you before, taking the opportunity that we have a unique system in there almost, and that system is quite old-fashioned and possibly has reached its maximum capacity of technological evolution. But well, first phase going in there, and second phase starting or integrating hospitals. So, which is our view in terms of the technological architecture for this to happen? We are thinking about a model that puts data in the middle of the model, and we want these models to be socialized and standardized for everyone. So, for this purpose, we have selected OpenAir as the standard that will help us to build this persistence layer. And on top of that, well, we will put some layers of identity and privacy, of course, a platform engine, some process rules, the informational, and then on top, in order to be able to build services and applications. The idea with this is that anyone within the Catalonian healthcare ecosystem, either a service provider organization, industrial partners, startups, software developers, they know which are the models, clinical models, and its representation into the technical landscape for them to be able to reuse them and build applications on top. We know that this won't be successful if all the ecosystem it's not believing into our vision for this future, and that's what we are working on right now. So, in short, and this is the last slide of the presentation. Our idea, and that's what we are doing, is we are decoupling the data from applications, and as I was mentioning before, we are storing this data in an open format, which is the format of OpenAir. We truly think that proceeding in such a way, and of course after an adaptation period, we will manage to actually data to follow the patient and not be buried in all these different silos that it's right now, all these different data models, different standards, blah, blah, blah. The idea is now to all of them be moved into this unique data model. We know that this, or we think that this will help us to foster the integration and the collaboration, and well, to promote all these collaboration models that are now emerging, this concept of integrated care where professionals of different healthcare levels, but also from social care or even volunteer organizations interact at the same time on the same individual. We think that this will foster this collaboration to happen. At the same time, we think that this will help us for innovation to scale up. It will be easier. We will have our ecosystem developing applications, and there won't be the need of so many integrations every time that we want to introduce an innovation within the Catalan health system. Of course, this is not an easy process, and we know that, as I was again saying before, we need to involve all the ecosystem. In here, when it comes to the data models, clinical staff play a major role, and we have established, and we are in the process of building it, a panel of professionals that will be able to work in these data models and help us importing from the international standard these data models and adapt them into our reality. But well, for this to happen, we also need industry or industrial partners to believe in this model. So we are advancing in meeting them, explaining with this, which is our view, and well, trying to gain engagement from all these parties for them, well, to get their resources, their human resources ready in order to be able to develop applications on the top of this. In here, we have built on the previous experience of our friends in Norway that, well, you know, they already did this some years ago, and for them, well, they told us it was very important to focus also in the industrial partners, and that's something that we are doing. And last but not least, I mean, is of course the political commitment. Such a big change within the Catalan health system landscape wouldn't be possible without a proper political commitment. The guys who are ruling Catalonia right now, they have believed in our view, which comes from the technical perspective, and well, therefore, this is something that helps well, deploying the strategy at scale. And well, that was my presentation. I hope that everything was understood, and well, happy to engage and to answer any questions you may have, or anything in regards of the strategy. You have in here my contact details, and yeah, thank you for having me today here.
everyone. My name is Jordi Naval, and I am the CEO of BioCat, the bioregion of Catalonia in Barcelona. So my goal today is to convince you that Barcelona is the right place for all of you, for health tech innovators, for entrepreneurs, for investors, and for people really interested in health tech innovation in the world. So let me share my screen, let me share my presentation and walk you through the reasons why Barcelona is the right place to be in innovation today. So 1 second. So yes, Barcelona is today a booming health tech startup ecosystem. First of all, I hope, or I guess that many of you have been already to Barcelona. Barcelona is a particular place, it's a very special place where you can find a lot of ingredients of an innovative ecosystem, all at a walking distance. So this is the city. You can see that here in this region, we have a number of universities. I mean, we have 5 of the top universities in Spain located at a walking distance from the center of the city. We have a number of top hospitals, very well known in the world, again, at a walking distance in several other parts of the city. We have very interesting and thrilling startup ecosystems and incubators also located near the port. And we have a number of innovation hubs of many companies related with medtech, with pharma, with biotech. And of course, we have also key investors located in the city specialized in investing in life sciences. And everything at a walking distance. So really, it's a concentration of innovation assets in a very special place, very concentrated, and of course, I cannot tell you about the weather, the beach, and the people and the food. But not only that, every innovation ecosystem needs, the first ingredient of any innovation ecosystem is the science, is the technology, is the underlying strong science that all ecosystems need to thrive. In that case, Barcelona is again very well positioned. Barcelona is the city number 9 in Europe in terms of scientific output. Of course, you find Paris, London, Zurich, Cambridge, Berlin, Munich, Oxford, Lausanne, and then comes Barcelona. And Barcelona is on top of cities, well-known cities like Stockholm or Copenhagen in terms of scientific production. This is one of the first key ingredients of an innovation ecosystem. And that can be translated also, for example, in one key indicator, which is the number of scientific and technological publications. Again, Barcelona compares with countries like Sweden, like Denmark, or like Belgium, again, in terms of scientific output. This is very relevant and this is very important. And that translates, this key ingredient, this scientific and technological productivity, that translates in investment and in growth and in business. For example, if we talk in terms of investment growth, we have seen an investment growth that has increased 4-fold over the last 5 years. We can see in light blue the total investment in the period 2011 to 2015 and the very significant increase in that investment in life sciences over the recent years. Very importantly, last year, 2020, in the middle of the pandemic, Barcelona reached a top record of more than 200 million invested in life sciences companies in the city, in Catalonia and in Barcelona in particular. And that helps create more than one company per week. And just mentioned one moment ago that we compare in terms of scientific productivity with countries like Belgium or Sweden. But we are still a little bit below those countries in terms of investment, which is, in my view, good news, because that means that if the fundamentals are there, same fundamentals as Belgium and Sweden, this is the total investment in the recent years in these countries, this is the total investment in Catalonia, the fundamentals are there. So there is a great opportunity for growing. So everybody wants to be, I want to be in an ecosystem that is growing in terms of investment, in terms of new companies, in terms of ecosystem in general. So that's a great opportunity here. And many people are seeing already this opportunity. If we take a look at the number of international investors in the city, we can see that in 2015, I mentioned here investors specialized in life sciences. In 2015, we only had like a dozen international investors investing in Catalonia, investing in Barcelona. Today, we have more than 73 international investors in the city. So we have, in 5 years, we have 6-7 times more investors, specialized investors investing here, investing in our ecosystem. And again, more than 60% of the investment rounds in the city now include foreign firms. This is very important. Barcelona is, why is this important? Because Barcelona is becoming more and more an international hub for investment in life sciences. And not only that, not only the international investors. We have also local investors, specialized investment firms like Kisios, Alta, Asavis, Inverredi, Invivo, or Nina Capital or Caixa that really have the knowledge and have the capacity and have a significant amount of liquidity to invest here too. And that translates in this beautiful map of the recent investments in the recent years in several key areas of life sciences, of course, in biotechnology, in medical technology, and in digital health. And here you have, I mean, starting a number of companies raising Series C and first Series A, growing to significant Series A and Series B and some IPOs. Why this slide is important is because you can see here a significant diversity of companies, of technologies, and biotech, life sciences in general, digital, medtech, digital health. And again, if we take a look, I mean, connected with the last slide, if we take a look at the, in this case, the therapeutic pipeline, I mean, the therapies, new compounds, new technologies, new drugs that are being developed in the, that are in the clinical pipeline, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, we can see a diversity again of technologies, of indications, of therapies for several diseases. Of course, we see a significant pipeline in oncology, in CNS, in cardiovascular, fertility, vaccines, and rare diseases. Again, the message here is that what you're seeing is a diversified ecosystem, which is a key element for a solid one. Not only that, we have seen the science, we have seen the concentration of assets, we have seen the investors, both local and international, we have seen the companies. Very importantly too, when we're talking about developing bioregion specialized in life sciences is the capacity to conduct clinical trials. In all the drugs, all the devices, all the digital innovations have to be tested in real patients, in a real hospital or healthcare environment. Again, we are very well positioned and one of the top regions in Europe in number of ongoing clinical trials and in several indications. I mean, in many indications. Again, from oncology, rare diseases, CNS, etc., etc. This is very important. The capacity to conduct. I mean, not only to fund the companies, to invest in the companies, to fund the talent here, but also to execute the development, the clinical trials, and the technological development of these companies locally. Let's talk about health tech in particular, and let's go a little bit deeper into the health tech environment. First of all, health tech, I mean, key element here is that Barcelona is an attractive city for VCs in general, not only life sciences, but in general. I mean, I'm talking here in VCs in technology in general. So Barcelona is the city number 5 in Europe, again, after the usual suspects, London, Berlin, Paris, Stockholm. A little bit before Amsterdam and Munich, is the 5th largest European tech hub by total VC investment in the recent years. So we mentioned before life sciences, now we're taking a wider look at the VC investment in general. Barcelona is the 5th city in Europe in terms of total VC investment, all technologies included. Again, very importantly for you, and very importantly for all of us, Barcelona is the 3rd most attractive city in Europe for startup founders. That means we not only have the technology, we not only have the money, we not only have the facilities, the clinical trials, the hospitals, the universities, we also have a very attractive ecosystem, a very attractive culture, and the quality of life of the city. It's also a key ingredient for attracting entrepreneurs, for attracting founders. I mean, for people like you to set up your new companies here. Of course, similar level as London, Berlin, famous cities, then comes Barcelona. That's very relevant. And that has been recognized, among others, by the Financial Times, recognizing Catalonia as the top region for foreign investment in south of Europe. So it's not only us, not only me, that are conveying this message. It's again financial institutions recognizing the potentiality of Barcelona in terms of growth. If we go a little bit deeper in technology, in analyzing the types of companies that we have here, we can see that we have more than 100 deep tech companies. Of course, we all know that the term deep tech can have several meanings. By deep tech, we mean here deep biotech, companies working in genomics, synthetic biology, immunotherapies, RNA, companies working in digital health, bioinformatics, telehealth, digital therapeutics, companies working in computer science, deep artificial intelligence, deep big data, and in key enabling technologies, robotics, electronics, photonics, etc. So we have 400 companies in the city working in all these areas. Again, the concept here, why this is important, because it tells us that it's a diversified environment with companies working in many complementary technologies. Now what we are seeing again is a similar map to the ones that we have seen minutes before. In the recent 2 years, I mean 2020 to up to today, Barcelona has attracted a significant amount of investment, specifically in digital health. Again, we do compare with cities like London, Berlin, of course, Stockholm, and then comes Barcelona in terms of attracting investment in digital health. This has happened in the middle of the pandemic. This is a very significant achievement. Digital health in general is a rapidly emerging subsector of life sciences. Again, if we take a look at the total investment, we see that the investment has increased significantly over the recent years, 7-fold over the last 5 years. The number of companies working in digital health has increased 6-fold, again, over the last 10 years. And the total invested capital in 2020 is around 34 million in companies in digital health. And again, if we take a look at the similar graphs depicting the diversity of technologies in digital health, we can see that we have a number, more than 200 active companies working in digital health. Some of them working in drug R&D, drug discovery using artificial intelligence, companies working using algorithms, digital technologies for diagnostics, a significant number of companies developing clinical tools, health services of different types, logistics. We can see companies, very importantly, working in the vertical area of digital therapeutics, developing new therapies based on digital technologies. And of course, I mean, everything that comes a little bit beyond healthcare, which is wellness and consumer-oriented products. Again, the message here, why this slide is important, is because, again, we see a diversity of companies, we see a thriving ecosystem, we see numbers of companies working everywhere, all kinds of technologies, all kinds of indications, all kinds of business models. And this connects with my first slide, this connects with my first message. We can see, we do have at a walking distance, in a very concentrated, in a very reduced area, significant infrastructures. We have one of the key supercomputers in Europe, the Barcelona Supercomputing Centers. We have the National Center for Genomic Analysis. We have a synchrotron too, well, not exactly at a walking distance, but very close to the city. And we have several fully equipped science and business parks. So we all believe, I am convinced that today is the right time to invest in Barcelona. It's a summary of key messages. The private investment in the city, the professional investment in the city has grown 4-fold over the last 5 years. We have world-class life sciences research and startup companies. And again, if we compare with countries that are a little bit ahead of us, like Belgium, Sweden, Denmark, we are on the same growth route. Other elements which are also important is we do have generous tax incentives. There's a corporate tax exemption of 59%, bonuses for social security, for R&D staff, very significant. The patent box works very well here, and there is a flat rate of personal income tax for non-residents of 24%. Again, these are elements, additional elements that everybody takes into account when planning where to move, where to found their next companies over the next years. we at BioCat, we provide support for foreign investors, for foreign companies to set up their facilities, their offices, their operations in the city, together with the Catalonia Trade and Investment from the local government, the regional government of Catalonia. And it's not because we are convinced, it's because it is already happening. I mean, all these companies, Bayer, Engine, Johnson & Johnson, Grifols, of course, MSD, they all have headquarters in Barcelona. So a significant number of pharma and medtech companies have their headquarters here. And we also have the innovation centers, the real innovation centers of different kinds of companies working in deep tech technologies like Facebook, or some innovation operations of Amazon, Nestle, Oracle, even satellites. So there is, again, a high diversity of innovation centers working in different technologies in the city. And we invite you to browse and explore more investment opportunities by checking our website and by connecting with us at this and at the Catalan Life Sciences database at BioCat. So again, thank you for your attention. Thank you for your time. And I hope I reached my goal to really convince you that Barcelona is the right place to be for innovators in health tech today and in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak in this great conference today. So my name is Dr. Daniel Moreno Martinez. I'm the head of the innovation program at Hospital Germans Trias i Pujol, and today I will be talking to you about building the healthcare system of the future, but doing so today. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to share with you some of the amazing work that we've been trying to put together over the last couple of years. I'll be telling you the story of our hospital and how we are trying to build a healthcare system of the future today, and we're trying to do so by implementing a flagship innovation program that's quite differentiated out with regards to what's already out there. So this is a bit the outline of the presentation. I'll try to run through things today. So I'm going to start with a small overview about myself, about our institution as well. Then I'll jump and tell you why do we need an innovation program inside a large hospital. Then I'll try and discuss with you some of the key elements in our innovation strategy, such as training and education, co-creation, development, brand positioning, entrepreneurship, and permeabilizing that innovation inside the hospital. I'm going to finalize my presentation by explaining to you why is this important from the strategic perspective. And obviously, I'm going to acknowledge everyone in the team that's been part of this work. So just to start a bit about myself. So I've got experience in a number of fields, most importantly in the management of innovation ecosystems. I've been leading the creation of this flagship innovation program at our hospital for over 2.5 years. I'm a co-founder of Global Innovation Forum, which you might have heard of. I'm also a co-founder of the Imagine If Pre-Accelerator for Science Ventures. I've had the pleasure to accelerate and mentor over 600 life sciences and healthcare startups to date. I'm also an evaluator and reviewer in numerous competitive funding programs. I've also got quite an interesting international experience with more than 8 years working in Manchester in the UK. I'm currently also a non-exec director in Innovation Forum and other companies located elsewhere in Europe, Latin America, or even Asian Pacific. I'm a mentor in numerous acceleration programs. But with regards to my scientific and life sciences background, I hold a PhD in molecular biology from Manchester Met University. I've been a postdoctoral researcher in endothelial dysfunction for quite a while, and I'm still a registered lecturer in the UK. So that's about myself. I'm going to tell you a bit about our institution, which is Institut Català de la Salut, the Catalan Health Institute. So the Catalan Health Institute is the largest public healthcare provider in Catalonia. In fact, it's the largest public company in Spain. So we've got over 45,000 employees. Just to give you some numbers, we also manage, on top of high technology hospitals, we manage also primary care centers. In the UK, you know this as GP surgeries. So we manage over 300 GP surgeries. Like I said, 8 high technology hospitals, among them the hospital I have the honor to represent. And just to give you a couple of figures, we do over 38 million primary care visits per year and more than 120,000 major surgeries as well per year to our population. So our hospital is one of those 8 high technology hospitals. It's located in northern Barcelona. We cover an area of more than 1 million people. We are normally between 3,500 and 4,000 employees, depending on the time of the year. We perform over 16,000 major surgeries a year and attend to over 130,000 accidents and emergencies as well per year. So as you can tell, it's quite a large healthcare facility. So just to give you a bit of background, further background of where we are located, that's a map of Catalonia. As you might know, Catalonia is located in the northeast of Spain. So we are in this orange region that you can see in the map. So that's the north area of Barcelona, and the orange region, it's the region where we manage directly primary care centers and where we provide complex care to the population. But our hospital is not a hospital by itself. It's part of a research campus, which we know as Campus Can Ruti. That's where the hospital is located, in the campus. But we've got a large number of research facilities and other sort of, scientific resources available further science and medicine in the campus. And more importantly, I'd like to mention IGTP, Institut Germans Trias y Pujol, whom we work very close with in order to drive innovation and knowledge transfer from our hospital into the market. So let me start from the beginning. Why is it important to innovate? And I always try and do this with an analogy. So imagine that our hospital is a fortress that's just sitting on top of a cliff, looking at the high seas. And there are some boats. You know, those boats, well, you can imagine them as innovators. Those are the people that go away, you know, sailing into the high seas, looking for what's going on out there, and bring back to the fortress whatever it is that they found in the high seas, to share it with us, to share it with the people that's staying behind in the fortress. So we can acknowledge, or we can think of the fortress like maybe research centers, hospitals, large companies, places where there's a lot of things going on, places with a high degree of complexity, you know. And I think, you know, institutions like hospitals, companies, research centers, they need people that go out there and search for the gold and bring it back to the fortress. But they also need people that stay behind, you know, and take care of the fortress, of the main business of the fortress, to ensure that whenever this gets attacked, it doesn't burn down. So what I'm trying to say with this is that maybe not everyone inside a hospital or inside a research institution needs to engage in the innovation process, but we need to be able to offer tools to those people that want to go out there and search for the gold and bring it back to our fortress. So that's why innovating is important. It's about planting the seed so that things can happen and take place. So going back to the question, why an innovation program in a Catalan hospital? Well, first, we want to redefine the model. We want to contribute to the Barcelona ecosystem. We want to go from being a technology user to develop solutions. We want to actively participate in the transformation that healthcare systems are undergoing. Of course, we want to advance to the future. There is a saying in Spanish that is, he who strikes first strikes twice. What I want to say with this is that being one of the first hospitals embracing a new culture when it comes to innovation transformation would bring value in the long run. We want also to become adaptable and prepared against potential disruptors, and this is important. You know, every major industry has had great disruptions recently, transport, logistics, the food industry, but we haven't seen such disruption in healthcare yet. However, it would be naive to think that that's not going to happen. So we need to prepare for that. And more importantly, last but not least, we need to be able to harvest the in-house knowledge. By this, I mean, you know, healthcare systems and hospitals, they bring together loads of intelligent and high educated minds. It would not be smart not to use that knowledge to as much as we can. So we want to offer professionals an opportunity to develop their ideas and grow, not just by treating patients, but by contributing to medicine. And, you know, before jumping into what it is that we really are doing in our innovation program, I wanted to share this quote with you, which you might have seen before, because I think it quite demonstrates why we need an innovation program like the one I'm presenting to you today in our hospitals. And the quote says, "Artificial intelligence will not replace physicians. However, physicians who use artificial intelligence will replace those who don't." The quote is by Bertalan Meshko from the Medical Futurist, and you know, I think it exemplifies really well, you know, how adaptable we need to become, and that we need to go from just being an observer to being an active player in this. So our vision is to provide better healthcare for all, patients and staff alike. We want to contribute to the resilience and capabilities of the Catalan scientific and healthcare system by pioneering a transformative healthcare innovation program. So whatever it is that I'm presenting to you today, it's the result of trial and error. For 2.5 years, we've been implementing different strategies, different activities, different programs in order to identify which ones receive the higher attendance and result in more meaningful outcomes. Again, going back to the beginning, this is the first time that we are trying to establish an innovation program of this sort inside a Catalan hospital. So we don't know really what to expect. We didn't know really how to implement it. There are no guidelines for this. We are not a technology transfer office. So, you know, we are disrupting the model really. And so this requires a level of design, testing, getting feedback, and revising what it is that we are doing. So what I'm presenting to you today is the result of that design, testing, and revisiting what it is that we are doing. So I'm just going to share with you some of the tools that have worked and some of the success stories. So we can divide whatever it is that our innovation program has focused on for the last few years on 5 pillars. So I'm going to go ahead and discuss with you some of these actions. So the first one is training and education. Of course, it's about offering training opportunities outside the medical and scientific specialties of our professionals. We offer things like 3D printing, artificial intelligence, innovation methodologies, intellectual property, creativity management, and regulation training opportunities. Last year alone, we offered over 25 of these. And, you know, participation and attendance is particularly good. When we do in-person sessions, we get between 50 and 80 participants. I mean, this is particularly cool when you think of people attending to this outside their working regime, outside their working hours. This just goes to show people is interested in attending this kind of training opportunities. Just to give you a couple of examples of sessions we've organized. We organized last year this one. Apologies because it's the poster is in Spanish, but it says Artificial Intelligence in Health, where we are and where we are going. This is a session we organized with Microsoft, with IBM, a number of other key stakeholders. It was pretty interesting, and it helped our people, you know, to jump into the topic and start understanding it better and engaging with it in a different manner. We did the same with virtual and augmented reality. We did the same with COVID. We've been doing that for a while. And most recently, we've launched an innovation training program that's taking place online. It just consists of several sessions, pills really of 45 minutes. But this seems to be enough to engage people into this sort of culture. And in fact, what this seems to be achieving is people requesting more, people asking for more, you know, and that's basically the objective of this education and training offerings. Is not really to transform them into innovation leaders, but really to make them hungry for more. And, you know, I'm not going to go into detail with this, but on top of these training opportunities, I wanted to mention, because I think it's relevant, we also are organizing international bootcamps. And in fact, we are trying to organize one with Leeds Teaching Hospital in the UK for later this year. Co-creation and development. This is particularly interesting, and it's a big part of the innovation program, and it's about building collaborations between the hospital, other institutions, large companies, and startups. So we do this first by tech scouting the horizon in Barcelona and elsewhere in Europe in order to identify already identified unmet clinical needs. And we also do this by trying and generate more projects, driving group dynamics in collaboration with other organizations and technology clusters in order to identify unmet clinical needs and develop joint solutions. So just to share with you a couple of success stories on this regard, we organized a partnership with SECFO, which is the deep tech cluster here in Spain, to identify unmet clinical needs to be solved using photonics. Out of that, we managed to secure 6 projects and collaboration agreements, which is quite a success. We also regularly organize blue sky thinking sessions between startups and clinicians to identify new projects and to build collaborations with those startups so that we can validate their technology in our settings. And we've also done some work to try and identify clinicians interested in using, you know, technologies such as 3D printing, artificial intelligence, or virtual reality and augmented reality technologies, so that, you know, we can help them find collaborators and build projects together. Just to share with you a few success co-development stories. I'm not going to go into detail with each of these, but there's one of them I'd like to particularly mention, which I think is quite cool, which is the Oxygen project, which resulted in the first working emergency mechanical ventilator developed in just a fortnight during the COVID-19 crisis back in April. And we did this in partnership with SEAT, the car manufacturer, and other companies. And this is something that I wanted to explain, because really, I mean, when you look, for example, at what happened in the UK, you know, the British government, you know, throwing money at Dyson for them to build something like this and failing. Well, we had no money, and we built this just out of good intentions, and we tested it in animals. in just 15 days, with car pieces. I think it's quite an amazing story. And this device, even though we were lucky enough, we didn't need to use it in the end in Spain, we know by fact this is being used elsewhere in the world, for example, in Latin America and Africa. So, we're quite proud of this achievement, and I feel it's something, that's the result of the work that we've been, this culture change that we are trying to drive. Just to show you a couple more successes, for instance, in telemedicine and monitoring, which are quite hot topics at these days. We are implementing a pioneering teleaudiometry system in the territory that decentralizes the audiometry procedures. We will be the first hospital in the Catalan region doing this. We're also implementing and developing, in collaboration with a startup, a biometric monitoring device that will help us control COPD and COVID-19 patients from their homes. And we've also implemented a system called Revita, which basically it's a customizable telemonitoring system for patients admitted in hospital at home units. This is quite cool. This basically is a briefcase that the clinician can customize. The brief, just to give you a flavor of what it entails. This briefcase contains an iPad, and it can contain an oximeter, it can contain a thermometer, whatever it is that you as a clinician want to put in the briefcase. And so you give this briefcase to the patient goes home, and the iPad every so often will beep, 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 and will instruct the patient as to what the patient has to do. So now use the thermometer to take your temperature. The patient takes the temperature. Now use the oximeter to take your saturation. Takes the saturation. So the iPad collects all this information and sends it directly to the hospital without the patient having to do anything or without any sort of connectable, and it works really well. Another couple of success stories, in this case in virtual augmented reality. We are running a project to try and reduce COVID-19 related stress in healthcare professionals. We are also running a project called NICSI for Children, aiming at reducing pre-surgery anxiety using this sort of technologies in kids. And we also are using Microsoft HoloLens to teach surgery, which is quite cool, and it's quite disruptive, and we are proud to be one of the first hospitals in Spain implementing this technology for our teaching activities. Brand positioning. This is also particularly important. This is about engaging with everything that's out there. Being present in the ecosystem, offer our help, participate in forums, in think tanks, everywhere that we can. It's about supporting the largest and most influential innovation communities, not just in Catalonia, but also in Spain and elsewhere in Europe. We want to become acknowledged key opinion leaders in healthcare innovation. We want to participate in conferences, meetings, roundtables, events, representing not just the hospital, but also the Catalan health system. We want to publish papers and conduct research in the topic of healthcare innovation technologies. Just a couple of success stories. Again, we are quite proud to have made the first page a couple of years ago in what is one of the main newspapers here in the country, La Vanguardia. And because, our innovation strategy was kind of was bringing attention to a number of media outlets. So we were quite lucky to make this front page. We participate in think tanks for doing a number of researchers. Like I said, we participate in the write-up of white papers. For instance, this one, Transforming Healthcare with AI. This is a paper that was developed by EIT Health in collaboration with McKinsey company to try and describe how hospitals should engage with artificial intelligence, and we were the only Catalan hospital to provide input into this document. And most recently, we are collaborating with the Mobile World Congress in organizing a number of activities in the Mobile Week, which takes place just before the Mobile World Congress and just after the Mobile World Congress. But I won't go into detail with this. I'm conscious of time. Entrepreneurship is a big thing. It's about planting the seed so things can happen. I'm sure you're all familiar with the innovation funnel. This is this is the path that innovations undergo all the way from idea development to commercial launching. So up until we established the innovation program in our hospital, It was our technology transfer office that had to focus on the whole procedure, all the way from the beginning to the end. But what we are doing now, and the way we are organized, is that we are focusing in the innovation program in this first space, in developing those ideas, capturing those ideas, tractioning those ideas, at least from the beginning, so that we can then transfer them to our technology transfer office, so that they can build a solid business case, develop that idea, proof test it, validate it, and finally commercialize it. So we found that intervening in the value chain of this innovation funnel in this way really yields better results in the end. So just to give you an example of how we've done this, we had all the elements in the beginning to already do this. So we've tried to put them together through a program that we've called HEAP, Healthcare Entrepreneur Exchange Program, and I'll share with you a bit more about this program in the next slide. But this program basically what has done, it has organized everything, all the elements that we had, both in the hospital and in our technology transfer unit. It has organized all the elements in a way, in a structured way, so that we can accompany all those projects, entrepreneurship projects that were being born in the hospital. So we packeted this into a program that we've called Healthcare Entrepreneur Exchange Program, HEAP, HEAP for short. And this is a program that we've organized in collaboration with Leeds Teaching Hospitals. Now, I've got a video in the next slide, which hopefully will work. Okay. So like I said, this is a program that we organized in collaboration with Leeds Teaching Hospital in the UK. So everything that we did here in Barcelona, in our hospital, the guys did in Leeds and also in Salford Royal, up in Manchester. So the program, it's basically an international idea competition for clinicians and healthcare professionals overall. So this is just a bit of the roadmap that the projects followed. So we received projects until the end of October. We selected the best of them, and those projects, they participated in a number of group training and mentoring sessions and support opportunities to try and help them, develop their business case and grow their projects from technology readiness level 0 to technology readiness level 3 or 4. And the program finalized with a demo day in which the healthcare professionals pitched their projects to a panel of judges. So just to give you a few numbers, we identified 12 projects in our hospitals. 6 of them were accelerated through the program in those 6 months that the program lasted. And out of these six projects, we're going to have 3 potential spin-offs in construction, which I think, is quite a success. So just to give you a bit of a flavor of what those projects entailed, 2 of them were related to software artificial intelligence solutions, where medical was related to green economy. So, like I said, quite a success, because with the 6 projects, we've got 6 potential patents or utility models. We've got 6 prototypes or functional minimum viable products. We've got 6 collaboration agreements, and we've already submitted the projects, some of them, to some competitive funding opportunities. We're going to repeat the program this year. We're going to rebrand it and we're going to rename it. We're going to call it Canruti Innova. Just to give you a bit of an overview of what Canruti Innova will entail, it will be very much like HEAP. We're going to have a first phase that's going to be that's going to last 4 months, where we will try and pre-accelerate the projects up until the demo day, where there will be 3 winners, and those 3 winners will give them money. We'll give them out up to 10,000 euros to try and accelerate their idea over the next 8 months, so they can build a proof of concept. They can deposit their intellectual property where needed. They can build a business case, a business plan, sorry, and we will finalize the program with an investors day. So Innova to identify projects at technology readiness level 0 and drive them all the way to TRL 4, 5 in just 12 months. I mean, this is quite ambitious, but it's doable, because that's exactly what we've observed with the HEAP program. So we're definitely going to repeat this experience. Right, and finally, permeabilization. So this is about understanding where we are. We regularly audit the engagement of the different departments in the hospital with the innovation program. So just to give you a bit of a flavor, this is a radiography of our innovation program in the hospital. So we've got over 300 healthcare professionals engaging with the innovation program and the activities and the projects that we organize. What we've seen since the beginning of the innovation program 2.5 years ago, it's a 500% increase in the number of staff interested in participating in innovation projects. This is quite an achievement, and it just goes and demonstrates that we need this sort of projects and programs inside our hospitals. And I'm also proud to say that 4 out of 5 departments in the hospital are somehow engaging with the innovation strategy. Now, this is again, you know, work in progress, but it just goes and demonstrates how much people are requesting this sort of support. So out of the people that engage with the program, 72% of them are physicians. We are working on increasing this number when it comes to nursing teams and non-clinician profiles. They are harder to get to, but they are professionals, both nurses and non-clinicians, that can offer a lot and that can add a lot. I mean, there's this concept of entrepreneursing, you know, and we don't want to miss this opportunity. We just need to work further with this group of professionals to try and increase their presence in the innovation activities we organize. However, I'm really proud to say that we found a very good gender balance when it comes to the presence of men and women in the different activities we organize, which is, you know, quite remarkable and quite good. Right, so how does all of this fit into the overall strategy? So, and I think, you know, the simple way to say this is that the timing is right. If we look at what's happening out there, you know, we've got the Plan Strategic de Recerca in Innovació en Salut. This is the strategic plan on research and innovation in health. And that is out of the 6 strategic axes that the program has, one of them is looking at the promotion of an innovation ecosystem in healthcare in Catalonia. And this is a strategic document that the government will use for the next years to guide its strategy. And one out of the 6 main axes is looking at the promotion of an innovation ecosystem in healthcare. So, you know, the timing is right, just looking into that. But if we look at what's happening elsewhere, you know, we've got the recovery and resilience funds resulting from the COVID-19 crisis and this sort of Marshall Plan that the European Union is deploying for the next couple of years. We've got the recovery and resilience funds that are going to Spain, the ones that are going straight to Catalonia, the ones that are going to be deployed straight by the European Union. So there is all these funds that are aiming at empowering innovation in healthcare. So, you know, we need to be ready to access those funds. There's also the European Innovation Council. You might have heard of. This is a newly created instrument to support the introduction of innovative products in the European Union. So we need to be able to engage with the European Innovation Council. And we also got a reinforced Horizon Europe, you know, which brings together other initiatives funded by Next Generation EU. So overall, we've got these 4 elements that tell us that it's right to think of healthcare innovation at this point, and it's right to think of healthcare innovation from the inside of hospitals themselves and not to leave this just to the outside community. Right, so just to finish, I want to say that even though I'm the mastermind behind most of the work that I've presented to you today, I have to thank Dr. Uriol Estrada, who is the Director of Innovation Strategic Alliances in our territory, for enabling me the opportunity to build this program and to focus it this way. He trusted me from the beginning to do so. And so I want to thank him for the opportunity. I also want to thank my colleague, Dr. David Priego, who's the head of projects in our hospital, for transforming all the ideas that I was bringing to him into clinical realities and clinical outcomes. But of course, also the rest of the team, all the way from Mary Che, Francesc, Pau, and Marisabel, to everyone else in the hospital, really. And that's it for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening until this point. Really happy to talk to you and to collaborate with you in any way possible. So thank you very much again for your time, and happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, so thank you very much for your time and for listening to the end of my presentation. There are a couple of questions I'll be happy to answer. The first one is, how has COVID-19 changed or had an effect on the approach to innovation in the healthcare system? For example, has it accelerated innovative processes? This is a great question. I don't know who's making it, but this is a fantastic question, and we could spend lots of time debating this. The truth is that from my perspective, COVID-19, it has helped a lot to accelerate innovation, not just adoption, but also development. And it has in fact changed or demonstrated that hospitals should not just sit back and wait for things to happen, but that they should actually engage in the process of making things happen. COVID-19 has demonstrated this, and it has just brought to the attention of everyone that collaboration is key, and that the knowledge that's already available in hospitals should be harvested and used outside. COVID, it was a medical emergency that, for instance, in our case, led to the creation of the oxygen respirator. But I haven't mentioned other examples. So we also developed, for instance, an aerosol protective box, and this is something that the clinicians themselves, They realized that this was something that this was an unmet clinical need. They reached out to companies to try and build this together with them. So this is just the result of implementing this transformative culture. COVID-19 has accelerated the adoption, obviously, of telemedicine solutions, and it has, I think, something has clicked in everyone's mind with regards to innovation and telemedicine in particular. We are slightly afraid of things reversing, to be honest with you, and I don't want to bring the moods down, but there is a risk, of things going back to what they were at the beginning before COVID, with regards to innovation and and the attitudes toward innovation and new technologies. But it's true that governments and everyone's doing an effort to try and prevent this. We are trying to make an effort to seize the moment. For instance, the implementation of telemedicine solutions here in Catalonia, and in particular in our hospital, is quite advanced. Same as is, for instance, the implementation of biometric monitoring. And so COVID has accelerated the implementation of this, and we are making an effort for this not to be reverted. We're also making an effort to educate the population on what this entails, and that this actually represents an opportunity to provide them a better care. There is reluctancy from the population, of course, but it's a matter of education, and it's a matter of explaining what it is that we are trying to achieve. So in conclusion, I think that yes, COVID has accelerated innovative processes quite a lot, in some places more than others, but in general, it has just shown that humanity can achieve things in very quickly if you put your mind to it. We've seen that with vaccines, and we've seen that with treatments in hospitals, in ICUs, and in many other places. So let's hope that trend remains with us for a while. There is another question that's actually very much linked to this. How has COVID-19 had an effect on innovation in healthcare? Well, it's the same I just described. If you look, for instance, I don't know if other speakers explained this before me, but if not, some others might do it later. Maybe Jordi Piera mentioned this, but we can definitely see how COVID-19 has affected telemedicine in Catalonia. There are actually a couple of publications on the impact that COVID-19 has had on telephonic and video consultations in Catalonia. They are great publications, very, very well built, and they just clearly show that there's been a change in trend, that people has come to accept this. There's also an element of digitalizing not just consultations, but also how patients engage with hospitals, with their clinical data, etc. So, it seems quite positive in this sense. I don't know if there are any more questions, Puria. I don't see any more questions from the audience. So if there are no more questions, I'd like to thank again the organizing team for giving me the opportunity to share with you guys some of the amazing work that we've been trying to do, and to thank once again our team in the hospital, in particular Dr. Uriol Estrada, for being the mastermind behind all of this and for having the vision a few years ago that this is what innovation should look like in hospitals. And thank you very much again for the opportunity to speak, and please feel free to contact me if you have any further questions.
Therapeutics and pharma, outlook and opportunities. My name is Perka Patmanaban. I'm an associate partner with McKinsey in Munich, and I'll be your moderator for the session today. I'm very pleased to today host a panel of 3 exceptional guests from pharma companies and digital therapeutic startups who will share their view on digital therapeutics as a whole, which areas, both geographically and in terms of disease indications, they find most promising, and how they believe the relationship between pharmacos and digital therapeutics players are likely to evolve going forward. I'll give our panelists the opportunity to introduce themselves in full very shortly, but before we dive into the discussion, I'd like all of us here in the virtual room to level set around a few key definitions and key facts and figures. So what are digital therapeutics and how do they differ from other digital health solutions? There's a myriad of digital health solutions out there on the market today, but we believe that digital therapeutics effectively have three key defining traits. First, the interventions are typically disease-specific. Secondly, they leverage software to deliver interventions. And thirdly, digital therapeutics must demonstrate clinical evidence and real-world outcomes and must be reviewed by regulatory bodies to support product claims of risk, efficacy, and intended use. The digital therapeutic market itself is expected to undergo significant growth in the coming years, with some estimates reaching up to $6.9 billion through 2025, which would represent about a growth of 30% per annum from 2020. This is driven by several factors. One, the growing incidence of preventable chronic diseases. Secondly, the need to control healthcare costs. Thirdly, rising investments in the area, as well as government initiatives to support technological advancements in this area. And finally, very importantly for our discussion today, improvements in the reimbursement structure for digital therapeutics. So when it comes to the actual reimbursement of digital therapeutics across the major European countries, one can quickly see that as of today, there's still a great variety with respect to the approaches that are being taken by different regulatory and policy authorities across the major European countries. While we have some countries such as Germany with the first license, public approval and licensing pathway, other countries are still having different approaches such as covering digital therapeutics selective contracting or primarily treating them as out-of-pocket expenses. And so with all those facts and figures in the back of our heads, let's begin to look forward through our panel discussion with the three panelists that are joining me here on the virtual stage today. First of all, we have Nora Blum, who's the CEO at Selfie. We have Gloria Seibert, who's the founder and CEO at Medica. And we have Alexandre Capet, who is the Vice President, Head Integrated Care at Bayer Pharma. And so to get us started, I would like each panelist to introduce themselves, share their background, and I'd also like to start with a bit of a personal question. And how have the last 12 months been for each of you, both personally as well as with your work in digital therapeutics? How's the pandemic affected, especially the way you've seen the digital therapeutics market? Has it been an accelerator or like we've seen with telemedicine? And maybe we start with Nora.
My name is Nora. I'm one of the founders of Selfie, and with Selfie we offer online programs for people with mental disorders, so for people suffering from depression, anxiety, or eating disorders, for example. I'm myself a psychologist, so very much invested in the topic of improving the lives of people with mental health disorders, and we founded our company 6 years ago. We've taken different routes with Selfie, so we worked a lot with health insurances in Germany, and now we are one of the players that is certified under the new Digital Care Act, so we are a general prescribable solution now in Germany. Yeah, more to that later. How's the last 12 months been for us and for me? Well, personally, actually, I felt very privileged because I still have a job. Everyone in my family and my friends, everyone is healthy. So obviously it's been a tough past 1.5 to 2 years, I think, for everyone. I think for a lot of people it's been psychologically draining, which is why digital health solutions in that area are so important right now. But in general, personally, I can't, it hasn't been too tough, I think. With regards to Selfie, obviously, we've seen a fast acceleration. There is an increased demand for online solutions for people with mental health disorders, and also obviously it becomes more difficult to go and get help via the traditional routes because a lot of practices are closed because of COVID. So we as a company has seen a big growth with regards to people using our services, and I think it just shows how important digital solutions are right now.
Thank you, Noah. Gloria, how's it been for you?
Yeah, thank you, Pekka, for the invitation. It's a really honor having me. Well, just a couple of words about Medica. At Medica, we bridge the gap from patients to a evidence-based research and care. On the one hand side, we have a app platform technology, which we use to develop digital patient companions, trial companions, and also digital therapeutics. And through this app platform, we have access to more than 300,000 patients and their personal patient journey from the areas of women's health, multiple sclerosis, rheumatology, diabetes, and another dermatological disease. On top of this app platform technology, we offer biopharma, medtech, and government partners, as well as academia, the opportunity to generate real-world evidence and predictive capabilities to get a real understanding of what a disease is doing with individual patients, but also with the whole patient population. And to date, we work with more than 20 health insurances in Germany and with big pharma such as Novartis and Roche and a couple of biotech companies. Regarding your question, how the last 12 months in this whole COVID setup has been. So from a business point of view, I think the pandemic, as well as this whole remote setting, was a huge accelerator for all digital health business models out there. Also, we at Medica saw a massive growth by more than 400%, I guess, when it comes to the business model, but also to the number of employees. And we also saw an increasing awareness for real world evidence. I think it's a great step which happened with BioNTech and all the insights they got from Israel to get a very deep understanding of the efficacy of the vaccination. And they took this insight as a fundament to spread the vaccination to other countries. From an entrepreneurial point of view, it was very challenging simply because entrepreneurship is always challenging. In a COVID setup, it's even more challenging. Having a people growth by more than 600%, onboarding people fully remote from different countries was definitely not the easiest thing what I did in my life. But overall, in line with what Nora said, I'm personally very thankful that we with Medica are definitely on the easiest side of this pandemic with a growing business model and a bright future perspective. And we are very thankful for this.
Thank you, Gloria. So definitely the fast accelerator or the great accelerator as I was alluding to earlier. Fantastic. Thank you for that. Maybe shifting gears, going over to the pharma side, Alexandre.
Thanks, Pierka, and really great to be with you today. I'm Alex Capet, and I lead the commercialization of Bayer Digital Solutions. I think we are in a category where partnerships are somehow pivotal. And today I work a lot at Bayer with OneDrop. And actually, I started with partnerships 10 years ago. I was with Sanofi at that time, and I inked a partnership with Voluntis. Then I joined Voluntis, and I inked partnership with Sanofi, Novartis, Roche, AbbVie, BMS. And now just stepping back a little bit over the last 12 months, of course, super exciting. I think telemedicine is here to stay, obviously. And as for digital therapeutics, I think we have seen really an acceleration at every level: adoption, funding, partnerships, payer coverage, and even consolidations. So as Gloria and Nora said, we are really privileged to be in this category at this very exciting time indeed.
Well, they are exciting times indeed. And I think while we're on the topic of excitement, maybe Nora, a question for you. In your opinion, are the most exciting developments that you see in digital therapeutics, especially what TAs and what indications do you feel have the highest potential going forward?
Oh, for me, it's obviously very difficult to give an objective answer to that because I'm so invested into mental health. And I do believe that this is this is an area where the potential for digital solutions is just so big. First of all, we've seen a rise in mental illness over the pandemic. We've already seen a rise before in mental illness, and now due to the pandemic, there's been a steep increase in people suffering from mental health conditions. In Germany, there's been a 40% increase with requests to psychotherapists and people feeling unwell. Not only in the population of people that already suffered from a mental health problem, even those that consider themselves healthy say that right now in the pandemic they have feelings from psychological unwellness. So I think that this is just an area where it is so important that we look at this area and try to figure out ways to improve the mental well-being of people, because whilst on the one hand the demand for psychotherapy and for solutions for mental health increase, it is even more difficult right now to receive help, as a lot of practices close down, a lot of clinics cancel the psychiatric stays for patients. So it is a very tough solution, or very tough time, say, for people that suffer from mental health conditions. And there is so much great evidence already that digital solutions can actually create great effects when helping people with mental health conditions. Like, we just closed one of our bigger studies with 400 participants and with the Charité together in Berlin, and you could see that you could actually get really significant good results in reducing the symptoms of people. So I think this is actually an area where there will be more and more digital solutions helping people for mental disorders. And I'm very, very happy about this trend because I think it's so important.
Thank you for that, Nora. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier in your introduction that you actually work across a couple of TAs and indications already. Could you maybe tell us a little bit more about that, and which TAs you find the most interesting personally as well, and that have the highest growth potential going forward?
Yeah, definitely. So I totally agree to what Nora just said. And I think this specifically addresses very broad therapeutic areas. Since the remote setting is a super high burden for everyone who is affected from a severe disease, and especially when you look into broad therapeutic areas like back pain, depression, diabetes, it's super thankful having offerings which are scalable, even in a remote setup. With Themedica, we also dig into indications which are which doesn't have that many affected people behind, like, for example, multiple sclerosis or a specific rheumatology disease. And what we can see here is that these indications are really profiting from this big boom happening on the broader indications, because the public awareness is increasing, especially when it comes to the real the proven outcome from digital therapeutics. And this is basically a great fundament also for niche, so-called niche therapeutic areas, to consider also offering digital solutions in there. So from a very top-down point of view, when we take a look at the numbers and figures we see at Themedica, we have seen this massive growth also in this very broad therapeutic areas, like especially back pain and also women health. But we've seen a increased demand also from smaller therapeutic areas with a very high burden on the patient side, and also with a lot of digital affine patient groups behind.
So it's very much across the board in that case. Maybe Alexandra, switching to you, you've mentioned OneDrop earlier in your introduction as well, obviously very much focused on diabetes. Is that one of the only spaces, is that the main space that you consider as one that's important to invest in, or are there others that you also feel are going to be critical as we think about the potential of what digital therapeutics can do for the patient?
Yeah, Pirka, in your introduction, you alluded to the fact that we have different settings with digital therapeutics. It's multifaceted. You have different paradigms, and for me, DTX will progressively become mainstream, whatever these different settings. Okay, not only OneDrop. Okay, so and maybe if I elaborate a bit more, 3 categories here. You have digital therapeutics that are really drug specific, and I think they will grow, especially in high price specialty care treatment. Just think about oncology, for instance. Here you have digital therapeutics that will enhance the real world efficiency of this treatment. They will optimize the dosage, they will minimize the side effects, and you will even further down the road, you will have regulatory wise I think you will find, you will have the emergence of drug digital combined regulatory dossier. Second, you have DTX that are part of the treatment pathway, but they are drug agnostics, and they will grow as well, especially in a chronic condition like cardiometabolic disorders. This is where you have one drop or live on go, and you know, they are more like disease management program. They combine behavioral and clinical interventions, and this further down the road will be more and more integrated with remote monitoring, remote consultation, and it will become mainstream. And the third, let's say, paradigm is when you have digital therapeutics that come instead of a drug. Okay, and this will grow, especially when you have somehow a sort of innovation gap in the treatments. And here, I think the management of pain, the management of dementia, the management of mental health, obviously are super promising categories.
Thank you for that. Very exciting times for digital therapeutics indeed. Maybe taking a bit of a geographic lens now, since the giant event is broadcast across multiple European markets. Noah, what in your opinion could be the next big European markets for digital therapeutics in Europe, in Germany?
Apart from Germany, you mean?
Exactly. I mean, Germany's already taken first steps to obviously introduce some of the, let's say, structured pathways, but I'd love to hear some of the opinions you might have about other bigger or smaller markets in Europe.
Yes, of course. I think in general, one needs to point out that I think it's crazy what Germany has brought about with the Digital Care Act, with this very structured route to certify apps or digital solutions that are then part of the general reimbursement scheme. I think it's crazy how quickly that became, and how quickly, yeah, this is now live and running, and especially for Germany, that wasn't. Well, I wouldn't have bet on Germany being the first country to have this general reimbursement scheme, because with regards to other elements in the healthcare system, we aren't the most digital country. I think that put first. Apart from that, obviously, we as Self-Help, we also look into different markets and see which other market could be that one could internationalize into. I think it's difficult because it's obviously different factors that you, as a healthcare provider, are considering. First of all, obviously, it's the whole: is there a chance that people would pay for it themselves for the solution? And there's different countries for that. Like Switzerland, for example, you do see a higher willingness for people to pay for digital solutions themselves. Also, obviously, the US is, they're more prone to that. But then with regards to this very structured route to general reimbursement, I think actually there's no country like Germany right now. I know that it's more easy, or that there is ways for digital solutions to get into general reimbursement with the NHS in the UK. Apart from that, I know that, I've heard that France is looking into different routes, but I think this will all take a bit more time. I don't know.
Remains to be seen. Any other views in the group? Perhaps Gloria?
Well, I find this is a super interesting question in the industry in which we are, because usually when you talk to people from e-commerce or from other industries, you always ask this internationalization question, and then it's everything about how can I scale, how can I multiply, and so on. I think in healthcare it's super specific, because internationalization depends on which insurance system does a country have, how digital affine are the patients, what is the current triage in the country, who is really prescribing, is it the doctor, is it a therapist, is it more a patient-focused country where patients are having more autonomy when it comes to the choosing of therapies. So these are all questions which always needs to be considered as a sum when it comes to internationalization. And when we dig into other countries, at Medica, we always take the sum of these different dimensions to get an understanding how how advanced is this country in terms of the acceptance of new solutions? And then the second question is always, well, what are the traction points in the country we can try to approach whenever we wanna dig into the country? And the simple answer on this very simply seeming question, but super complicated question is it depends. And the same like Nora, I see. So I think even though UK did a lot of questioning things with the Brexit, I think they are tremendously fast when it comes to the acceptance of digital therapeutics and also generally digital applications in healthcare. But nevertheless, I think there are a lot of other European, especially European countries, which are still a little bit under the surface, which we don't see obviously, but that have a massive potential also coming up, especially after COVID.
Perfect, Alex. Anything to add to that?
Maybe just three quick comments here. The first one, DIGA. I think that with regards to digital therapeutics, they moved. I mean, the move is unique and super smart. Super smart because they understood that with digital therapeutics, you don't need upfront the same, they say, drug-like clinical evidence. I mean, it's not the same story, and simply because you don't have the same profile of side effects. So they were super smart in something like, okay, let's just try. Okay, let's just try. And after 12 months, we will see in our organizational setting, what does it mean? So I think it's super smart. And second comment is that I think that countries like France, UK, Belgium, Sweden, they somehow, for this other, globally speaking, I mean, the health authorities in Europe, they have a skin in the game here. I mean, they want to show that it works. So it's super important for us because let's keep in mind that you can always discuss, share feedbacks, provide recommendation to the health authorities because they are still this, let's say, the test and try period. So we can work with them. And third comment maybe for France, we don't have in France DIGA-like go-to-market for digital therapeutics. However, you know, we have the ETAP program for remote monitoring here. And then the Article 51, which is more for innovative disease management or care delivery program. And then, of course, they are starting to show interest in digital solution with, let's say, the standard medical device route. So it's always an interesting area to work on.
Thank you for that. Let's maybe, after having talked about the market a little bit, let's shift gears a little bit. Alexander, I mean, we've seen several partnerships between digital therapeutics and pharma companies over the years. You've said yourself earlier, you've inked a couple of them yourself. And these have really very much created a lot of excitement around the industry. But what we've also seen is that a couple of the examples maybe of partnerships that were maybe inked a few years ago have been disbanded since then. What would be your view on pharma and DTX partnerships going forward? Do you think that's something that will become more mainstream, or it will be more opportunistic, maybe linked to some of the combinations that you talked about before?
No, I really think that the acceleration that we have seen over the last months will go on, right? We will see a further acceleration for two main reasons. The first one is that even if digital therapeutics are software based, you know, you have a sort of shared DNA between DTX players and pharma because you have the science. Okay, a digital intervention is something like a mechanism of action. You have the clinical effectiveness, you have the safety with the regulatory approval. So a sort of shared DNA, and then you have strategic complementarities because it's software based. And so I think that these complementarities, you know, play at two levels, usability and scalability. And maybe if I elaborate a bit here on the usability, as a digital player, you know, you bring the expertise in user experience, in user engagement, and then you have the pharma who will bring the expertise in the patient journey, in the treatment pathway. Then on the scalability, when as a DTX, what you bring is data expertise, like the cybersecurity, the algorithm, the AI. You bring as well the interoperability. Should it be with EHR? Should it be with devices? And then you have the pharma. They bring, the global rollout capabilities. Should it be on the market access side, or should it be on the HCP outreach? So when you look at these complementarities and shared DNA, I think that the partnership trend, it will go unabated, let's say, over the next couple of years. And I would add just even that I think that we will even see pharma players acquiring digital therapeutics players. And so this is super important, but in this play, pharma are not the only one in the race. I think that digital pharmacies, virtual care players, they are also super interested in digital therapeutic players.
Thank you for that. Gloria, you've mentioned earlier that T-Medica works extensively in partnership with pharma companies, biotechs, and other actors. Could you perhaps share with the audience how you're collaborating with these players and how you think about potential partnerships? For instance, what are some of the main things that you've been solving for in seeking out partners, and the types of collaborations that you've considered as you went through that thinking process?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so as I said in the beginning, at T-Medica, we have two sides of the business we do. On the one hand side, we have a app development platform, which we use to build digital patient companions and also digital therapeutics for very specific therapeutic areas. On this side, we usually cooperate with pharma when it comes to very specific questions they have. We haven't seen that many pharma corporations yet where a pharma wants to use digital therapeutics in order to increase sales, because there is not yet this very big example out there where you can make billions, and usually pharma is talking about billions when it comes to revenues, where you can make billions of revenue with digital therapeutics. So when we usually cooperate with pharma on the app side, it's questions like, they are seeking to get more real-world evidence into a specific therapeutic area. They want to get a comparison between their study results and the real-world results. They want to get a better understanding of their own therapies' effectiveness compared with competitive therapies. They usually use the insights they generate with us for medical, but also for market access. It's super insightful to get a objective understanding of a market when it comes to price negotiations. They also sometimes use the cooperation with us for marketing reasons. It's a little bit more into the direction of beyond the pill. So also here, simple answer, it depends. And whenever we get into a partnership with a pharma, for us, it's crucial to get an understanding what the real challenge is, and to tackle the specific challenge, because when, for example, the challenge is a market access question, it doesn't make any sense to promote marketing, the marketing side, for example. When it comes to our second business unit, the real world evidence and the insights into therapy effectiveness, this is a side where we not only work with pharma, but also with biotechs, with public health insurances, with academia, and here we focus more on the learnings we can derive from the app companions we have on the one hand side, but also combine this learning with many other insights like publication study insights, study protocols, and so on. So this is more a insight-driven business we have compared to the app side, which is more a cooperation app companion driven business.
Nora, maybe a question for you. You and Selfie, you've gone the other route, almost straight to market via the DGAP process, as you've mentioned earlier. Have you at any point considered any partnerships with pharmacos? And you know, if yes, which were maybe some of the reasons why you've decided to go it alone?
Well, yes, we've definitely considered it, and we're still considering it, right? So Selfie as a company has focused in the past years already always on corporations with health insurance partners that would pay for the program's costs for the insurees. But we have done smaller projects with pharmaceutical companies in the past. So we've created a lot of content, patient support programs for pharmaceutical companies. But we didn't focus on these corporations so much in the past. I think what Alex has said is very true, and it is things have changed now because digital solutions now in Germany can be prescribed. So there is actually very good ways to cooperate with digital solutions and pharmaceutical companies. And I do see that I definitely see that there's a strong willingness from pharmaceutical companies to cooperate with DiGA solutions, because I do also think that there is different ways that that each can bring advantages to the table. The digital solution, obviously, they have the technology, they have the certification. Then in the end, whilst the pharmaceutical company, they have the sales fleet, they have the market access, and this is something that not every digital health solution startup has. Like, for example, us, we are now setting up our own sales ways to get to doctors to prescribe our solutions. So obviously, this is something where you can go a faster route just by cooperating with a pharmaceutical company, as well as obviously things like the price negotiations and stuff. Like, obviously, pharmaceutical companies have a lot more experiences with regards to that compared to startups in the digital health space. So I do think that it does make sense to work together. The reason why we haven't decided for that with regards to our main programs, which is depression and anxiety, is because we wanted to try it out on our own first, because obviously usually in the beginning sign exclusivity agreements, etc. So we really wanted to try it out with, especially with our core products, to do it on our own. That said, we're currently evaluating the cooperation with diverse pharmaceutical companies with regards to other of our products. And I think, depending on the solution, I think it definitely can make sense to work together with pharma, and we are evaluating it, and I think we're open for it. Yeah.
And back then when you did decide to then go it alone, was there anything that maybe would have swung your decision in any other way? To say, like, if you say you had that one thing that a pharma company could offer, then you would have said yes. Well, I'll definitely go through a partnership.
I'm not sure. I think not with regards to our main program, depression. So depression, we don't want to be tied towards one player. But with regards to the other programs, I think, it's always a matter of who's the cooperation partner, like what do they bring to the table with regards to market know-how, with regards to sales fleets, but also I think for us definitely what kind of player is it with regards to how does it feel to work with them together? Because obviously one also has to take care of sometimes different views on what's the fundamental aim. Do we just want to make quick revenue, or do we actually want to find sustainable solutions to improve the lives of people? It's different aspects that we are always evaluating. But I think for our main program, there's been no way right now. We really wanted to try it out first on ourselves. But with regards to the other programs, definitely open. And I think there will be multiple corporations, to be honest, between DiGA, healthcare solutions, and pharmaceutical companies, just because it makes so much sense right now.
Fair enough. Maybe Alexander, any reactions to anything you've heard from Nora and Gloria just now?
Yeah, I think Gloria and Nora, you have really made great points here, and the reality is that so far we have not seen a massive success in terms of revenue generation for the partnerships between the DTX and the pharma players. And when I alluded to this fantastic complementarity skill set between pharma and DTX, I mean, this is on the paper, right? So you have to make it real. And if you want to make it real, you have to work on, let's say, on the continuous alignment across the journey and across the partnerships. And it means from the start, in terms of objectives. So you have to share, to align on the objectives, and hence the metrics, the success metrics of this partnership. It should be super clear from the scratch. It might be just improving the efficacy of a patient support program. Okay, maybe if it's just this, let's admit it from scratch and have the relevant KPI. Second, once you have, let's say, an aligned objectives and KPIs, then you have to make sure that the financials are aligned as well. I mean, it should be a win-win partnership. And then the most important thing, and it's super obvious, but once you have this framework, I mean, you have to align on the ways of working. This is super important because, of course, between a DTX company and a large pharma organization, of course, the structure, the culture are super different. So you have to implement super basic project management skills here. Deliverable, timelines, delineating the responsibilities. I mean, it's super simple like this, but in fact, I mean, I would say it's really easier said than done. And this is really lacking today.
And did you find from your experience of having done a few of these partnerships, are there any particular watch-outs that one should be aware of, apart from maybe some of the basics like project management, et cetera, that you just mentioned?
Yes, always check out the wording. I mean, do you speak the same language? So the answer is no. So always, I mean, spell out what do you mean? How do you reflect that in your project management in general? Second thing, you have to surface the objectives. They are not always super clear. And once again, you have to align. And so if it's to improve the real world value of a drug, I mean, just work in that direction. Let's admit it and just do the necessary work here. You should not be in a situation where you have misalignment on the vision and the objectives. So super important, all this topic. And I think managing the agility of the digital therapeutics company is super important. Understanding the methodology at the pharma level is super important as well. And when you figure out how you can really make the most of these two topics, methodology and agility, you can really start delivering great things from a design, a development, and then the most important on the rollout. The rollout is really most certainly the most difficult thing today.
Super. Many thanks for all those insightful contributions to you all. I think we're approaching the end of the panel, but I would love to give the opportunity for any closing words on any of the topics that we've discussed, be it the market itself, pharma DTX partnerships, or even just the future of DTX as a whole. Does anyone have any closing words as we wrap up? Maybe Alexandre.
I think really thank you so much for this fantastic conversation today. It was super insightful, and let's go on, right? And let's overcome all the hurdles, and I'm sure we'll get there and we will be successful together.
Perfect. Any other last words?
I can move on. Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I think we're definitely at the beginning of massive changes in healthcare, and by having started Themedica back in 2015 and thinking about these very super slow steps we did, especially in the first years, 2016, 2017, we are now in this time where things are changing tremendously in a very fast pace. So I'm personally super thankful of being part of this digital shift in healthcare. I think we can do many things for the good by inventing digital solutions. Yeah, it's a great journey. It's a great roller coaster, and I think we should definitely keep an eye on this industry shift because it's definitely something we're going to remember in the next few years.
Yeah, I can only agree, obviously, with the two of you. I think it is such a crazy time right now for digital players to be part of revolutionizing the healthcare systems of countries. I think it's such a great time. And in general, I think the pandemic has done so little good, of course. But if there's one good thing that it brought about, I think, is this acceleration of digital solutions in the healthcare system. So let's not make this go to waste, basically, but let's take on this acceleration and really, build great digital structures to improve digitalization in healthcare.
Wonderful. I love those optimistic words to the end. Let's all be very positively forward-looking. With that, thank you very, very much to all of you as panelists joining me here today on the virtual stage. Very insightful conversation, and also, of course, many big thanks to our viewers here today as well at the event. And I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day.
everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. I just want to speak very, very briefly about some enormous challenges that we have in society and the opportunities for digital innovation to address these challenges. So once again, my name is Barry Schreier. I'm the founder and chief executive of Giant Health, and very, very proud to introduce you to some colleagues and collaborators who are going to talk to you about a new DTX impact venture. I just wanted to say very, very briefly a summary of the situation. There's that famous phrase in Chinese history, which is a greeting, and also it's allegedly a curse, which is, may you live in interesting times. And I think the interesting element of that is, in fact, 5,000 years ago, that was a curse. But for us, we view that as an opportunity. We love the phrase from JFK, who said, most people look at things and say, why? We like to look at situations and to say, why not? So what we're about to launch is an exciting new opportunity in digital therapeutics that we're going to be talking about. And it's to address some enormous, exciting challenges and changes. Challenges in society, for example, relating to aging and the cost of the healthcare system required to deal with that. Challenges in the world of hospitals relating to the fact that, of course, over 100 years ago, hospitals were invented to deal with chronic conditions across society, which no longer exist or are no longer the biggest challenges in healthcare. Challenges in the pharma industry, where, for example, we know that if you take a drug to deal with an ailment, that doesn't necessarily provide the cure. And challenges in society at large, like the fact that we have growing issues relating to obesity, which is actually a man-made challenge. The challenges in healthcare are very much in society of our own making, so we need our digital innovations to help us unmake the problems of our own behavior, which is very exciting. It's an enormous opportunity, and I'm very, very proud to be involved in the launch of a new digital therapeutics initiative to address these challenges. So thank you, everybody, and very happy to introduce my co-founder, Tony. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you. Thank you, Barry. And it's my pleasure to introduce our new initiative, DTX Impact Ventures. And we all, as Barry said, we believe that digital therapeutics has a tremendous potential to address many of our key healthcare challenges in the future, both health outcomes, but also health economics. So over the next 30 minutes, I will focus on DTX, key trends and opportunities. I'll pass on to Shafi, who will explain more about the purposes and scope of DTX Impact Ventures. And finally, I'm very excited with our guest speaker, who you can see there, and Ian, and he'll be speaking about our first DTX Innovation Challenge, which is extremely exciting for all of us. So during our exploration of designing what we're calling DTX Impact Ventures, we spoke to many digital therapeutics players, healthcare thought leaders, pharma corporations, and they've all been amazingly supportive and collaborative with us. It's just a very supportive environment. And in terms of the definition, this is the definition of DTX by the Digital Therapeutics Alliance. And I do need to mention the excellent work being done by the DTA in supporting the development of the sector. And they published 10 fundamental principles for DTX, and the first two are to prevent, manage, or treat a medical disorder or disease, and secondly, a medical intervention that is driven by software. And these are two fundamental driving principles behind everything that we do. So this slide is looking at comparing DTX with traditional pharma, and we know traditional pharma has been going for many years, and DTX is quite recent. And the basis of both is always about human health, the outcomes, validated clinical efficacy. But for me, the biggest difference is that DTX continuously iterates. It's based on fast data feedback loops, and we're continuously iterating and adapting and evolving change. Whereas when drug companies are produced and approved, they will not change for 10 years plus. And that has quite a lot of difference in the culture and approach and the way products are designed, which sometimes makes collaboration difficult, but we're here to make collaboration easier and better. So the other thing is looking at active ingredients. Within what is the magic ingredient that makes actually a therapy active of pharma versus digital therapeutics? Well, for pharma, it's the molecular active agent that are absorbed into the bloodstream. And in this example, we have selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, which are widely used as an antidepressant. Whereas in DTX, the magic ingredient is actually engagement. But we shouldn't underestimate what engagement actually is within DTX, because we can see through functional neuroimaging that psychotherapy such as CBT can increase serotonin transport density in, for example, addressing atypical depression. So really, both drugs and DTX engagement can have a molecular change and chemical process in the brain. And used in combination, we believe very strongly they can be even more powerful. So there's been a lot, even I mentioned that DTX, and we heard from Sophie Park as well with G4A, a lot of interesting stuff about DTX. It's a new industry, but it's actually evolving very fast. And looking from left to right, we have WellDoc and Armada. In fact, WellDoc was probably the most original DTX, and they were just founded in 2005. But they're more than DTX. In fact, they've evolved from DTX, as you may have heard from Andre speaking earlier with Prosoma, and they're much more extended care disease management. That includes sometimes elements of DTX. When you move into the center of that, you've got Pear and Valibria, which is part of the Gaia group in Germany, who are Digger endorsed. They're more horizontal players. They have certain types of CBT or some sort of mental mechanisms and prescription reimbursement. And what they're doing is they're gradually moving horizontally into other therapies. They're moving horizontally. We believe there's more work to be done vertically. And most DTX up to date has been about digitizing proven therapies, especially around CBT. And I think very much that much of the low-hanging fruit has been taken. But there is really interesting stuff where companies like Achille are looking at validating completely new non-drug science. So Achille has created a science which is the first and only prescription treatment delivered through video games, especially for children with ADD. And I think actually may have a point to make when Ian represents the challenge going forward. And Cognito is even more recent, is very noteworthy. They're using neuroimaging and have found that using light and auditory pulses controlled by software, they can stimulate functional connectivity between areas of the brain. And they've been looking at actually addressing Alzheimer's during that way. And they've been recently awarded FDA breakthrough device designation in the US. So, of course, every company, and I think that's what Andre finished off with earlier on Prosoma, the commercialization strategy is so important, and it's been a rapid evolution of reimbursement, especially in digital therapeutics. There's Digger in Germany, there's the FDA in the USA, and there's very, very rapid developments. UK and Belgium probably very much ahead of the game in Europe. But in my opinion, the key gatekeepers, and I think Orca has mentioned this as well in talks in the past, is the GP and physician. And we need to be able to have trust and confidence and support of the clinical interface, shall we say. And this is where I think DTX players can work collaboratively with pharma. Pharma spends hundreds of millions, if not billions, working with the medical community. And as we saw earlier with Sophie Park, with Bayer G4A, pharma has the muscle to supercharge distribution if there's a complementary benefit for them. So this is another point. The FDA and other regulators have been active contributors. And in our opinion, the regulation and compliance is very much the start point. You know, we have to have obviously clinical efficacy for the intervention, procedures for safety, information security and risk management. But DTX companies still need to prove economic benefit to healthcare providers, especially very complex healthcare providers like the NHS, and to insurance payers and others. And obviously to also achieve, there's no point having engagement with one person, you have to have engagement with millions of people, and that's where distribution adoption is so important as well. So commercialization and rapid adoption are the key challenges going forward. So we're here today, there's been a few years and it's changing rapidly. What are the key things? Why now is it important? Well, technology is critical. We've seen about regulators and payers. Technology is really moving forward with personalized medicine, new sensors, and as I mentioned earlier, advances in neuroimaging. And data, real-time data feedback, measuring side effects and progression. Consumers and physicians, COVID has been tragic, but it actually has changed attitudes towards remote care and actually self-managed care more in 1 year probably than the last 5. And cost and skills, we've seen with increased pressure with chronic diseases, comorbidities, and of course the pandemic, we have a lot of pressure. We've got to look at more cost-effective models of providing care. So we've been working with many early-stage companies, seed stage and above in DTX, and we've observed consistent challenges which turned out to be actually the premise, which Shafi will go on to, as to what we're looking to do. And these have turned out to be quite repetitive problems. So, for example, identifying and working with hospitals and onboarding medical specialists is just very difficult. You know, so many DTX companies and digital health companies now approaching healthcare providers. Who do they select? How do they get on board? It's just too complex. Designing effective pilots and clinical trials and reducing delays. You know, there's no point having to wait so long for ethics and recruitment. These can be really compressed and made more simple. And really the compliance part is more complex than a typical startup is able to look at, like implementing quality management systems, information security, and risk management. And finally, probably the hardest thing as well is you've got all these component, different parts working together. How do you build this multifunctional team? You need mobile design, you need data science, you need regulation and compliance, content creation, making even video games, clinical trial design, and also commercialization and pharma cooperation. So really complicated for a typical startup to be able to get their teeth around. And I think I like this, John mentioned earlier, you know, start from the patient and work backwards. And this is our North Star. Everything we do, our central focus is always the patient, the individual that will benefit from the intervention. And of course, if it's a child, as in the case of older hay, it's the parents or the guardians, they have a key role to play. Secondly, we focus on the physician, specialists, and other caregivers in the healthcare system. And only then can we really understand how to work and cooperate with the early stage ventures and with our corporate partners and the pharmaceutical players. And now it's my pleasure to introduce, or don't need to introduce Shafi, do I? He's been off the stage 100 times already, so I'll pass on to Shafi.
Sure. Thank you so much. So it's really exciting for us. At Giant, we've been around for a number of years, working with innovators, startups, VCs, trying to bring that community together. And now we thought it's about time we did our own thing and used that community and our networks and relationships to launch our fund. So it's really going to be an amazing ride and journey for us. And Liverpool seems a great place to launch this because we've seen so many great speakers about how Liverpool becoming an innovation hub. And I'm so impressed by the city and the kind of the energy and enthusiasm around that. So as Tony mentioned, it has to be about patients. We talk about technology, we talk about innovation. Ultimately, at the heart of this is the patient. How do we improve quality of care? So our remit is going to be how do we reduce the kind of the life he has wasted with disability and illness? How do we improve that and improve quality of life? How do we also combine treatments? It's not just about one treatment. We have existing drug treatments that's been validated, it's good. How do we add value in conjunction? It's going to be synergistic. It's going to be additive. It's going to improve the outcomes. And also not to have too much friction. Because, you know, friction is difficult in healthcare systems, a lot of barriers to adoption. How to make that seamless for people who want to bring in an idea like Prosoma, who spoke earlier, looking at cancer kind of treatment for patients. So those are kind of our reasons for running this DTX. Excuse me. What we want to do is just help co-design. Obviously, a lot of hospitals, a lot of healthcare systems have enormous challenges that they need solutions for. So how do we help them with that? We don't just throw technology. It's designing, okay, what are those challenges look like? Is it a patient with COPD? Is it a diabetic? What do they need to help support? Either the behavioral problems or indeed taking up drugs or medicines or whatever. How do we add value to that? And so we see ourselves as an intersection between the kind of the early stage ventures, healthcare as a whole, and biopharma. Pharma obviously have a huge interest in using different kinds of modalities of treatment, as we've seen earlier with and what we've seen recently is accelerated clinical trials. There's a whole load of papers in the Lancet and the Nature on how we're changing the framework of clinical trials. We've seen vaccines come in within a short time period because of the necessity for bringing patients quickly and testing out some new therapies. So we'll be looking at that and using latest ideas around clinical trials and adoption. So look, what's our team? I think we've got the right skill sets, and that's what we've been working hard on, to bring the right kind of partnerships around technology, people understand business, who are entrepreneurs, know right, and successful businesses like Barry, for example, advisors and mentors like Tony for the UNDP, global people who really understand the challenge and how to succeed. bring those ideas to market. So this is kind of what we're thinking of as our kind of gateway and our network of bringing that collaboration together. And the key word of all of this is, I'm sure I've explained to you in the whole day today, is about collaboration. You can't do it on your own. Healthcare needs collaborators, it needs industry partners. It needs hospitals, innovators like Ian, to bring it all together. And that's the key. How do we fuse that together to be really successful and to provide those solutions to those problems we're discussing? So we talk about standalone kind of therapies, how we add value to that all on its own. We can add treatments together to improve the efficacy. But overall view, we think that we can improve not just the kind of the disease process, it's the physical mental health needs. One thing that's very obvious for last year is how bad mental health has affected all of us and how important it is to understand people's holistic approach to their care so that we can enable a better society. And ultimately what we want is to prevent illness. We want to be well. We want to maintain wellness and well-being, prevent these admissions to hospital, take away costs associated with that. So our vision is much more global, of reducing cost and increasing impact overall. And this kind of example, what we think we can do. Of course, what this does is produce lots of data. Of course, it'd be crazy not to use data in a way that it's meant to be used. Very specific, targeted, make more personalized medicine. So all things that we do will drive data analysis, as we've seen earlier with AI, deep machine learning. How do we use that data on a population scale, like a city of Liverpool, or indeed a region, or indeed maybe a country or much further? So it's again using that information in a different way. Of course, pharma and biopharma have done amazing things, of course, but they also struggle in understanding how to navigate through the healthcare system, as we've seen earlier in our discussions about the NHS. So how do we help foster that relationship with them? How do we help them navigate through the quagmire of healthcare sometimes? How do we improve that, make it much more efficient, so we can see real time, within 6 months, 12 months, real change, and looking at how we adopt change very quickly and translate those ideas into clinical practice. And Ian will tell you the difficulties around that, I'm sure, but they've managed well at Alder Hey of really bringing innovation to the heart of an organization. So obviously, our areas of focus would be quite wide-ranged. We'll be looking at oncology, looking at all these systems, as you've seen, and looking at comorbidity. A lot of patients have more than one disease or illness, which we can help adopt and support. So it's looking at how we use these technologies to improve that, the health of those patients. I mentioned earlier about the kind of long-term conditions, COPD, asthma, diabetes, many others. And did you know 60% of all the resources of the NHS goes to paying for chronic diseases? It's a lot of money, a lot of things to impact. If we can solve some of those problems, we'll save money and we'll be able to redistribute that money in different ways and perhaps access mental health better. So these are the kind of percentages we've seen of people with problems overlapping with chronic disease and long-term problems such as mental health. And it's a problem that needs solving. We know that. A lot of people now are figuring out how to manage these better. If you look at the areas that we're thinking of, these are the kind of areas that we've highlighted, what we think we can add value. Well, it's about the clinical pilot study for early startups, looking at the regulatory compliance, looking at partnerships through hospitals and academic health science networks, for example, looking at corporate innovation partnerships with major companies, and looking at product and human factor design, as well as the other things you've seen in this scaling up to data science tech, talent acquisition, and ongoing support. So we're going to be offering all of these ideas and saying that we can do much more than just saying, here's a startup and we'll encourage you to work. It's how do you get involved in the whole process and that journey of a startup. So that's kind of my bit around what we're going to do. But obviously, one of the most inspirational guys in healthcare in the UK is Ian, there's no question. When I look around who's doing amazing things and which hospitals are adopting change, Alder Hey are in a league of their own. And we're so pleased to have them as support with us. And also Ian's passion and drive to innovate, not just here locally, but nationally, internationally. So we're so pleased he's joining us on this journey. Ian.
Thank you very much. You can see me with, in real life, I can go red with kind of embarrassment. It's such a lovely introduction. I think most people here actually know me and know Alder Hey, but for the viewers at home, I want to give you a little bit of background about what Alder Hey is all about. Now, Alder Hey is a really, really special place. It's been looking after the children in Liverpool for well over 100 years, And it's a massive children's specialist hospital on the edge of Liverpool. Now, the thing that I really, really like about Alderhay is that it does primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary level care. And what that actually means is that if you need complex cardiac surgery, you come to us. You know, if you need to have advanced tumor therapies, you come to us. But if you fall over and scrape your knee, then you come to us as well. We will do the full spectrum from, you know, what would be regarded as trivial right up to the highest end of medicine. And I think that's why it gets such a nice place within Liverpool, because everyone has either been treated here or has a member of family who's been treated here, or has, you know, has got some connection to the place itself. So when I was asked, can you give us a challenge? Can you give us an idea for digital therapeutics that we could lay it down? I thought I'd try and kind of keep it in keeping with the theme of Alderhay. And not necessarily just going for the big sexy diseases that have, you know, huge research budgets and high profile, you know, like cancer and cardiac surgery, but actually some of the simpler things. And I think, you know, we had a really good chat in our team actually, you know, what would be the thing that you'd like to fix amongst the clinicians, amongst the researchers? And one thing that came out was constipation. And I know that sounds like, oh my goodness, that's a trivial thing. Constipation, that's, you know, nothing, but it's really, really serious. It's a big problem and it causes huge amounts of harm, both psychologically and physically. I have, as a surgeon, had to pull stomas on a child. They were so constipated because they were going into renal failure from the toxicity of it. Isn't that incredible? 30% of children will have a significant episode of constipation at some point in their life. That's a huge amount, and it's really difficult to treat. It fills clinics. It's a huge amount of impact on general pediatricians, pediatric surgeons. And it's simple things like people don't present early enough with it. They don't come into the, you know, they don't get treated properly early enough. And as a result, it takes ages to get them out of it. The treatment regimes are really difficult to stick to. Can you imagine giving a child a medication every single day, which involves drinking half a litre of fluid or a litre of fluid every day for 2 years? Is a 4-year-old going to go with that? Trying to track their symptom progression. Things change, whether it's a warm day or a cold day. There's huge social and deprivation-associated factors. There's changing their behavior around food and what they eat. So I think it's an absolute sitter for a digital therapeutic intervention. And I'd like to kind of try and, you know, build its profile because it's not something people talk about. And I'd really like to see it fixed, as with most of the clinicians at Alderhay as well. So that's kind of our challenge there. We'll put it down. And, you know, we're always willing to work with companies or people who have innovative solutions out there. And we've got a portal as well that we bring this stuff in through. So I'll hand you back. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ian. And what a wonderful challenge it is. And there's no better time than, well, behavioral change is difficult at the best of times, but there's no better time than to try and instigate behavioral change than in childhood. And it's definitely one of Public Health England's top priorities to have a best start in life. And it covers so many different things from dietary to sedentary to just general awareness of the sort of lifestyle factors that affect and environmental factors that affect, and a lot of social impact as well in terms of the differences there, and obviously increasing levels of childhood obesity. So we're really open now for collaborations and partnerships. Obviously, Alderhay is fantastic. We're looking for hospital trial partners. We're looking for DTech ventures out there that have therapies in the areas that we're looking into. And of course, we really do believe in the collaboration with pharmaceutical companies to come up with better standards of care, working with DTech in partnership. So I'd like to thank you all for listening, and thank you also to Ian and Shafi. Thanks very much.
Good, okay. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, and thank you for joining this session. I just want to speak very, very briefly about some enormous challenges that we have.
Welcome to the session about digital health business building and scaling. Really happy to have you all of you here today. I just need to start with a small print that this does not constitute any advice or any does not violate applicable laws. Now we can move ahead, and I'm really happy to introduce you to my co-presenters here today. First of all, Amy, our digital therapeutics expert from the New Jersey office, my colleague Stephanie from San Francisco, who is our design expert. And then, as health tech business building is a really hands-on practical thing, I'm particularly happy that we have Ofer Leitner, the president of Happify Health today, as well as Bruce Hellman, the CEO of UMotive, who will talk a bit about their practical experiences and learnings that they had in business building and scaling. First of all, on the next slide, I want, if we move one further, I want to talk a little bit about the basis of our perspective here on digital health business building. First of all, we've followed a tried and tested business building approach that has been used for more than 200 business building and scaling pieces. We also talk about some of the learnings and the experiences from the digital health value pools work, as well as experience from the Global Health Tech Network, a community of more than 800 digital health companies. And on the right, you can just see here also some of the business building stats and the impact that this business building method has delivered, both in terms of return on investment, likelihood of scaling, and then looking at incumbent businesses and business buildings, the margin versus the legacy business. On the next page, you can see that that business building is, of course, an important topic for both startups and incumbents. And while the startup tries to get to distribution, usually the incumbent tries to get to innovation fast. On the next page, we'll see that incumbents and startups, of course, have different advantages as they build and scale businesses. Incumbents have their existing customer base. They've got cash, balance sheet, brand, and subject matter experts that they can rely on. Startups, on the other hand, have rapid, agile ways of working, usually interesting culture, talent attraction, greenfield solution that can help them move faster than building within a legacy business. And on the next page, we also see that they are often solving for different things. Incumbents often optimize EBIT, think very hard about market share. They have processes in place, technology in place, whereas then startup usually try to move fast, think about exit value, think about investors, and so on. Moving to the next page, I just want to share a little bit more around the incumbent view, because pre-COVID and now during COVID, business building has increased massively in importance for incumbent businesses. While pre-COVID, 35% of incumbent businesses said that business building is an important priority for them. Currently, 58% of incumbent businesses say so. And the most common reasons why they focus now on business building is new revenue streams. They see that customer expectations are shifting, and they are either within or preparing for industry disruptions. Moving to the next page. We see that incumbents in particular find business building usually quite difficult. Just going through the Fortune 100 list and look at all of the corporate business buildings that happened in the last 20 years, you can see that about 15–16% of them have really been blockbuster successes, and the remainder have been partial successes or no success. And a lot of you, of course, can recognize some of the common reasons for failure here. My favorite one is Killed with Love, Dragged Down by Bureaucracy, or also The Revenge of the Mothership, where the new business is actually then creating conflict between the legacy business and the new business. When we move towards digital health business building, of course, then things become usually even more complicated, because on the next page you can see that digital health business building is then actually, in addition, also influenced by a set of country-specific conditions. For example, does this country have a digital health strategy in place that is driving digital health? What about the regulatory environment? What about the reimbursement for digital health? Then there is usually a big dependence on the technical infrastructure, so electronic health records, e-prescription, is that in place? Is that working in the country already? As well as then openness and willingness to use by both healthcare professionals as well as patients and citizens. That's just to kick us off, but now let's move towards the learnings, and over to you, Amy, to take us through this.
In this next section, we will share with you elements to consider as you build a digital health business. And the basis of our perspective stems from in-depth research we've done with over 50 digital health companies themselves, as well as our experiences working with life science companies, venture capital companies, PE funds on digital health innovation. The next page, please. The building blocks that we've summarized are value proposition, robust and compliant products, delightful experience, proven value, scalable model, and talent and agility. And these tend to vary by customer type, as well as what the company's core asset is. As we walk through the building blocks on the next page, you will see that I will be joined by Ofer and Bruce from Happify Health and Umotive, who will share how they approach each of these elements in their respective companies. On the next page, we're going to move to the first building block, which is value proposition. There's a reason we start with this one first when we talk about digital health businesses. It's the foundational building block that everything else builds on or supports. For a business to be successful, it needs to be clear what it is offering, to whom, and what makes it different from the thousands of other companies out there. A few key questions to consider might be, what is the clinical, economic, or experiential unmet need you're trying to address? Or who is the customer or the full set of stakeholders, and what do they care about? For example, for a payer, clinical outcome and cost of care might be the most important metrics, while for patients, experience often matters just as much as outcomes. Other considerations might include, how is what you're offering different from existing alternatives? And how do you foresee adoption, and what barriers can you anticipate? Turning it over to Bruce, how have you approached the value proposition for Umotive?
Great, thanks. This is a very important and interesting question that we've lived through at Umotive. Initially, we were focused on delivering for patients and clinicians in a provider setting, but our value proposition was somewhat unclear, 4 or 5 years ago. Where we focus now is capturing data for researchers, so engaging patients, some of whom you see on this slide here, to capture a lot of data about how they're feeling, their outcomes, their symptoms, and other clinical assessments, and use that to power research. Now, that's a very clear value proposition because it solves the problem for the researcher who needs the data, and it also engages the patient or the participant to be a contributor towards research. And I think over recent years, we've seen the real importance of being a must-have part of delivering a solution, rather than earlier on in the Umotive journey, we were somewhat a nice-to-have. So identifying something where you deliver real value, we've lived the experience of that being absolutely critical.
Thank you so much, Bruce. The second building block that we'll talk through is creating robust and compliant products. And for this one, I will hand it over to my colleague, Stephanie. She'll walk through some of the critical elements to consider, and then over to Bruce, who will share examples from Umotive.
So equally important to a clear value proposition is, of course, delivering on patient safety and thus regulatory requirements. And typically, a quality manual system covers the compliance needs. However, traditionally, that has turned the QMS to be considered as a cost of doing business versus an enabler of enterprise value creation. And in addition, within digital health framework, there's an inherent clash of divergent working methods and cultures, right? In technological side, it's used to work in an agile methodology, which is failing and learning fast in short sprints. The clinical medical approach is highly structured with very lengthy development phases, in particular in early R&D. So what we've heard from digital health companies, but also have implemented in our own processes, is treating quality and the quality manual system as an enabler to solving those challenges. So, for example, just like when building the patient-facing application, building the QMS from a design thinking, hence user-centric point of view. And because now the organization is considered a user, it also requires for the entire organization to own the quality. And one way of implementing is for combining, for example, the agile process documentation with design control documentation. And that is ironically something that has fed very nicely back into traditional medtech and physical product. Because compliance law is also now embedded within flexible, user-friendly, organically built, automated data collecting workflows. It also naturally fulfills the spirit and not only the letter of those regulations we talked about earlier. And that really creates the actual robustness, because now it can adapt with flexibility to constantly evolving and changing content. And now over to the true experts who have played in the sandbox intensively.
Thank you for that. And I couldn't agree more that quality systems are not just a cost of business, they are actually an enabler, and designed and implemented well can certainly underpin and help the digital health product. I talked earlier about our move from initially working with providers and patients to now our focus on delivering for researchers. And most of our clients are big pharmaceutical companies and CROs, and we therefore have to work within a very regulated industry, working to good clinical practice and many other regulations. So having the right level of robustness and compliance is absolutely essential for what we deliver. And over recent years, we've seen that in implementing quality management systems and better ways of implementing technology, that raises up the quality level for our own team and what we can deliver to clients as well. I think the big takeaway I'd have is that when starting on this journey to build a digital health business, I think it's important to embrace the need for quality. We've now implemented ISO 9001. You really have to embrace it and see this as a part of an enabler. And something that is a benefit to your business, not a cost. It doesn't detract from the real work. This is the real work. It's absolutely vital. And if you don't pay attention to ticking the boxes for things like GDPR, HIPAA, and other privacy regulations, you will only go so far, and then you'll realize that you're not really serving your clients. So this is all part of delivering what is actually a good product and a good service to your customers.
Thank you, Stephanie and Bruce. In our next building block, we talk about delightful experience. This is one that I imagine all of us can relate to as consumers. As consumers, we tend to gravitate toward products and services that are easy to use, intuitive, delightful. Think about your favorite gaming console, or your favorite kitchen gadget, or your favorite social media platform. Why does it attract you and keep you engaged? We should be applying the same focus on experience with our digital health products and services as tech companies and consumer products companies use for everyday items that we all love and use. As we think about the word delightful, one way to break it down is to ask, is it simple to use? Does it integrate with existing journeys, workflows, and processes seamlessly? Is it engaging? And is it personal? Now over to you, Ofer. How have you thought about this building block in the context of Happify Health?
Thanks, Amy. This is a great topic. For us, everything starts with creating delightful experiences. If you don't have the delightful experience that engages the patient, that retains the consumer, you simply don't have an application. So we have to make sure But whatever we do first and foremost is patient-centric and really drive the level of experience that consumers are expecting from their applications outside of healthcare into healthcare. When we began the journey, we spent close to 2.5 years in optimizing this journey to make sure that we got the patient experience right. If you don't get it right, you would see what happens with most healthcare applications that would not survive 30 days retention at an acceptable rate. If you can deliver retention, you can't really deliver clinical protocols, you can't deliver the value over time. So make sure that you really think consumer when you start building the applications. Make sure that you A/B test every single thing, color palette, sounds, colors. Make sure that you understand the emotional attachment of people into the application, and make sure that you drive the right behaviors. When you have that foundation, you can really step forward and making sure that you step into advancing your product through other elements with the confidence that your product would really deliver for consumers.
Thank you, Ofer. The next building block is proven value. This is important to all stakeholders, whether they are a payer, a provider, a patient, or a pharmaco. They want to make sure the thing works. In essence, this is the building block that shows customers your product or service actually does what you say it will. A few things to consider include what evidence would be required to demonstrate your value proposition? How can critical metrics be collected? How will these metrics inform the go-to-market model and strategy? If you go to the next slide, you'll see that we've listed out a few ways that we think about value for a digital health business. It can include improved clinical outcome, improved cost effectiveness or cost of care, or improved patient or user experience, as well as behavior modification. There are a number of ways to measure each of them. We've listed a few here. As companies think through these, it's important to consider how key stakeholders consider value and what methods they will look for to feel comfortable about the value of your business. Turning it back over to Ofer again, how have you and Happify Health approached this proven value building block?
Thanks, Amy. As a multi-platform, multi-channel company, we really kind of began the journey of proving value by understanding on which value attributes needed to be validated according to each of the channels that we decided to take our solutions to market. The employers, self-insured employers may need certain set of outcomes. Payers would need a different set of outcomes. And as you go and make claims in more regulated territory, you need even more rigorous data. My only advice is start early. As soon as you have the product ready, as soon as you think that you nail the consumer experience, start generating evidence, whether that be a real world evidence first. This is something you can generate relatively quickly, then advance it into randomized controlled trial, then go and validate whether the clients and partners that you work with really see the outcomes that they're expecting to. If not, you're going to repeat this process. And generally speaking, I would say this is a never-ending story in digital health company. You continue to generate more and more evidence that strengthen the value attributes that you're claiming that you're delivering.
Thank you, Ofer. The building blocks we've gone through thus far are all heavily focused on the product or the service. So what does it offer? Is it robust? Is it delightful? Does it have a proven value? This next building block, which is at the top of the pyramid, is where we shift to the commercial model. It's what we call scalable model. This element builds upon the previous building blocks and is visualized here at the top because in order to scale and to be, to grow the company, you really have to have a sustainable business model in place. Questions to consider may include, how will the value be generated or captured, and by whom? How will this solution interact with existing solutions and established players? And as we then go to the next page, we lay out a few questions as well as options to consider as you think through the economic model and go-to-market strategy. To be sustainable, a health tech company needs a business model that aligns the users, the payers, the revenue model, and a go-to-market plan. The business model, of course, can evolve as the company matures. Often the business model that a company starts with is different from what it ends up with a few years down the road. Turning back to Happify, Ofer, how is your company addressing the scalable model piece?
Amy, scalability in the business model is very important. As a company in digital health, we should assume that most of these business models are scaling well, but you need to make sure that you pay attention for a few things. One, does your product deployment scale? Can you deploy it at scale? Do you have a business model that scales with volume? And can you start taking advantage of risk-sharing models where you basically say, I'm trusting my product to deliver the value and able to capture disproportionate value of the risk as I kind of validate that I can deliver on the outcomes. At Happify, we have various business models that are attempting to go in different channels that we sell and really go after the different models, anywhere from PMPM, PEPM, per engagement and per license, and really try to kind of create a portfolio of business models that are supporting our partner needs.
The last building block is talent and agility, and it's there to support all the other building blocks. And that's why we have it a bit separate from the pyramid, but shown as encompassing the whole of it. No company can create what they aspire to create without the right talent in place, whether it's clinical expertise, tech, regulatory, or design talent. Agility is also important. It's rare to get things right the first time. It's important to have an environment in the company that allows for agility in learning and adapting from failures. Effective digital health companies are able to combine an agile culture committed to quality and the latest development practices and technologies. Bruce, how have you and UMotiv approached the talent and agility topic?
This is such a critical part of the model and such a crucial building block here, compounded or made even more important, I think, by the pandemic that we've all lived through now, because we're having to bring people into the team. We've expanded by over 50% during lockdown and are hiring many more talented people into our organization. I think one of the biggest challenges for us in digital health is that balance of the very different types of people. The need for quality professionals, the need for salespeople, the need for developers, service delivery colleagues, and others, which is very different types of people that you need to bring together. I think for us, one of the key things is making sure that as you bring those different groups together, you unite behind a common purpose, a common set of values, and then understanding how what we're building together is making an impact and making a difference. So I think one of the real advantages that we will all have in digital health is that ability to focus people's minds on how we make things better for patients, how we make things better ultimately for health systems as well. And I think that's how we can get that right balance, bringing people together, working effectively, but united around a common goal. That helps it, makes it somewhat easier to recruit brilliant talent into the organization and then to keep people running in the same direction as well.
Thank you so much, Ofer and Bruce, for joining us. It was great to hear stories from the ground. And so this is it. These were the 6 basic building blocks of a successful digital health business. There's a lot more meat to this, of course, and we do have an article and more materials. Feel free to get in touch. And then with that, I am going to turn it over to my colleague, Tobias, to wrap us up.
Thank you, Amy, Steffi, Ofer, and Bruce. That was great. If you're now curious what the Health Tech Network is and where some of the things that we referenced can be found, just here a quick intro. The Health Tech Network is in essence a network of more than 800 digital health and health tech CEOs globally, ranging from Canada to Australia. If you are a health tech CEO or a digital health CEO or founder and you're interested in joining, please email us as healthtechnetwork@mckinsey.com. And on the next page, you'll also find our contact details and where you can find the paper that we just referenced. So you can see here also, if you want to get in touch with Ofer or Bruce and find more information about Happify Health and UMotiv, LinkedIn, Twitter, email information, same for Amy, Stephanie, and myself. And at the bottom left, you can see again the Health Tech Network email address, as well as the website where you can find the article about health tech business building that we referenced today. Thank you very much for your attention. It was great being with you today, and have a great rest of your conference.
Okay, I guess we can start. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our session this afternoon. It will be around 30 minutes talking about why Catalonia as an European hub for health tech activities and business in the life sciences. It is an honor to have our keynote speakers today with us, three of the real heroes of this industry in Catalonia. I am Roger Costa from Catalonia Trade and Investment, the Catalan government agency in charge of assisting foreign companies willing to invest in Catalonia. And I am here with my colleague Montse Davant from Biocat. Thank you to all of you for attending, and especially thank you, Pau, Nuria, and Freddy, for being with us today. This is the second part of the session in the morning, in which we have been talking about opportunities in the life sciences in Catalonia. We are Barcelona, Catalonia, a European bioregion, a booming hub in terms of health tech. And this afternoon we want to listen to Pau, Nuria, and Freddy, and know more about their businesses in Catalonia and why they are betting on Catalonia for developing their projects. Frederic Llorax is co-founder and partner of DocPlanner. Nuria Pastor is the co-founder and CEO at Human IT Care, and Pau Rodriguez is CEO at MedThings. All of them, as I said in the beginning, the real heroes of this history. Their companies are leading disruption in the sector, new projects, innovation, and they are leading, in fact, the successful story of Catalonia in this industry. So, with no delay, I will kindly ask you to try to answer for inspiring the audience and ourselves. Try to answer to three questions. First of all, is not a question, but please explain us your company, introduce or present your company and explain your projects in Catalonia. What you are doing in Catalonia? Second, and now, yes, a question. Why you are in Catalonia? Why you are betting in our region for developing your projects? What are the main reasons to believe on Barcelona and Catalonia for doing business? And third and last question, we would like you to try to point out some business opportunities and challenge for the coming future. So with no more delay, please, Nuria, the floor is yours.
Well, first of all, thank you so much, Axio, and also Biocat for this opportunity, and also the GIAN event. So my name is Nuria, and as Roger has said, I am the CEO and the co-founder of Human IT Care. Human IT Care, it's a smart remote patient monitoring platform that allows doctors to have a remote follow-up of the chronic patients. They can personalize which kind of follow-up they can do. And more important than that, they can have a connected healthcare ecosystem through medical devices and also a video call system. So, well, answering to your question, Roger, our company was founded 2 years ago here in Barcelona. And since we started until now, we have a lot of opportunities, meaning in this ecosystem that we are here. Mainly, what we have done so far is we have bring a CMR product in the market, and we are working with hospitals not just in Spain but also in another parts from Europe. And why Catalonia? Well, in our case, because all of the founders met here. Here we have a good ecosystem, and also there are like more than 1,000 companies on pharma, on also the healthcare ecosystem. So of course it's a good ecosystem to to really start a business. And also we have been able, thanks to, for example, Axio, to reach some public funds. In total, we have been able to get more than $500,000 and equity-free grants from very competitive grants from the government and also from the European Commission. And also answering to another question, so at this point, we have raised this money and we are very happy because last week we started our first seed round. We are having our first term sheets from investors, but we are open, of course, to see different VCs working on that field. And in terms of our business, what I think that it's important also from the perspective of the ecosystem where we are developing our company, is the opportunity. So we started working with local hospitals. The first one was the Hospital Clinic of Barcelona, which is one of the best hospitals that we have here in Spain. Also, we are working with Hospital Vall d'Hebron and other hospitals, and I think that this ecosystem, this being very focused at the beginning, so in the market and working with close partners to go further in the development of the product and the implementation of that was very important for us, and I think that this ecosystem has been able to provide that. And yeah, so that's the little introduction. I don't know if there is any specific question, Montse or Roger, on that.
That's perfect. We can go back to you in a few minutes. We know, Nuria, that you maybe have to leave before, but if you don't mind, we can continue with Freddy.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much.
Hello, perfect. So I'm Frederic Jordax. Yes, I'm one of the co-founders of Doctoralia. That this was just to put in perspective. In 2007, you remember it was the time when Steve Jobs just made the presentation of the iPhone. No, so we were starting to work in the digital health a lot of time before. Even digital health had a name on that. No? So it was the mobile, the mHealth era and things like that. These kind of words. So we have seen all these years since in the last 15 years, we have seen how things have evolved and how the world has changed to a population that really is digital and a need for digital services all around. In 2016, because of that, we merged with a Polish startup called DocPlanner, and all together we are composing the DocPlanner group nowadays. And since then, we have grown. When we merged, we were a company of 75 employees based in Barcelona, and they were a company of 125 employees based in Warsaw. And now we are a company with 1,400 employees and growing, leading in 12 countries the market of the online appointment and this digital relationship between patients and doctors. And even now, in 1 year, we have been able to launch a successful video telemedicine tool for doctors and medical centers that has had about 3 million users in 3 million visits in all this time in only 1 year. So as a group, we really have succeeded, and we are very proud of that. And well, one of the interesting things here is that we started everything here in Barcelona as a small startup with 3 guys sat on a table, looking to the future and telling ourselves, okay, sooner or later people will use the internet to manage this relationship with the doctors and healthcare providers. And this will not be only here in Spain, probably around the world. Another interesting thing that we did was going first of all because of the language and because of this let's say ubiquity that internet has. We launched our services in Latin America. So in this part of the opportunities that really can have if you really had in your mind moving your startup to Barcelona. One of the big things is that in Latin America we are seeing in Spain like a very very proper country, let's say. So it's not so difficult. Even I would say it's easy to build this bridge with Latin America from Spain, much easier than in other places, for instance. Another interesting thing that why we are here based in Catalonia, that is an issue that I was forgetting, is that let's say that if you consider that the headquarters are where the CEO is, our Polish CEO is based in Barcelona. No? So we were able to convince them to move all our Polish managers to move here to Barcelona, and not only that, but we have also the two heads of the R&D that we are doing, of the developers we have, are based in Barcelona and in Warsaw. So that means that we are nowadays a company that really is reinforcing this Barcelonian identity in some way, because we are based in a city that is very attractive for the talent. Not only we have talented people that really goes to great schools, not business schools or technical schools or engineering schools, but also is a nice place to come to live and to live when you are outside of your job, let's say. So and this is another interesting thing. This cosmopolitan people that comes here, and this diversity and this open-mindedness that we can find here is really very attractive for developers and for people that really is used to live in another kind of environment. So and the other interesting thing is that even working with customer service, we have been working for years with customer service for Latin America, based here in Barcelona, because it was easy to find people from any nationality. In Doc Planner, we have people of more than 25 nationalities nowadays. That really gives you an idea that how easy is getting talent. In some way, we like to think that we are like Football Club Barcelona, if you want. Okay, so we are trying to pick talented people to attract them to our project that really is in the digital health arena. That is one of the, I think that is one of the top industries nowadays, and it will be. And this is the part of the opportunities that you were asking for. No? So there is a big opportunity, not only with the hospitals and with the grants that Nuria mentioned, but also trying to develop great relationships with companies established here that are looking for innovative solutions. There is let's say a digital industrial tissue really alive and growing, and this is a nice place to be, even if you are a VC. Not much better than being in a cloudy or windy place to stay. So there are many initiatives growing, and I think that really being in Barcelona has been an advantage for us, not only as Dr. Alia, but also as Doc Planner members. So.
Thank you, Freddy. So, Pau, it's your turn.
Yeah, thanks everyone for the organization and the chance to explain a bit our project. So we're an AI company that is focused in stroke triage. So basically what happens is that if you know somebody who suffered a stroke, you will know that time is brain. Time to treatment is fundamental. But the problem is, the struggle is that to do this diagnosis or this triage, you need advanced medical imaging that is not always available in all of the hospitals. So more than 50% of the hospitals worldwide don't have access to this advanced medical imaging. So what we've built is a software that is able to triage a stroke only with a simple non-contrast CT that is available in every hospital worldwide. On the one hand, we're able to, let's say, identify a potential stroke earlier, but we also reduce time to treatment, being able to send the patient to be treated in the most available hospital. So that's exactly what we're trying to do, to enable every hospital in the world to triage a stroke timely. So why Catalonia? Obviously, we're from Barcelona, but it happens to be also one of the best places in the world in terms of stroke management. So we have a very good network, and they're very well coordinated. Also, we have many hospitals that have a long list of publications in the space and are very well known in stroke management. So these help us to understand very well the pain and how could we build the right product to actually solve this pain. Obviously, we will be able to do clinical trial here that we're working on, and this is a great space to do this. But certainly we have a global vision, so we're really involved with key opinion leaders across the globe, not only in Europe, but also in the US and Latin America, and this is very important for us. So Barcelona is a place where we can start piloting from the beginning to get a very good understanding of the issues and the challenges we're facing, but we need to scale. We don't want to stay here, and we involve people from across the globe. And if I have to say, when I would think about how to encourage somebody, which are the challenges that Barcelona may face, is that particularly now with COVID, we can all work remotely and wherever, and Barcelona is a great place to live, to work, and also more and more is a place where people from around the globe come here to live and to spend some time. So I think this is relevant. For me, Barcelona is not a place from people who live here, but whoever comes here is their city. So I don't care if the mayor of Barcelona comes from Germany, it's totally fine for me. But what is important is that they understand Barcelona, understand the philosophy, understand the vibe, and are part of this process. So we are based actually at Pier 01, that is a hub of certain startups. And this is fabulous because we speak with startups in many different industries. We engage with them. We're very close to the sea. And yeah, I really need to be thankful to Biocat, Axio, or the city council, everybody, because many people in Barcelona are making an effort to make of Barcelona a great place to build companies. And I think they're doing a great job. So this is important. And probably the last thing I would say is the need of let's say that we have very good business angels here and people that know very well the industry. We have several funds that can give you this first stage of development, but it's great if more, not only investors come here, but also successful companies that can help to reiterate the process and to help the entrepreneurs that are here. So I think that we're in the right track, and you're more than welcome here to Barcelona. If me or whoever can be of any help, just reach out to us. We're really happy to do so.
Well, thank you, Pau. Thank you, Freddy. I don't know if Núria is here now. I'm Montse Davan from BioCat, the bioregion of Catalonia, and I'm also very pleased to be here and just trying to ask the last question to our speakers. I'm afraid that Núria had to leave before the end of this session. It's at a certain point, it's understandable. It's been a very busy day. It's the last, almost some of the last sessions of the day, but we are really happy to have this event in Barcelona. And not only because, as Freddy and Pau said, this is a vibrant, very welcoming city for all the businesses. We are very friendly for people and business, but also because we are thrilled to see that this booming this digital health sector is also encouraging so many entrepreneurs and so many different people from abroad to come here and also do their business. So thank you for being here. You're clearly a success story for us. So now the question I would like to ask you both is a little bit related to what Pau was mentioning now at the end, and also some words that Freddy mentioned too. To which extent the fact that you are in a quite small, let's say, hub, but very densely packed with all the ingredients, very connected and well connected within and also abroad, to which extent this is that's facilitated or that has encouraged you to work on this sector and have made things easier for you on that regard, having all the investors, science parks, etc. So I think this is something that you can also probably share with us.
Well, if you want, let me start. As I'm the oldest guy here in the room, of course there is all the need that now we have everything that that we can have. There are places where you have entrepreneurs. I am a Barcelona Health Hub ambassador, so I know that there are many startups around based in great places, not only Pier 1, that is the traditional one for startups of any kind. So there are even science parks that we have a historical tradition of public funded scientific parks that really help a lot to grow biotech startups and with great initiatives. And even we are seeing that there is starts to have money, and we are in a point where when and this is real. So I just met Pau because I asked him about a question, a technical issue, maybe 2-3 weeks ago. So at the end of the day, when you say the word ecosystem, it's not about having companies with nice places to visit in a park. So it's about having people that really is involved and really can give you a hand in one moment, are people that really can support you, and people that really understand and know where are you now and where are the next steps, and that can help you a lot. So for me, we are in the sweetest moment in Barcelona just to launch, to invest, or even to buy or to recruit in the digital health arena. And I would say in the biotech too. So I have invested in biotech recently from the Aortics, that is an EQS startup. So there you can really choose and find great places, great spots in the industry, because there is an industry. So anybody can come and realize that probably we are, as you said, I really enjoyed very much, Monse, you said it's a small place. This is a very small place. And this is great, but this is great. So it's like a small town when you know everybody, you can meet everybody, so you don't have to go to far away on the city. So we are in a 10 kilometer square area, and you can find whoever you want in this space.
Well, I can confirm that, because I'm going to share something that was not supposed to be shared, but while we were waiting in the lobby, you just started to exchange some information about a practical tip about something, power needed, or you provided, and that's exactly what happens here. So almost everybody knows each other, and this is amazing, actually. And for BioCat, being connecting these 1,200 companies and almost 100 research organizations and hospitals and large infrastructures, but at the same time being with this high level of connection, I think this is one unique value that we can exhibit and showcase as a city. Now, I am not going to a city and a region, of course, because in terms of region, we are 7.5 million inhabitants. We could be like one of the medium small countries in Europe, but at the same time, this hub has this connection that is really remarkable. And I'm not going probably to ask you the same thing, but I would like to ask you, what would you tell to entrepreneurs that want to come here? Which are the things that you would have liked to have learned before coming, or before starting, or before initiating this adventure of yours?
Well, I mean, I think that building a company is very tough. But when you have somebody that already went through the process, and you have this guidance, is very important. So what happens in the US is that if you have an idea, or you very quickly get access to many people, and you're able to speed up the process very quickly. So Barcelona more and more is creating this network of people, and is easier to move. So the challenge is to identify who are the key people that can help you navigate in the space. So the sooner you find these people or this space, the quicker you will grow, and the quicker you will be able to do things. So it's very important to connect to the node, let's say, to plug into the system, and then identify who are these key people that can make you, because now companies must execute very quick. So, well, as in stroke, time is brain, let's say, and you need to build a very good team very quickly, because otherwise you cannot waste time. And if you start thinking and bouncing around and you don't get traction, then it's complicated. So I would ask very well who are the key people you need to know, which are the places, because the biggest challenge is to know the process from the beginning to the end, and seeing at each stage, who do you need to achieve what, and be sure about having this map of people that can help you be successful, and the risk to a certain extent. For us, it's crucial. I mean, we have several business angels that are very, very relevant in the space. We have Nina Capital as an investor of ours, and they have helped us to navigate a lot of this space. So it's not only the combination of the clinical space, but also the management side and the talent, and combining all of this is relevant.
Well, thank you very much, because I think these are very useful tips. I don't know if Freddie wants to add something, but I also have a couple more questions, very quick questions for you both. So I don't know, we have still 5 minutes left. So probably we can add something at the end, but just two curiosities, or two, I think, relevant things at the end. One is that you are representatives of the digital transformation, the word that everybody is using for the recovery, the resilience, for the preparation. So everybody's talking. We also connect that to the COVID crisis. We discussed that with Freddie the other day. Despite being one pandemics of the 21st century, some, for example, Nature, or some papers, or even, the experts say that it's been treated like a pandemics of the beginning of the 21st century, like the SARS from 2002. So the problem is, how can you expect this to be accelerated if central things like the data management, data governance, data sharing, all these kind of things that sometimes have to do with regulation, with the European landscape, with regional landscapes, with member state landscapes, are not addressed properly. So what's your, is that something you are, as a lobby of a sector, trying to work on, or which is your expectation in that regard?
Well, we have launched just before the COVID, the Barcelona Health Hub just made with SADE Business School a work of recopilation of all the telemedicine initiatives that had been launched in the last years in Spain, and from Spain and from Barcelona, mostly of them. And well, it was like a prophecy. So at the end of the day, we have realized that the only thing that made us different from the Spanish flu pandemic has been, for one side, the vaccines, the ability to have an effective vaccine in 1 year, that is magic, and the other thing is the internet, the ability to be connected through a network that didn't exist and to have a lot of information, and even not treating presentially, physically, patients. So we are now experiencing this aha moment about, oh, finally, all these pilots, all these projects on telemedicine, telemonitoring, big data, artificial intelligence based on this big data that really finally is merging. All this technology that really is ready with people like Pau, and is now finally in the point that should be, that is facing the governments, facing the companies, and telling them, hey, I was telling you, I'm here, let's work for the next pandemic that will be, because we are living in a connected world. So now we are trying to push it, and from Barcelona Health Hub, but I would say from all the industry that of startups, small, middle size, big size, everybody. For us, it's a great moment, because it looks like finally, well, we have the tool ready for really moving forward. No? The only pity is that maybe the governments are not so, or are reluctant to work with startups. That is something that, for instance, it's easier maybe with big companies, with the old traditional companies.
We have 1 minute left for Pau just to say goodbye.
Sorry.
No, very quickly. Very quickly. So for me, there are 3 things that are very important.
Yeah.
The first one is empathy, because we're all learning. The entrepreneurs are learning. The hospitals are learning to manage. The administration is learning. So we're all learning how to manage all of these. So we need to understand that we need to work all together for the best good, and we need to put on the table what everybody brings and problem solve together. This is not a matter of imposing anything. It's a matter of trying a win-win and understanding that. The second one is leadership that comes from everywhere. It's not the CEO of the company, and it's not whoever takes the lead in this, but is how can I help? How can I contribute to solve this problem? And comes from everywhere. And this is very important, that everybody needs to play a role and they can see where to help. So I see this a lot with COVID. Everybody tries to understand what everybody needs and tries to help. So it's very important. And the third one I would say is that we have a lot of support in my case, with a lot of CEOs of European startups in terms of how the regulation is changing. Okay, which consultants are you working with? Which notified bodies? How are we facing this? Because at the end of the day, there's not even really competition, even with your direct competition, because you end up solving these problems. The world is huge. There are many things to solve. So I think that Europe faces the world in general, but we need to be generous. We need to work hard. And if we all bring together from our side, I'm sure that we will have very, very interesting years ahead. And I'm convinced that we will do a great job altogether.
Thank you, Pau. And great words. The last word will be, how can I help? So yeah, you said the last words for this session. I think we thank you very much. It was very interesting to hear you, and we also thank all the attendees that are still there, just listening to us. And please ask questions whenever you want by any channel you might, because those are great guys.
It is not worth to say that the audience has the contacts on the platform. Of all of us.
Yeah, they'll be available for answering whatever you might ask about that. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the first pitch session of the day. Thanks all for being here. I'll be introducing the companies in a minute, but just first, a reminder of the format for the session. Each company will be pitching for 5 minutes, and then we'll have 5 minutes of a Q&A. And for all the investors in the audience, just a reminder that you can write any questions in the chat box during the pitch, and you're more than welcome to turn on your cameras and interact with the companies during the Q&A. So we have first Nikolai Thompson from the UK at Jukes. And Jukes' mission is to empower a world where all athletes can access sports. And I cannot wait to hear more about it. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you so much for having me. I'm just sharing my screen now. Okay, so can you confirm you can see everything okay?
Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, thank you so much for having me in Barcelona. Jukes is a hardware company with a mission, as you say, to empower all people to participate in sports for mental and physical well-being, then go on to do extraordinary things. I know Jukes is a good fit if you believe in our mission and are looking for a high-impact investment with a solid return in this growing wearable space. So what do we do? This is Lincoln. He is deaf and he has been a keen swimmer for 2 years. In October 2019, his club bought a headset so Lincoln can hear the coach's instruction at the same time as everybody else. The first time he did, his mother was on poolside and was in tears. This is possible because we have waterproofed bone conduction speakers, and using radio, we can transmit audio up to 750 meters away. To date, we have focused on the swimming market and can be found everywhere from COVID-19 PTSD recovery programs to a European national team training with Jukes for the Tokyo Olympic Games. So pick your sport. Is it swimming, triathlon, sailing, surfing, rowing, football? There are so many challenges to learning and becoming great at a sport, but this is the one Jukes solves for. We know a lack of real-time communication mean fewer coaching minutes each session, resulting in slower improvement and dwindling passion when you're not winning. Our solution is a radio-enabled headset training system to put coaches and supporters in real-time contact with athletes on land or in water to give them the encouragement, technical, and strategic guidance they need to achieve their goals and do extraordinary things. So this is the headset we currently source from China, and it has got us this far. The specs are no longer innovative, but we are helping coaches and athletes get closer. And on social media, from amateur clubs in New Zealand through to clubs across the UK, there's a lot of chatter on Instagram. And Dr. Gary Palmer, who is now using Jukes to increase the fitness of international athletes from triathlon to football. So we've done amazing things with clubs around the world, with our 14th country just added. The bulk of our business is in the UK, which was recently given a boost with a commercial deal signed with the Swim Teachers Association, allowing us to offer our tech exclusively to their 12,500 members and 56 member countries around the world, including massive sports markets in the US, Australia, and China. But this is our future for Lincoln and the tens of millions of athletes between 8 and 80. An innovative headset for multidiscipline sports above and below the water with IoT connectivity, lightweight sensors, and a breakthrough adjustable fitting for all heads in all sports. This is what your investment will bring to life and be sold to the $16 billion sports coaching market that sits inside the hugely exciting $450 billion sports market full of potential acquirers. I am also very proud to announce that as of Monday of this week, Jukes has been accepted to Loughborough University's Advanced Technology and Innovation Centre, giving us access to their vast research and sports resources and EU funding to bring manufacturing back to the EU continent. The idea of real-time communication in a sports coaching environment is actually quite novel. And 100% of our 1,200 sales are from word-of-mouth recommendations and customers posting on social media. Unlike our most interesting competitor, Milo, who has spent 3 years designing their walkie-talkie replacement and yet to release a product, or Finis and Zygo, who designed a product first and are now trying to sell it. You are investing in a team that have learnt a lot in the past 3 years about what a great sports headset needs to be to break out beyond a single sport with eyes on the prize, football. So today we have a simple business model, selling through our website with payment up front. However, we're signing our first dealer in Amsterdam, and we've just started trialing an option to pay 40% up front and split 60% of the balance over 12 months for purchases over 5K. This is hugely promising, as we've seen those original order values double already. My team is small but effective, and for those interested in getting to know us, we look forward to meeting you when restrictions allow. Here, I want to highlight the resiliency this business has shown, considering sales during 3 UK lockdowns went to almost zero. We have continued to grow with the numbers in the grey box split by quarter. Our gross margin is an average of 41% and our operating margin is 26%. And forecasts for the next 2 years will be discussed with interested investors. So this is our ask. We are asking for £275,000, offering a 20% discount on a convertible note, which will be transacted through Seed Legals. We are also submitting our second bid for up to £225,000 from Innovate UK to further develop software-defined radio. After all, I come from telecommunications, and software-defined networking revolutionized the industry. Thank you so much for listening. I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nikolai, for that amazing pitch. I was wondering, in the meantime, can you explain a little more how the tech works? And before you answer, just a reminder that anyone can use the sort of question chat box to ask any questions, or just feel free to ask questions and turn on your camera.
Yeah, absolutely. So this headset and a couple of other models that we've just started selling has got a radio receiver built into the end of it. It uses FM radio in a range which is below the typical commercial radio. There is also a radio transmitter at the other end, which linked to a microphone is how a coach speaks to whoever is wearing this headset. And we have seen some really interesting use cases, really. There's a lot of people who are climbing mountains at the moment, probably not right now, but using Jukes and hearing instructions. There are world record attempts to swim around the island of Jersey, for instance, and they're all wearing Jukes headsets for safety reasons. So there's some very interesting, not just sport applications here.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And would it be, of course, Francesca, do you have any questions?
Hi, and first, congratulations. I think it's a really exciting offering. Have you considered including virtual coaches as well, so that patients can train and have their coaches be present wherever they are in the world?
Yeah, Francesca, that's a really good question. So there's two parts to that answer. Yes, we have considered it. The current technology is not up to it, though, hence part of the reason for the refresh. So the new headset, it's going to be essentially connected in real time to the internet. And so you would be able to have a coach based anywhere in the world deliver either live or pre-recorded. And so the pre-recorded option does work for an awful lot of sports where it's time-based. So someone can literally just record where you should be if you are trying to achieve ABC, and obviously access to superstar coaches is then possible for anybody around the world.
It could be an interesting business model too, a sort of coach franchise approach. Thank you.
Yeah, it is. It is. And it's almost that there is an opportunity to become a bit of a peloton of several other sports where it's very difficult to communicate in real time.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think we have time for one more question, if anyone is keen to ask. Otherwise, in the meantime, I may ask then, would it be possible to use it, for example, if I was cycling with a friend or my partner or whoever, would it be possible to communicate between each other using those headsets?
So not at the moment, but the headset that's being redesigned is going to be a full duplex headset, which means that there's a microphone inside each headset so that you can communicate with each other. So yes, but in the next iteration, you'll still be able to benefit from about a 600-meter gap between each other, even with that limitation.
That's wonderful. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, Eli. And in the interest of time, I'm going to move on to the next presentation, which is going to be presented by Edward Lynch from Life in the UK. And Life gives people access to an ecosystem of resources designed to nourish the health of our body, head, and heart. So the stage is yours, Edward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I hope you can understand my Liverpudlian accent. It's a little city in the northwest of England. I will share my screen now. Okay, I hope you can all see this.
Yes, we can see the presentation.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, like I said, good afternoon. My name's Ed. I'm one of the co-founders of our company called Life. We're a team of doctors and health tech experts changing the way individuals and corporates approach their health. And we're doing this by creating the very first complete online wellness social platform. And you can see some screenshots of the app there. But let's jump into the problem that we're solving. So in the UK and mostly across Europe, we focus on our health from a negative standpoint. And what that means is we wait for something to go wrong and then we try and treat it. So we wait for somebody to go into hospital or to approach their general practitioner with problems, and then we try and fix it. Bad outcomes for the patient. It's very it's very cost ineffective, and it's a loss for both parties, really. What we need to do, and this is the future of health, is that we focus on our health from a positive standpoint, where we are every single day doing little things to improve our well-being and our overall health. That is why our field of lifestyle medicine and wellness is one of the fastest growing markets in the world. So what current solutions are there? Well, there's an absolute myriad of solutions that currently exist out there. If you want to book a fitness class, or if you want to have fitness things at home, you can go onto Peloton. If you want to track your well-being, there's Evergreen Health. If you want to track your calories, there's MyFitnessPal. There's Instagram. If you want to look at healthy partners available to you around you, like your local favorite brands, if you want to watch their content, there's various other apps. You might use Google. You might be Googling problems, which is a whole issue in itself. You might download apps such as Headspace or Calm or Strava. You might download Deliveroo if you want to look at healthy things around you. And look, this goes on and on and on. It's exhausting, frankly. And based on the fact that the average user downloads 0 apps per month, this is not a sustainable solution. And that is exactly why we created Life. We give you all of the resources that you need in one place to live that healthy lifestyle. And it's all backed by medical evidence as well. So the information you're getting is correct and true. So some of the features here, it's on the left there, it's highly personalized to you. There's 8 key categories within the platform that you need to do, medically backed, to look after your health. And we can see what things you're doing and what things you aren't doing and push your activities based on that. It's geolocated, so you can see, 200 yards down the road, there's some healthy food that you can get, again, vetted by ourselves. You can book your favorite classes. You can look at health and wellbeing products. It's a complete ecosystem for your health, and it's never been created before. And this works for 3 reasons. Well, it's massively convenient. It's the biggest trend since the 1920s. We want things faster. We want things right now. It's highly personalized. And also, the one thing that brings you back to every app is a social aspect. If you think of the biggest apps in the world, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, YouTube, they all have some kind of social aspect to them. Look, we're tribe animals, essentially. We're not actually evolved to live in the world that we live. We are tribal animals, and that is what brings you back to an app. And that is exactly what we've distilled into Life. Okay, now I want you to put your corporate hats on. Yogacita, they're one of our healthy retailers who sit within the platform. They push their healthy products within the platform. They actually have, so Lucita, the founder from Spain, funnily enough, she has similar issues to our users. She's having to use all these different platforms to push her content, to push her products and services. It's really, really exhausting for her. And she doesn't actually know if she's getting any return for it. She doesn't know where her target markets are. It's an absolute logistical nightmare. And she spends £350 a month on this, which is extortionate. That's why we created the retailer portal for Yogacita, where she can do everything that she needs to do in one place, and it is much cheaper. She can get breakdowns and reports to see which users are most highly engaged, and then she can tailor her content around that. She absolutely loves the platform. Our feedback so far has been overwhelmingly positive, and that's why we have over 15,000 users waiting to use the platform. Our scaling plan sits with these 8 key areas that I mentioned earlier. These are medically proven to improve your health, and we acquire retailers in each of these areas and scale from city to city. The market is vast. In the UK alone, it's worth 13 billion, and it grows yearly on average 19%. Glowfox is our closest competitor. They have 0.11% share of the market. Last year turned over 18.4 million, and since their conception, they've raised 33 million. Our revenue streams are simple but vast. On the left-hand side there, we've got a B2B subscription and a B2C subscription. That's in-app revenue streams. The things on the right-hand side are outside of the app, but encompasses the entire business. But we'll keep it simple and keep to the subscriptions for the app stuff here. So we've had a £100,000 grant, so we've managed to keep all of our equity, which is great, along with some EU funding on top of that as well. And we've been recently recognised as a tech climber within the northwest of England, one of the fastest growing health tech startups in the UK. We produced this roadmap as a part of that project, and up until the end of May, we've hit every single target that we've needed to do. So as a team, we're highly effective. Although small, we can deliver on everything that we set out to do. So it's me and Toby at the top there. We're the founders. We're both doctors. And then Rich, Jonathan, and Joe underneath. They have mixed experience across the UK and European, advising on a European and UK level. And the CTO of massive global brands there as well. So, a team small but highly effective. Now we're looking for £150,000 of SEIS. We're fully accredited to achieve a really solid product market fit before scaling. And I'll leave you with this quote. What LinkedIn is to your profession is what life is to your health. Thank you very much for listening, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Edward. A great presentation and a great and very interesting products. I might get it myself. A reminder that if the investors want to switch on their cameras and just ask questions or put them on the chat box. In the meantime, I wanted to ask you, have you seen, I'm assuming that you can. Oh, actually, go Pilar. You can ask the question first.
Hi, congratulations on the presentation.
Thank you.
Health and community is a hot subject. My question would be, if I were an investor, is on the scaling up. I do understand the concepts on the business model, but to be well orchestrated. So how are you going to scale on a geographical perspective?
I think you cut out there briefly. Sorry, was that? It might be my connection. Was your question around how are we scaling?
Geographically.
Geographically, yeah. So what we do is we are just Liverpool based at the moment, but we link into the corporate markets. There's a massive well-being need within the corporate setting. Corporates have big corporate social responsibility budgets that are unspent, and we go in there and we set up deals with those corporates beforehand to show that we have the users in that area. That's exactly what we've done in Liverpool, and we've shown the demand is there for the people, and then we approach the retailers and say, look, these are the people that want it. If you put yourselves on there, we can put you in front of them. And then with that kind of arrangement, the retailers like, absolutely get me onto the platform, because then we're just giving them essentially business really, really simply. We link up with local councils as well. So one of the best methods that we've used in Liverpool is using the combined authority in Liverpool. So the council and the governing bodies, including the chambers of commerce, to actually get those retailers on board as well, and using big network companies. And then we'll copy and paste the same ethos across city to city.
Thank you.
Okay.
And in the meantime, before we get another question, I was just going to ask, I would be interested to know if you can gather data of the ROI also for the, I was going to say patients, but I guess consumers, in terms of how much benefit can they see, not only in terms of sort of physical, but also well-being and the likes, and that way you can sort of link the ROI also for them?
Yeah, absolutely. So within the platform, there is, it's called the Warwick Edinburgh Mental Wellbeing Scale. So it's the most highly validated tool of wellbeing in the world. And we've incorporated that into the platform. The more that you engage with it, the more the app learns about you, and the more accurate that ROI would be. But I think we're doing a real world validation study as well with one of the universities in Liverpool to work out exactly what you've mentioned there, because until we have enough data, we just won't know. So that's why, around 6 months ago, we started this piece of work. But it's a 2-year project, and, I don't know the results of that. I can't give you an answer today. But it's a great question. It's something that we've considered previously, and we want to do that exactly. So the NHS is one of our big targets, and if we can say to them, for X amount of money, we produce these outcomes, that gives us a much stronger standpoint. So.
No, that makes a lot of sense. And 2 more questions, maybe, if nobody else has a question. I was going to ask, what is the pricing for the consumers?
So it's a freemium based model. So if for the end user, they go on and they can see everything in the platform, but they get limited access to it. So all of the things which we class as basic, they get access to. So actually seeing the retailers, engaging with the retailers, and using so many offers, or watching so many bits of content, or booking so many classes, that's all free. Once you do 4 activities with that retailer, if you want to do more, then you pay £1 a month. But £1 a month. The money comes in more from the retailers. So for that essentially online retail space, if you like, for that retailer, we charge them for that.
Thank you. That makes sense. Thank you, Edward. Pilar, did you have another question?
No, but I think there is a question from the chat, from Jerry Craig.
Oh yeah, of course. I actually cannot see it. Pilar, do you mind reading it for me?
Basically, I think it's addressed to you. So how are you measuring the effectiveness of the application? But I think you already answered. But if you want to shed some light on that, yeah?
Yeah. So it's similar. It's similar to the question that was asked a minute ago around the well-being scale. So we have the well-being scale, and we can look at, look, one of the problems is with people's health is we get a snapshot in time and there's no follow-up. So what the app actually does is, the more that you engage with the questionnaire, there's notifications when you get asked about the well-being scale. The more that you engage with it, the more discounts the app pushes to you. So you can essentially save more money by incentivizing them to go to this well-being scale. So we can track users' well-being over a period of time. So that's one. But secondly, it's a piece of research that we're doing with the university to check out essentially, the ROI of individuals based on the amount they spend. But I don't know the outcome of that study because it's not finished yet. It's in like stage 1 trial. So I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Well, thank you very much, Edward. That was fascinating. And in the interest of time, I'm just going to move on to the next company. But thank you so much.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you all.
So next on the stage is Moises Barbara Ramos from Drill Surgeries, in a mixture of UK and Spain, funnily enough. And Drill Surgeries is developing medical devices that guide surgeons during intramedullary nailing surgeries. The stage is yours, Moises. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Anna, for the introduction. And just before start, please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, I can see your screen.
Yes. Lovely. Well, let's start, as always, from the beginning. Hello and welcome to Drill Surgeries, a startup working to improve healthcare through technology. And to do so, we move one step at a time. First, focusing on a common type of surgery, intramedullary nailing surgeries, aimed at assisting the welding of broken bones in femur, tibia, or humerus. This surgery is performed over 200 times a year per hospital in the UK, and of course, so around the world. In this surgery, what is known as an intramedullary nail or rod is inserted inside the patient's bone to assist on the welding. Now, the issue is that the current method relies heavily on X-rays, and there is an excess of radiation shot at both patients and surgeons. Now, the technique used is what's known as a trial and error method, which proves to be inaccurate and time-consuming, meaning there are risks derived from blood loss and long-time anesthetics. All of this is happening right now in a country spending close to £50 million a year in these surgeries, around £6,000 per patient, where most of the amount comes from the room charges, since patients need to spend close to 10 to 15 days at hospitals post-operation. Our solution, though, already shows potential to reduce hospital admission as it ensures fewer risks during the operation. And if this is true for the UK, and our research goes further than just this country, it is true for our target market, every hospital in the world, because we all know someone somewhere who broke their leg or arm at some point in their lives. In over 2 years of research and development, we have seen and spoken with dozens of doctors from Spain, the UK, Switzerland, Australia, etc., that keep preferring the freehand or trial and error techniques on these surgeries rather than relying on mechanical or electromagnetic guiding systems offered by competitors, which are coined as inaccurate. All of them, though, showed an inclination to welcome a new medical device for this surgery. And that is what Drill Surgeries provides, a solution built with the constant input from surgeons and for surgeons. Making use of the latest technologies, our prototype implements augmented reality and tracking algorithms, offering real-time and 360 degrees guidance without the need of radiation, reducing then operating time and risks caused by the more traditional approach. And we are not only offering safer and faster surgeries, but also with fewer risks. Patients stay less time in hospitals, and hence we can also reduce cost per patient, which at 200 surgeries per hospital per year amounts to a substantial quantity. The team making this happen today includes myself, starting the project when I was heavily involved on world-class physics research in Switzerland, a chief medical officer that has performed this same surgery for over 10 years, and Henry, an aerospace engineer that led the development of the fully working prototype that is already showcasing promising results. In the past 2 years, we have received support for the value of over £30,000 from several organizations and institutions. We've been invited to startup incubators, and we've participated in countless startup competitions, including the Santander X Entrepreneur of the Year 2021 competition, where I will personally be pitching at Wembley Stadium in London next October. Finally, we are now looking to raise our first formal round of investment for £150,000 to grow our team, improve the software side of the prototype to satisfy the levels of accuracy we strive for, and start testing the device by Q4 2021 or Q1 2022 on bodies at hospitals we are already in conversations with. Thanks a lot for your time. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the wonderful presentation, Moises.
Thank you, Anna.
Just a reminder to place your questions on the chat box, or just welcome to turn on your camera and ask directly to Moises any of your questions. Hi, Daniel, do you want to ask any questions?
No, actually, sorry, technical mistake.
Don't worry.
But sadly, I only caught the first half of it. I'm terribly sorry. I'm not interrupting.
That's completely fine. Don't worry about it. Maybe I can ask the next question then. I was wondering, how do you see the market adoption going forward? Who do you need to sort of convince in order to use this tool?
Well, actually, the way we started this startup, it's not as okay, we identify a problem, now let's try to fix it and then convince our target market. We are actually the ones that got convinced by our target market to start the startup. This was at the time in which I was working in Switzerland, and I had just came back from China, where I did some work on tracking algorithms for automated car driving. And I got approached by a series of surgeons that were experiencing a series of troubles and handicaps performing a very common surgery that they experience every day. Now, they were like, well, the products from the competitors do not do what we need them to do. They are inaccurate. So we spend a lot of time. There's a lot of radiation. You that you come from a technical background, could you help us with this? So that's how we started. After we got to understand the problem, I was then really keen to know what was happening around the world. That's why I knocked on every door that I found in front of me, and that's how I got into contact with surgeons in Switzerland, Australia, the UK. And I was sharing what some surgeons from Spain and the UK had shared with me. We realized that this happens more often and in every country that we contacted. So we committed to finding a solution. And at the core of our work, we wanted to keep these surgeons that helped us start and the new ones that we contact every month as key partners, let's say, in our process. So that's why our product is not something we develop at the labs with aerospace engineers and scientists, but also something that we developed at the operating theater through conversations with surgeons, etc.
Well, that's the ideal situation, and definitely the smart way to go forward. So thanks, Moises. That makes a lot of sense.
Thank you, Anna.
I'm just going to give a couple more. Pilar, you have a
Hi. But Marcia Rojas Alfonso, she's asking, how do you expect this innovation would help a developing country, and how cost affordable will that be for them? And speaking of cost, my question for you is, why are you only asking for £150,000 or dollars? Because it seems very small for the surgical sector. But anyway, you can pick the first, Marcia.
Well, Maritza, that was actually a very nice question, and that's something that we have always been thinking about in terms of how to satisfy the 13 goals of the United Nations for their plan for 2030, as we try to create a better environment for all of us. One of the beauties of the technologies that we work on and that we try to improve every day. It's augmented reality and tracking algorithms. This means that the more we support these technologies, the more we invest in them, the more and more accurate we make them, the cheaper and more affordable they will be, and also the better purpose they will serve. At the moment, one of the problems in developing countries is the lack of materials, the lack of equipment that they can get their hands on to perform some of these surgeries. Now, we move one step at a time. That's why we focus to make the best product for this type of surgery with the input from surgeons. But as we grow further over the years, we can then use the same device to support different types of surgeries. At the end of the day, as we grow and we develop this technology further, we can implement it in developing countries where they will only need a single and simple device to guide them during surgeries without having to rely on 10 different devices for 10 different surgeries, as well as access to 50 million pound X-ray machines, etc. and etc. And just as I was mentioning the thought that we move one step at a time and trying to answer your question, Pilar. So why are we asking just for 150,000 pounds? Well, we like to do things well, we like to do things right, and to not rush into anything. If we had access to 300 or 400,000 pounds for the following 6 months, which is actually the timeline in which we hope we plan to spend this initial investment, we would be falling into the errors that many startups before ours has suffered, which is a huge injection at the beginning, and then a lot of cash gets burned into tasks that do not matter, that are not as urgent as they should be. We have created a plan for the following 6 months in which we have carefully selected the spots in which we need to spend this 150,000 pounds to bring this product, this already working prototype, to the step it deserves, so we can start receiving feedback from international surgeons and start testing it in bodies. As we approach the timeline, the deadline of these 6 months, we then look forward to keep working with our investors to raise our following round and keep working together one step at a time.
That's a great answer, and I hope that answered your question, Pilar. I think in the interest of time, I wanted to thanks again for the speakers for the amazing presentations, and also for the investors for the insightful questions. And I wanted to just say that next on stage we have the panel discussing digital health in Spain and in Barcelona. So I look forward to seeing you all in there.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Barcelona Investors Panel at Giant 2021, who for the first time is hosted in Barcelona. My name is Pilar Fernández Hermida. I am the founder of iExpand and your moderator today. First of all, I'd like to extend big thanks to our sponsors and speakers, and especially to the City of Barcelona and the regional authorities for hosting us today. Ahead of us, we have an amazing agenda full of a stellar lineup, headed by Francesca Butke from Almiral, Ana Bernardo Gancedo from Amadeus Capital, and Daniel Oliver from Capital Cell. Together with a very dynamic Q&A, keeping answers short and sharp, we will try to provide you a bit of a picture of what the venture building and venture funding landscape looks like in this region of the world. For those of you joining live, please feel free to use the chat to ask any questions. We will try to answer online, live, or maybe by writing down if we don't have the time. So to kick off, I would like to ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Francesca, would you like to go first?
Sure, happy to, and thank you for having me this afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'm Francesca Wutke. I'm the Chief Digital Officer at Almirall, and my role is the end-to-end digital transformation of the company, so everything from back-office process automation through to AI-enabled drug discovery, software-enabled clinical trial solutions, and of course, trying to provide digital health and digital therapeutic solutions to our patients and physicians.
Thank you. Daniel?
Hi, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. My name is Daniel Oliver, and I'm the founder of Capital Cell. We are a company that utilizes equity crowdfunding to invest in early stage biotech and medtech startups. And we're operating mainly in Spain. We were in the UK for a couple of years, but we stopped being in the UK. And we now invest all across Europe, but we still haven't started to invest outside of Spain. But I'm here to tell everyone that we're open for business. Happy to conduct our first cross-border operations in 2021.
Last but not least, Anna.
Thanks, Pilar, and thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I'm Anna, and as Pilar mentioned, I work for Amadeus Capital Partners. I'm part of the early stage team, so focusing on pre-seed, seed, Series A, and we have a focus on deep tech, health tech, all things bio and life sciences, and also new materials. And I'm very happy to be here and hopefully answer all the questions that there are out there.
Thank you, everybody. As you can see, we are up for a treat in the next 30 minutes with such a stellar lineup. So to start off, let's set the scene. Digital health landscape could be practically any online or software-driven intervention, from patient consumer applications going up to precision medicine. By the way, that's a definition if anybody's confused. So depending on where you're from, I mean, you will have different angles as to what the trends are in your sector or in your focus areas of investment. So I would like to ask first with Anna, what do you see as the biggest trends in the digital health sector? And how does that translate into Amadeus Capital deal flow? So what are you looking for, basically?
Great question. There are a lot of different trends that we're seeing in the market. Obviously, with COVID, the digital health trend has also increased exponentially. One of the biggest trends would be the consumerization of health. So basically, patients/consumers are more actively trying to manage and control their own healthcare outcomes. So that is one of the things that digital health could bring forward. In terms of our deal flow and what we're seeing more, it would be a lot of solutions that are going B2C directly instead of going through the whole sort of clinicians and workflows in that sense, which is obviously a little bit harder in terms of differentiation and how crowded that market is, right? But we are also seeing that in terms of not only well-being but also therapies, and more specific for different sort of conditions, very sort of verticals in that sense, and also for diagnostics. So bringing it close to the patients, more centralized in that sense. I'm saying all the buzzwords, but it's true. That's what is becoming more trendy in the market.
Thank you so much. Daniel, off to you. You are one of Spain's top crowdfunding biotech platforms, if not the crowdfunding platform for biotech. How do you prioritize your portfolio? Do you base it on trends, like there are some specific things like consumerization that Anna mentioned, or is more of a supply and demand type of balance?
We do have to consider two things when we publish a round. The first is, well, we analyze it in-house, with analysts, due diligence, etc., pretty much like any other investor. So we do follow trends, I guess, the trends of the market, a bit like, every other investor stopped investing in certain things as soon as a new technology appeared or has been following the trends on the market. Then we do that. So we evolve just like every other investor. We also have to acknowledge that we are not a fund. So we do a capital call for every single company. So every single company we publish on the platform has to be attractive. And that means that we have to slightly follow the trends of the investors. Gladly, no one knows a lot about biotech. So mostly there are no hypes that we have to follow. So I would say that we mostly follow the trends of what is interesting as an investment, pretty much like everyone else.
And could you be a bit more specific? What is really the appetite at the moment? Let's do
I would say that people are investing a lot, or excuse me if the last year has been very intense, and my head might be still filled with concepts that are 2 years old, which is a lifetime due to COVID. But there's a lot of investment in oncology, for example. People are very interested in investing in immunotherapies, etc. You would imagine that there is a lot of interest for digital health investment, but there isn't. At least not necessarily in Spain. I would say that lately we have seen a lot of medtech. And for some reason this year we've had, out of 8 operations, 4 of them were medtech for cardiology for some reason. For some reason, we launched 4 cardiology rounds in February, and we called it our Mes del Corazón, the month of the heart. Well, anyway, that's what we have seen lately.
Thank you so much, because I think because you do crowdfunding, you have a pulse on the market to a certain extent as to what's the appetite, hence my question. So now let's zoom into more specific type of investment. So we are now off to Francesca. You run an accelerator based on dermatology, called Digital Garden. So what are the biggest trends you see in this field? And what is of particular interest for Almiral?
Yeah, thank you. So the Digital Garden, what we're doing is slightly different. We're looking to help early stage companies and provide them expertise from our internal teams. We have had, this is now our second year, our second harvest, if you will, of the garden. And what we're looking to do is find companies that are either focused on medical dermatology or could expand their offering and include that. So for example, a company that was focused on measuring insulin in a connected way that could never expand to dermatology would be outside of our scope. But we're also looking at companies that help through pharma processes. So that can be clinical trial management or a variety, or AI applications, a variety of other things. So the aperture is a bit wider than only medical dermatology, but within that space, what we're seeing a lot of is telemedicine, teledermatology. Obviously, Google earlier this week announced a huge deal for AI in the dermatological space, which we're keen to learn more about. The disruption's been pretty profound, I would say, in that there were a lot of companies that were in that space that may or may not see the light of day as a result of Google's huge footprint. We'll see what it means for pharma, for dermatologists, and most importantly for patients at large. But certainly COVID's drawn a lot of attention to teledermatology, and I have to say, having been in this space now for over 5 years, I guess, the first time that I used any sort of telemedicine platform was during COVID to do a scan of my son in teledermatology. So it's an obvious place. I think both AI and telederm are hugely important for within dermatology, simply because the dermatological conditions are so visual. But I think broadly there is an increasing shift and interest in digital health in general, and I see the future is really bright for digital health solutions, for digital therapeutics, which I think are increasingly gaining traction as well.
Thank you so much, Francesca, because you offer the pharma view, and then for those of you out there, it's not only patient-centric, so beyond the pill services, you can also help enhance the R&D, or augment the R&D, and the workflow processes, which are key. So now I might reverse the order of the panelists and start again with you now, Francesca. So now you're the first, because we're going to move from a sector view to a geographic view. Selecting the location, well, the right ecosystem can be a critical success factor for any startup. They can look for talent, R&D, market access, or access to funds, yeah? Francesca, as ambassador of Barcelona Health Hub, but also as somebody who has such a global background, having lived in so many different places and ecosystems, why Barcelona?
It's a very good question, and I think my short answer is, why not Barcelona? I think it's an incredible place to live for a number of reasons, but it's also an emerging and an under-recognized hub of innovation, both medtech, biotech, and increasingly digital health. So the Barcelona Health Hub is an opportunity to bring together corporates, health insurers, and startups and investors as well, but also to provide them test beds within the local hospital systems. And I don't remember the exact metric, but I think Barcelona is rated 3rd within Europe, and I think 5th globally in terms of a presence in digital health, which is, I think, really impactful. There's great talent here. There's great access to medical systems, to insurers, and I think the companies that I've seen that have been born in Barcelona and then have expanded out are particularly scrappy. And I say this in the best possible way, in that with very little funding and resources, they've been able to achieve really, really broad reach. I know Medictor has spoken earlier. I think there's companies like Sios and others that are really interesting and offering quite differentiated services, and I think we'll continue to see a lot from all of them in the near future.
Okay, thank you so much. Many companies joining us today, live or offline, are coming from the UK. So my next question is for Anna, because Amadeus Capital Partners operate in both markets. And how does Spain or Catalonia compare to the UK? Pluses, minuses?
Thanks, Pilar. I think there are more similarities than you would expect, and definitely what we have seen is a trend on the I'm not going to say the quality, but more the willingness to sort of create a venture in Spain, which is something that maybe in the UK there was the universities or maybe the entrepreneurs were less risk adverse. But definitely the opportunities and the entrepreneurial spirit has definitely increased steadily in Spain. And in fact, we have a portfolio company now in Valencia called Quibim, and we have invested before in iGenomics and Veritas in Madrid. So there's definitely a lot of technology and great science happening in Spain and in Barcelona, and hopefully that answers your question. I think I wouldn't necessarily say that there's a huge difference in terms of the quality of what we see in both markets, but maybe it's more about the frequency that we see the sort of venture and entrepreneurial drive happening from universities or other entities.
In a previous discussion we had, you mentioned some data point about the GDP investment that maybe you'd like to share it.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, I randomly came across this graph this week. It was plotting the sort of investment rate or investment amount per capita, so the GDP of each country in Europe. And Spain is actually, it has a higher investment per capita than countries like Germany and Switzerland or Norway, so we are behind the UK, but we are definitely doing much better within Europe than maybe you will see as an outsider, or what your stereotypical vision of Spain would be. So I was very pleased to see that graph.
Thank you. I'm not supposed to maybe, but if I may add, Spain is a voracious adopter of technology, which is a metric that's often overlooked, but if people don't adopt the technology, there is no sales traction. So anyway, moving, we talk about impact, the impact of the ecosystem or choosing the right ecosystem has, but I would really like to talk about impact from a different perspective, is the impact that the different technologies will bring to the population. And we know that everybody wants to generate good impact to everybody, but it seems that the money flows always go to the usual typical subject. So Daniel, for you, I have a 2-in-1 question because it's linking to the geographic thing, but also to the impact. And the reason why I'm picking on you on that is because what I really love about your mission is that you mention impact several times, but you also mention returns, yeah? So my question is, how did you balance those two dichotomies at times? Yeah, because money seems to always go one direction, and there are overlooked areas like fintech, or even talking to Francesca, pediatrics, for instance, yeah? And since you were in the UK and also in Spain, what was the appetite from both market perspective in terms of risk and impact versus impact, yeah?
I'm not sure I can compare markets because there is a huge difference in size between the UK and Spain, particularly when it comes to charities, etc., etc. As you know that I can't remember the figure, but another Cancer Research UK, for example, was investing from donations amount. I seem to remember the last figure that was in the hundreds of millions of pounds, and that just does not exist at even a fraction of the same level in Spain. But the impact investment has started to become a real thing in Spain, at least in Barcelona, greatly, I would say, particularly through the work of one guy, the founders of the Ship2Be Foundation. They've managed to create what I think is the first impact investment fund over 10 million in Spain. I think that the simple message that investing in certain things seems to be less profitable, but is actually more profitable, is not so far-fetched, and it's definitely grasping a lot of attention. I think that maybe there's a lot of people, and Anna mentioned that would not think this about Spain, because we seem to be a country that invests in short-term returns, mainly tourism and real estate. And actually, probably tourism is just a derivative from real estate. I think that the fact that investing in certain things, you get an immediate financial return, and investing in certain other things, you get a bigger financial return, but delayed in time. is something that has caught the attention of a lot of people. And I have to say that if Capital Cell has to be an indicator, from 2019 to 2020, we tripled in size. From 2018 to 19, then from 19 to 20, we grew by 70%, and this year we're growing by 70% again. This is maybe because we're doing things right, but I think it's because more and more people are deciding to devote a bigger part of their money to different type of investments. And I think that this is a growing trend in Spain, definitely.
And this is very important because I think the pandemic, if there is a silver lining, has made people aware of how important it is for a country, for anybody to invest in that. So I hope, the needle will move, because we still see that there are some very needed solutions that do not get enough attention, but, we'll try to push the needle in the right direction.
Can I point out just, I think it's a very positive thing. I like to use a sentence that I was told by recently by an investment banker regarding their clients, people with a lot of money. He told me specifically that, well, since the COVID crisis, investment in real estate is not so profitable as it used to be. The people who used to invest 99% of the fortune in certain things now have to devote some money to other things. The first thing, when they lift their money from real estate and they decide, to venture out and risk it and go for another thing, the first thing they're asking is biotech.
Very, very good. Thank you. And very encouraging as well for all of us, in the sector. So we touched the dirty word of money, but this is a funding panel, so we need to put it on the table. And we mentioned returns. So this question is for Anna. You have, like Amadeus Capital Partners, have a very mixed bag of companies with different profiles. You have deep tech, you have digital health, some shorter term, some more product, R&D, long-term type of thing. So how important it is for you growth before the good market fit? How patient are you to wait for your early investments to provide some sales traction?
Yeah, of course, that makes sense. For us, obviously deep tech and healthcare in general, or life sciences, our criteria of how well the companies are performing in our portfolio is completely different. Basically, we're talking about revenue and other sort of KPIs like that. I don't necessarily think that we would expect our health tech or life sciences portfolio companies to have any revenue when we invest in them. And in terms of commercial traction is something that maybe we could be looking into for a Series B. So Series B and beyond, you would have to have some commercial traction, even if you are in a health tech or life sciences environment. But as you mentioned, for me, the product market fit is definitely key in our investment criteria, even more than revenue or other sort of economic maybe factors in our health tech investments. Product market fit and also market traction as well. So like some market appetite, being able to create a perfect storm of the market wanting it and you wanted to get it out there. So hopefully that answers your question.
No, it does, because there's always a balance. I mean, there are many investors, but sometimes they say, well, we don't care about market traction. But then even prior to Series A, people want to see sales. So it's just for anybody out there to know that Amadeus is a very good partner to have. It will accompany you through the journey. But anyway, now for the last question, we are moving from market fit to investor fit. And we are moving to Francesca, because I think through your very amazing career, you probably have seen and gone through thousands of pitches of startup techs. And in line to, since we are the previous session to the next live pitch session, so what would you like to see more of or less of?
Yeah, I think the most important thing for a startup is to make sure they're solving for a real problem. So I always ask my team, and I always ask the startups when they pitch to me, make sure that you start out with a problem statement, something that's a pain point for your key stakeholders, and then make sure that your business model reflects that. I can't tell you how many times I've seen really cool tech with beautiful UX that isn't solving for anyone's problem. So there's no traction because it's cool, but a nice to have and not a must have. I would say do the gap analysis first, understand what the market needs, and then design your product accordingly. Make sure that you've decided who your stakeholders should be, and talk to as many people as possible and kick the tires on it. I think the second piece is once you've done all of that, make sure that what your product has and your offering has is sufficiently differentiated from the rest so that your value proposition is clear. That's getting harder and harder to do because the space is getting really crowded. But whether it's niching into a therapeutic area, a geography, a specific stakeholder, make sure that it's clear, you can communicate it clearly. I think one of the best pitches I ever had was actually in an elevator. It was my first and only elevator pitch. And someone, this person was able to really define what they did, how they did it, to whom they were doing it to and for, and what their growth strategy was in literally the time it took us to get from the ground floor to about the 4th floor. So have it, really, really well buttoned down. I've seen so many times people who have great ideas and can't communicate them or can't do them justice when they communicate them. So I would say those 3 things: making sure you're solving for a real problem, you're communicating it appropriately, and your business model reflects the stakeholder you're going after.
Thank you so much. It's yeah, please take note. We're discussing before 50% of a lot of the products, they are not needed, and there's statistics there. So make sure first that you're launching something that's needed and then that's marketable. But with this, we are reaching the end of we'll conclude the panel. Thank you so much for your insights. I know we could only cover things, tiptoeing around, but maybe we have painted a bit of a picture of what the puzzle is of venture building and venture funding for the market. You are sad that this is over, of course. I got good news for you because we are leading on, to the next session, which is the second live pitch for startups. So stay with us. And I don't know, we might have one, probably no, we don't have a question. So thank you so much. We conclude and see you in 2 minutes in the next session.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second live pitch session of the day here in Barcelona at Giant 2021. My name is Pilar Fernandez Hermida, founder of iExpand, and I will be your MC today. We will hear from 5 exciting companies stemming from, no surprise, 2 of the most innovative ecosystems in Europe. So we'll hear from 5 companies, both from UK and 1 from Sweden. As to housekeeping, a few tips. We have 5 minutes for each of the pitches and 5 minutes for Q&A. For our panelists from before, you can ask questions live with the micro on or just in the chat as well. So let's get started. And coming up, we have our first speaker of the day. So a big clap, or virtual clap of applause for Emmanuel Raptakis from DeepMed in the UK. Just as a quick introduction, Emmanuel will talk to us more about this. Basically, DeepMed addresses precision medicine using ML, and more specifically in the area of diagnostics, imaging diagnostics, and oncology. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I do hope you can hear me. You can see my presentation. You can see my presentation, right?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. So good afternoon. Suspected cancer diagnosis is an emotionally testing time for patients and their families, marking the start of a journey through a maze of diagnostic procedures, surgery, and decisions about therapy. Cancer services are currently overloaded. Health professionals are stretched. The choice of diagnostics and therapeutic options has become more and more complex to navigate through, and the pandemic has just made things worse. It is now accepted that by most experts that machine learning can and will play a significant role in improving the accuracy, efficiency, and quality of most stages of cancer patient journey, starting from histopathology, which is the immediate focus of DeepMed. Histopathology is a crucial link in the cancer treatment chain, used for staging and grading tumors and helping to match the best therapy with each patient. Since 2017, DeepMed has attracted more than 1 million funding through the SPRI program in the UK, collaborating with NHS trusts to make the first steps in digital medicine in terms of supporting histopathologists, specifically to identify metastasis in lymph nodes and assist with disease staging. Our award-winning machine learning models can improve accuracy currently at 95% and targeting 98% plus, and save time currently 2 times, targeting towards 3 to 4 times, at the same time while keeping the expert in the driving seat. With our first product for breast cancer currently ready for market launch, DeepMed has developed methodologies, strategies, and intellectual property to extract valuable information from histopathology images. Such information methodologies are the foundation of our plan to develop products for direct relevance in each step of a cancer patient journey, accurate, fast, and personalized. DeepPath Lydia is our first product currently about to reach CE marking. Our model scans the images, finds all regions of interest, however well hidden, and presents them to doctors for confirmation. Our validation shows that Lydia helps experts deliver diagnosis in less than half the time and with higher accuracy. DeepMed is ahead of the competition by using unsupervised learning with generative adversarial networks to deliver the first pan-cancer solution, which can be used across all cancer types, increasing Lydia's total addressable market 5-fold. This gives DeepMed a unique competitive advantage, even over companies with a strong fundraising track record. At the same time, DeepMed's products work in a complementary way with a lot of those of our competitors, creating integrated solutions for clinics and patients, creating critical mass and accelerating the attraction for the whole sector. Our product is engineered to work with any hardware and to deliver its results within the large-scale software platforms that are favored normally by the large hospital end users. Lydia has a compelling value proposition for all stakeholders. Its simplicity, its unobstructive method of delivery, and its decision support nature makes it an ideal entry point for AI solutions in clinical workflows. The business model has a strong SaaS element with all the associated benefits, including very high margins and high customer lifetime value. The global total accessible market for Lydia is around £500 million. Cross-selling of our subsequent products is a strong element of our long-term strategy. For example, our planned recurrence prediction product family on its own has a TAM of £1 billion in a market with expected growth rate of more than 13%. Our sales channel goes via integrators and local distributors, supported by our internal expert sales team and strong in-house customer support function. A key component of our market entry strategy is our close collaboration with system integrators with the capacity to provide end-to-end solutions to large trusts. For example, we are working closely with Fujifilm in the UK, having participated in common advertising and promotion to several NHS trusts with considerable success. Others include Philips, Sectra, Hamamatsu, Leica, etc. The pandemic has accelerated the introduction of digital pathology in the NHS and other major markets. There are currently many trusts that bid for installing histopathology infrastructure, with AI solutions following right after. We're lining up trials with selected trusts, for example, Nottingham University Hospitals, as well as smaller size independent pathology labs. Same trends emerge in other major European markets. We're already in discussions in France and Italy with trusts looking into digital histopathology solutions. Our leadership team includes individuals with distinguished careers in academic, entrepreneurial, and global corporate positions, and a world-class record on machine learning applications in biotech and healthcare. Being near revenue, we look for a bridge capital injection of £500,000, primarily to support market introduction activities until a multi-million Series A raise, which is planned for early 2022. This will allow us to deliver on our product roadmap and extract value from our know-how while creating high-impact solutions and improving outcomes across the patient journey. Please get in touch with a more in-depth information pack for a more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Really amazing, and you managed to provide a lot of insights. Do we have any question from the public? If not, I have one.
Thank you.
Okay. So I really like your business model. It looks very, you have done your homework, in terms of the integration. But I would like to ask you about the integration into the pathways of workflows, which is one of the biggest areas of pathology. How do you plan to convince pathologists to adopt these solutions?
We chose the lymph node metastasis detection very specifically over a very, very broad menu of problems that we could go and solve in the first instance. And it's one of the ideal ones because it's a boring task. They don't really like doing it. It's something that is extremely important because it's necessary for staging the cancer. And it is like looking for a needle in the haystack, literally. Is the proverbial needle in the haystack problem. And by the way we're delivering the solution, we are just turning their attention into the regions of interest, and in 1 second, a trained pathologist can tell us if what the software picked is a true positive or a false positive. And biasing the models towards accuracy, that makes them literally finish the task much better and with higher accuracy overall. And it is a task that is under significant time pressure. That's one side of things. It's an ideal. There's no black boxes to worry about. There's nothing to understand that you don't know how it's coming up with. You are on the driving seat. From that point of view, it's easy to start working with. The other way to do it is to make it extremely easy for a lab to test it. And we have made a web-based infrastructure that they can upload. We can create for them their own private place where they can upload their images and see how the thing works within a day, and make it very easy and painless to test it, basically.
That's very, very good. Do we have time for one more question? If anybody would like to put the mic up. Okay, then I got another question. I really like anyway. I have worked before. You are going to be selling your PaaS or platform as a service or infrastructure. I don't know exactly the packet, but how are you? And then you mentioned that you're going to become a pan-cancer, so you're going to become a horizontal across cancer.
For this particular application, yes.
But what about a horizontal in pathology and radiology? Because it seems that these two fields are merging.
There is the ultimate goal of our company, which will probably happen in collaboration with other companies and certainly academic institutions, is to be able to deal with all sorts of data, healthcare data, including diagnostics data, health records, genomics, proteomics, and everything else, in order to score potential therapeutics. Basically, that's the whole game. You have one patient in the end with a lot of information about their state, and on the other side they have a menu of therapeutic choices, and the question is to find the best possible to score all the therapeutic options based on the information of that particular patient. And this is becoming more and more difficult task. It becomes more complex, and our dream, ours and others in the field, is to be able to combine all this information in a big way, in a holistic way, and come up with a scoring what will be also explainable. There will be a gray box opposed to black box to show how the machine learning model found the links. And I'm sure we will get there as an industry. And we probably going to be a lot of collaboration, a lot of validation, and a lot of investment. So that's why we're here.
Thank you so much. I mean, exciting, but we need to move on. Faristo. And now we're in a geographic gear because we're going to Sweden. Our next speaker is Katarina Hedbeck from Tada Medical Relink, and she's going to talk to us how they are basically addressing safety and reducing harm caused by dislodgement incidents. Katarina, welcome.
Thank you so much. So, Katarina is my name. I'm CEO and co-founder of Tada Medical. Our journey started with the EU-funded innovation program, where we spent 8 intense months at the Children's Oncology Clinic to identify their unmet needs. The most frequent invasive procedure is infusion therapy. 3.8 billion tubes are used annually in Europe and the US. 10% of these get ripped out during use, with massive consequences, adding up to 28 billion euros in unnecessary healthcare consumption. I will start with a short video. Introducing the world's first ever market-ready breakaway connector for IV lines. Tada Medical's Relink reduces the risk of accidental IV dislodgement and enables safer therapy for patients and nurses. Relink promotes accurate dosage and avoids spillage. Since it's reconnectable, Relink reduces the time to restart the line and saves valuable bedside nursing time. When we started working with Relink, we saw the needs from a lot of different wards and angles. Relink is a platform technology laying the foundation for an entire product family with a wide application profile in human and animal infusion therapies in both hospital and home care settings. Relink Care is the first ever market-ready breakaway connector for IV therapy. It's designed specifically for gravitational IV and bears the CE mark. A clinical trial is planned for later 2021 in Sweden. Relink Advance is created to be used with infusion pumps and all IV fluids, including blood and blood products. Here we're actually working with a hospital in Barcelona, so that's really, really great. We got funded with them in a consortium with other companies from Fast Track to Innovation, European Investment Council money, so that's super great. Relink Closed System is designed for closed system connected device to protect healthcare professionals for exposure to toxic drugs, and it's a stepping stone that we will take after Barcelona. For this solution, we're planning a clinical trial at 2 university hospitals in Germany. Relink Digital comes with monitoring and communication ability to cater the needs of home care market. Relink Vet is, as it sounds, for animal, and it's included a special cap to protect the connector in case a dog patient or other pet patient needs a walk. Here we're collaborating with the only animal university hospital in Sweden for this product, and it's a planned trial for later this year as well. When the problem is that something breaks, the standard solution is to make it stronger. We did the opposite. We made it weaker. The weak link activation, where a link separates into two parts, prevents the catheter from being ripped from the patient in case of an accidentally pulled IV line, reducing the consequences, where the competitors are more focused on preventing and working on the effectiveness in preventing a dislodgement. The benefits are many. Safer therapies for patient and healthcare professionals. It's an accurate dose by known infused volume, and it's also an environmental responsible solution. The benefits add up to make better life for healthcare professional and the patient, something our entire team value, and I'm lucky to have the best team in the world. My co-founder Rebecca is a CEO and has a PhD in engineering sciences. Christopher is a medical doctor specializing in anesthesiology. I'm an engineer with an MBA, and the rest of the team is highly qualified as well, some with PhD and some with a background from top-tier consultancy firms such as KPMG and Ernst & Young. Several of the team members have own patent granted. Collectively, if we add the entire team, is 87. And when we are as a team bringing together a lot of different experiences required to bring a medtech product to the market. And oops, I forgot. A slide disappeared. I will have to talk to that one. Sorry. We have 26 here. Sorry so much.
That's my one. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. The distribution part that this is, obviously it's really interesting and has caught the attention of a lot of business-to-business players. And we are in discussion with several possible sales distributor channels. Some of these players are selling to hospitals, others are manufacturing, and some are both selling and manufacturing, which would be then a licensing agreement, which would be very easy since we don't have regulatory approval in all different countries. But we are in discussion with several of them, and we also presented at the World Congress of Vascular Access last month, and that was also great. We got a lot of attention from different key opinion leaders. I'm jumping back to the last slide. This is the valuable alliances with different clinical trials that I was talking earlier. We use it as stepping stones to actually get to the market key opinion leaders and create value through medtech, evidence-based marketing, medtech marketing, basically. And we're really, really happy with the collaboration partners that we've found. And the money that we will open around after the summer, and we'll be happy to walk through the different revenue streams that we are planning, and it differs a little bit because of the different distribution opportunities. We're mapping that at the moment. So this pitch deck will include a few other slides. But we need approximately 4 million euros. 1.5 of these we've already found through EIB, European Investment Bank. We need the money for adding up more people to the team, commercialization, manufacturing. And we're looking for investors from medtech or pharma, life science. There are different possible exit opportunities, but one would be with an IPO. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Amazing as well what you guys are achieving. Do we have any question from the public? Live public, of course. If you join offline, you missed your chance. Okay. It's a shy one, but I have a few questions actually. But
thank you.
Terina, tell me a bit more about your competition.
There are state-of-the-art today that are available on the market. That would be companies that secure the device stronger to the patient. Secure a cat or tape. There are lots of different that then work on the effectiveness in not having an accident. But once somebody actually pulled the line, or there is an accident where the line gets pulled, which is 10% on average, the wound on the patient just get worse. There are 2 American startup companies that are addressing the problem as we are doing. They don't have regulatory approval yet, but they are working on getting that through the FDI in the US. One of them actually congratulated us when we got the CE mark. Yeah. So we are tracking each other basically. Yeah.
And that's
but I think, the market is 3.8 billion tubes used. There is space for 3 approaches within this market, I think. Yeah. And we also think that we have a better solution, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, no, the thing is, people always say we're the only one. Actually, it doesn't have to be the only one. And it's not always good to be the only one because you have to create a market.
Yeah, when it comes to the regulatory part, you need to get into it, and then you have to create. We can basically piggyback on their approach into the FDA. We are the biggest difference is that our connector is reconnectable, so it saves valuable bedside nursing time when overworked nurses and they can just disinfect and reconnect to rapidly reinstate therapy line.
Okay, we have a question from the public, from Giacomo. Why are you currently aiming to achieve an IPO rather than other exit strategy?
Oh, it's that the obvious, perhaps since we're going for licensing, would be aiming for an M&A or something like that. That could happen, sooner or later. Whereas you can't just sit and wait for nothing to happen. So we're working with an approach that we call actively waiting, and then it doesn't hurt to walk towards an IPO. And if anybody would like, to disinvest before they could, but there are different opportunities. Yes.
That answers also one question I had about M&A because it's one road, but thank you so much. I mean, I don't think we have time for any more questions, but obviously, Katerina, you can share your details if anybody would like to reach out to you. And congratulations.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now back to the UK, but via Barcelona, we go to our next speaker. Let's welcome Geoff Mullen from Human People. In the UK, Human People is a digital health application for precision nutrition. So, Geoff, welcome.
Thank you very much. So, hi, I'm Geoff Mullen, and I think you got me okay?
Yep.
Yeah, super. Yeah, so hi, I'm Dr. Geoff Mullen, CEO and founder of Human People, and we're a digital health business, and we really are working to put some science back into kind of the well-being personalized health market. And the way we do that is we kind of look at people's subclinical symptoms. So those are the areas that you probably recognize in there. We all suffer from a little bit. You're not sick, but you're not 100% well. And so people often turn to self-diagnose and they turn to supplements. And in the UK, that's 61% of UK adults. But there's a bit of a problem with that approach, that self-diagnose approach. This enormous market still struggles to answer that one very simple question. What's going to help me? What do I need to take, and what dose do I need to take? And there's a question: where's the science gone in all of this? In all, we run wellness clinics as well, and when we test these people, a mere 4% of people actually have optimal levels. So, in this area of preventative medicine, we take a different approach. Like some other companies, we do have an AI questionnaire to pull out those early symptoms, those issues. We then look at certain pathways through DNA and gut health. And actually, we were talking about earlier, we take clinical symptoms, blood markers, genomic risk scoring, and we integrate all of these to really understand where issues might lie. We then offer a solution through high-dose supplements, which you can then track and you retest. Just a little bit of science, we look at some key pathways, the redox pathways, methylation cycles, some of the glutathione conjugation pathways, inflammatory mediators. So, there's real science behind our approach, and you can really make a difference with these. We've done all this work on these pathways, but a lot of people are just applying these to disease. They're not looking at that pre-disease state, which we know exists beforehand. And our approach has shown our pilots that when you use pure, high-quality, high-dose targeted supplements, you make it easy, you can make an enormous impact in health. So, talking about home testing, a couple of neat solutions that we've got a partnership with a company spin off MIT for this new blood sampling device, which we've just completed validation with Eurofins here in the UK. We're the first company to do that. This is a real revolution in home blood sampling, and we'll be rolling that out. We're also a CQC regulated diagnostic and health screening business. We have our own in-house packaging robot, something that you'd see in the likes of PillPack. We apply that and use the same technology for our supplements. So we're sitting right in the middle of this personalized medicine digital health space, and to a degree that's supplement market as well. Who's our target market? And we've really identified 3 key people who look at this, and it's those at the stage, people who are interested in improving their own health. They have some knowledge, but they don't understand it all. Our route to market is, we're not going to ignore the D2C, but it's very much in partnerships. We run some clinics here in the UK already. That's our first step, but also we are speaking with a number of strategic partnerships, and those are with wellness programs, gyms, nutritionists, and clinics. On the team side, we're trying to cover all those bases, from Alex Sparrow, who previously worked in the Large Hadron Collider, to Karen Kidd, who's head of brand for Cafe Nero, one of the big chains in the UK, and one of the leading functional nutritionists, and my co-founder, Henry, who's ex-Bain management consultant. So what are we looking for? We've already raised about a quarter of the 100,000 we're looking for, and that's to really build out this tech platform that we've already built to, really take that to the next level, which makes it much easier to develop further genomic risk scoring panels, some of the marketing sales, to help us reach that 1 million ARR and Series A raise. The results that we have, when you reduce someone's inflammation, when you tweak all these different things and improve that general health, it can be enormous, not just on the physical side, but also on the mental side as well. The timing is, it's pretty good. Personal health is now on people's agenda. They realize that actually it does make a difference to be healthy. Our clinic approach that we have works fine, but it's expensive. It costs a lot of time, both for us and for the client. But we're bringing that online, and we've built this digital platform to do that. So at the moment, we've just finished our pilots and literally our full commercial launch this month of the small number of people who did the pilot, and 85% of them are still with us. There's a real inflection point for home testing. It's now widely used. Everyone talks about this personalized healthcare and preventative health. And yes, there's lots of platforms out there that tell you to eat better and the different lifestyle things you do, and 100% that's right. But sometimes you need to take those easier steps before you start on your path. So we'd love to hear more from you if this is of interest. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jeff. Wonderful presentation. Anybody has any question? Okay.
Hi, Jeff. Francesca Watke here. Great presentation. One of the questions I had, are you looking to integrate other health and wellness offerings into your platform, whether it's coaching or mental health, wellness, meditation, those sorts of things, to provide kind of a more holistic solution?
Absolutely. Either we join them or they join us. We're very much about joining this ecosystem together. And we looked at doing some of the nutrition and food stuff ourselves, but there's some great companies out there doing it already. We don't need to repeat it. So it's very much bringing this together and using some of the digital as well to kind of measure what people are doing.
I'm a huge fan of ecosystem bundling, so I think that's a great approach. Thanks.
Thank you. And great question as well. And remember, guys, verticals, horizontals, that's the future. And Diana Gonas as well. I got a question of myself, if nobody else has, is one of the biggest issues with anything related to nutrition at the moment, nutricomics, is the lack of trust. So basically, how are you validating this clinically or planning to validate it clinically?
So I suppose the first step was even just on the home testing device. So we've just done that. We're validating with Eurofins. We're going to publish that data on how our home testing works for starters. So we're testing it properly. And again, we've partnered up with Atlas Biomed for DNA and gut testing. So they've done a lot of validation work on that already. So again, joining ecosystems. And then the build-up of the validation of the rest of our approach is something that we're in the process of doing. Obviously, we need to get significant numbers through, and that's kind of part of what our raise is for, to make sure that we get those numbers. At the moment, it's manually done. Everything is checked by a doctor, by a nutritionist, before we can get to the stage of setting this live to actually do it itself. So everything is very much still in a review stage. So those are all planned out, and that's, we're in the process of applying for Innovate grants to help us do all of this as well. But yeah, absolutely, it's the validation which we're super keen to get, because we'd like to apply this not just to pre-disease state, but obviously disease state as well.
Yeah, but also even in the pre-disease, there is a placebo supplement effect. And then we don't want to replicate that in digital health applications as well, yeah?
Well, I think one of the nice things is that because we remeasure, so when it comes to things like supplements, you can ask people, self-reported scoring is one thing, but if you say your approach is to help improve these markers, if someone's homocysteine goes down, you can't fake that. So your B12, your folate has corrected it. So there are biomarkers you can measure to validate your approach.
Yeah, that's very good. So please, everybody, take note. Biomarkers for precision medicine nutrition. And now we go to our next speaker. We are staying in the UK. Our next speaker will be Shrijan Jindal from FenuTest. Shrijan, FenuTest basically is a point-of-care device for urinary tract infection diagnostic. So, Shrijan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. I take it from here, just share my screen. Hopefully you can all see that. Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Shrijan Jindal, and I'm the co-founder and the Chief Research Officer at FenuTest. It brings me an incredible joy and personally means a lot to me to present this venture today, as its foundation was laid 5 years ago when I started my PhD. FenuTest aims to provide a point-of-care 30-minute rapid UTI diagnostic solution. Our technical solution is not just faster, but cheaper and more accurate than any other solution in the market or in development. UTI is a well-known disease, and it affects over 100 million people annually. Considering 1 in every 2 women is likely to encounter this disease at some point, makes this a major global crisis. On the left, you see a little brief by a physician who explains the problems of prescribing an antibiotic for a UTI. This involves prescribing an empirical antibiotic, which is often wrong or unnecessary, and information one can only get 2 days later when the GP receives the correct results. The US-based GP says, and I quote, "What should have been a doctor's visit becomes 2, 3, 4-week problem." Additionally, about 1 in 5 of all the antibiotic prescriptions in the community result from UTIs. A wrong prescription leads to antimicrobial resistance, also considered to be the pandemic of the future, and we are here to address this. FenuTest is a spin-out company from University of Liverpool in 2021, and our patented technology can identify the number of bacteria in urine and the antibiotic it is sensitive to, meaning that we can find if a patient is UTI positive, and if so, find the correct antibiotic to be prescribed, all within the short time of 30 minutes in a point-of-care setting. We are looking at about 5 to 10 times cheaper method than any existing technology, let alone the cost it takes to transport the samples to a centralized facility. Right now, we are looking for £2.5 million of funding to finalize our device, obtain a CE mark, and enter the market. Our solution is backed by a patent application, and the clinical studies have been published in a peer-reviewed journal. We use computational method and advanced detectors which provide high accuracy, and the whole process is carried out without any manual intervention. We have a fabulous multidisciplinary team of researchers, engineers, business management professionals, and clinicians on board who are very happy to take this forward and put a product on the market. We also performed an intensive market research, and the feedback was really exciting. Our technology was quoted to be innovative and vital in post-COVID world by the key leaders in the diagnostic sector. Added comments by clinicians was, when can we buy it? Which clearly demonstrates the need for our technology. In terms of the business timeline, we have recently secured an Innovate UK grant to build a prototype which is ongoing. Next, we are looking for £2.5 million to finish the project development and to do some clinical studies to help our route to market. If you want to find out more about us, you can contact Will or myself, and we'll be very happy to answer the queries and share a more extensive pitch deck. In the end, I would like to conclude by saying that urinary tract infection is a major global problem, and our technology, FenuTest, provides a faster, cheaper, and more effective tool in prescribing the correct antibiotic against it. This will not only save people's life, but save public health services like NHS millions of pounds every year. We have identified that there's a market for our technology, and we are very excited about the future. Gracias.
Thank you so much, Srijan, or Dr. Srijan. I see we have a question.
Hi, thanks for that that presentation. And perhaps I missed this, but is the idea that the solution would be point of care at say a GP's office?
You're absolutely correct. We want to place this in GP's surgery, walk-in centers, pharmacies, so any point of care setting, even adult care centers. That's our aim. We don't want to go to the centralized facility.
And so as a corollary to that, then based on your answer, what would be your go-to-market model in terms of distribution?
So our CEO, called Guy Reynolds, has been a former head of the HCA Hospitals in London, which is one of the largest private hospital-owned organizations. So he, along with the clinicians on board, we've got a pretty laid out way of going into the market, which would be approaching the private clinicians first, and then going into the public sector like NHS. And we want to deliver our technology, at point of care, as we've discussed before. So that's our aim right now.
So the idea would be that you would commercialize and go clinic to clinic selling the.
Indeed, yeah. We are aiming for manufacturing and marketing.
It's ambitious.
Very.
Well, good luck. It's an interesting diagnostic.
Thanks a lot.
We have time for another question. If anybody would like to on the chat or. Okay, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Because, well, the market that you are targeting, UTC, is huge.
Indeed.
And it's a much needed thing. So I really like the simplicity, but also the big need, and solving a problem. But it's in terms of pricing. You don't have to, I know you're still cooking the pie, so to speak. Is it going to be an affordable solution for, let's say, less developed countries?
Yes, you would be shocked to know, since I'm originally an Indian, we have found the market in India, China, Brazil, and that's the reason that we are not using a very high spec detector or anything that needs constant monitoring. We are using very simple technology, yet very advanced, to implement in a point of care setting. So you don't need pharmacists to deal with our technology. A normal nurse can walk in, put in the sample, walk out. 30 minutes later, you'll have the results. So
I was thinking of that, actually, India and Asia, because I know some people clearly there in the area. So it's very...
and considering that antibiotic load is so high in the developing countries, we actually want to target those countries really quickly in our route to market, because we want to address this problem before it becomes, devastating, as we all know.
Yeah. But anyway, thank you so much to you, Srijan, but also to our previous speakers. I think we had a company that could not make it. So with this, we will conclude the second live pitch of startups in Giant 2021 in Barcelona. Please take note of these 4 incredible innovators. I'm sure they will make headlines. And as for us, on behalf of Giant, on behalf of ourselves, thank you so much for your time and for your attention. Thanks to our sponsors and speakers for, without you, this event would not have been possible. And see you next year at Giant. Hello, I'm back again. It's not next year, but we have a last-minute surprise. So we have our last speaker today. With us, we have John Byrne from NeedleSmart in the UK. John, the floor is yours.
Hello, everybody. Someone going to share my screen? Thank you very much. Hi, I'm John from NeedleSmart. We're based in the UK. Next slide, please. Don't want to read the words on the screen, but if you actually look at the picture, there's a scanner, there's a computer, and the NeedleSmart machine. NeedleSmart is actually a software-based business with a piece of hardware. So if you think of vaccines, we would scan a vaccine, it would populate the computer with the patient's data, and then we would destroy the needle in the NeedleSmart machine. Next slide, please. When we actually burn the needle, which takes about 10 seconds, that creates a compliance record, which has got the serial number of the machine, all the patient's data, even the health professional's name and the geographical location. It's all then uploaded to the cloud, and it has clean virgin data. Next slide. The thing we do, we burn needles. So we reduce the sharp spin content by up to 25%. We actually think in the future as well, we might go away from the plastic sharp spin, have more of a clinical waste cardboard box with a liner in it, so clinical waste. And because our machine burns the needle down to a small piece of metal at the end and it sterilizes it, the needle could go into the waste disposal stream, so saving a bit of the sustainability. Next slide, please. So we have a suite of 3 products. The Pro is ready, built, developed. It's got a CE mark in Europe. We've just got FDA accreditation. We're a debt-free company and we're ready to go. The Pro is part of the DVS system, which is the software system. The software is developed, needs developed a little bit further. We spent $500,000 on IP. So we've got IP all across the world. What we want the money for is to manufacture and create a sales force, further develop the HHD, which is the second product, which is the handheld device. That's for the home-based market for diabetes, which is growing a lot in the USA and the Middle East. And that's the same thing. The great thing about the HHD, it doesn't use batteries anymore. It uses something called supercaps, which is chargeable. And then the third machine, the oblong machine, is the PH. That stands for phlebotomy. And we know that there's 30 billion vacuum containers sold in the world, that the vacuum containers are used when blood is taken. That machine would separate the needle from the plastic content, burn both ends of it, and put them both into separate waste streams. All of these things could catch the patient's data, can do count of how many needles are used, reorder system. And the handheld device, we actually could imagine a company, and I'll say Amazon, could be delivering them to your house with the needles and say the insulin. The machine could count how many vaccinations you've taken place, and on every 10th or 15th, whatever the number is, reorder the next box, and the box be like a sort of sharps box. The old sharps go in it, and they take the waste away as well. So the market's global. We need quite a lot of money. We need between 5 and 20 million pounds to complete everything we want, and that very quickly is our pitch. Any questions?
Thank you so much. It's like a very interesting, value proposition. I would like to ask if we have any questions from the public or on the chat. Otherwise, I do have a question actually in terms of again the competitive landscape, because there is a status quo. There is a way that people are actually disposing of the needles. There might be also alternatives to what you're offering. Can you paint a bit more picture on that? What's out there at the moment?
Yeah, people dispose the needles in a waste in a sharps bin. That's the system. And so if you think of the length of a needle, when we burnt it, the actual needle length is reduced. So you get more product in the sharps bin. That's a very quick, easy win. The thing is, it's not a sharp anymore. So in airports or anywhere else, they can't reuse them. So it couldn't be used as a weapon. That's one of the inquiries we've had. Competitors, there's people like a needle destructor. They just cut the end of the needle, so it still leaves it a bit more like a sharp. Any competitors can't be used in a hospital environment because they give off a electrical spark or static. And when there's live oxygen around, ours does. Ours can be used inside hospitals. We've got all the accreditations to prove that. I think the biggest part of this is the vaccination, and not just COVID, all vaccinations going forward. The future, if I can predict, is you'll have a health passport. Members of the public will have their own health record on the mobile phone. That's going to be the future. You need to be able to prove, without it being counterfeit, that you've had the vaccination. A little piece of paper saying you've had it can be counterfeited. We would create like a key which could not be faked. That would be uploaded as virgin data. So in the UK, there's 66 million people. If everybody used our machine, the government would have access to 66 million people's data records, which vaccine they've had, what dates, what batch number. So if one of them need a recalling, or they need to say, no, you've had the AstraZeneca, that's no good. You need the Pfizer vaccine or the Novavax vaccine or whatever's coming out now. Also, they've been able to have immediate data for flu vaccinations and whatever else is around the corner. And I'm afraid we think these vaccinations are here for a long time. I think just traveling abroad, in fact, it adds to security. Even a criminal needs a vaccination and a data record. Sorry, I was dropped off. Yeah, I'm here. I didn't move. It just that the internet went off for a few seconds somewhere. So yeah, I think it's an exciting future. It's the potential is astronomical.
Yeah.
Our biggest traction at the moment is in the United States. We've got a signed agreement with the manufacturer that's FDA approved. To get FDA took us 9 months and £150,000. We're the first medical device to get the FDA approval for a long, long time. We're speaking with retailers such as Walmart. We're speaking to the military. They're quite interested because they can tell their military, they can tell everybody what to do. So, and the other place where we've got a bit of traction is in the Middle East, and we're quite still in discussions, but we do need sales, but we do need more money to develop further. You know, it's.
No, it is medical. I mean, medical device is extremely expensive to kick off. You answered to my second question, if nobody else has a question, which is about the geographic scope in your plans. But you asked something with 5 to 20 million, which is a very interesting bracket.
Yes.
400. There is a big difference between 5 and 20. What would you be? How would you be distributing that money? If I'm an investor listening to this pitch, you definitely have a very big sector, to target.
Yeah. To be truthful, we're not sure how much to ask for. We would rather take more money at this round and give away a bit more equity. We need to bring in more to our team. We need to bring in-house software developers. We need sales. We need production. If you think to make one of our Pro machines would be £400. So if you want to build 1,000 of them, there's £400,000. At the moment, if we got an order for 1,000 units or 10,000 units, it would take us 4 months to produce that. So we need to build some buffer stock. We're not talking about £1 items, the £400-500 items, and then we'd want to supply the scanners and the laptops. So every DVS set would probably cost us about £1,000 to £1,200 to deliver. So it wouldn't be hard to spend the first £1 million just on stock.
Okay.
And then it's developing each world. We need partners. So India, we need a rich partner in India to build a factory and supply India. We need a partner for Asia, a partner for the Middle East, a partner for the Americas. The UK, the NHS, sometimes it feels like pushing mud uphill. But we're about, sorry, I don't want to insult anyone in the NHS. It just feels that way. But we're about to go on a pilot with 11 NHS trusts. And that's the sustainability. That's the lower the carbon footprint. That's the thing that they like the most.
Yeah, I think actually the sustainability part is probably one of the biggest drivers from the public perspective as well. But also, would you be open, just in case there is, we also have in Giant a lot of people coming from the medtech industry, big companies. Would you be open to co-create something?
Yes.
Okay. So
we can design stuff very quickly. That's our skill base. Manufacturing is going to be brand new to us, although there's parts of the team we need to bring in production managers, shipping, packaging. the list just goes on. And if you've no revenue, you can soon burn money. So that we have to create sales.
Yeah. Anyway, with this, because I think we reach to the end of today's session. Thank you so much, John, from NeedleSmart. Again, we have 5 wonderful, very exciting value propositions from 5 innovators. Reach out to them. The contact details will be on the presentations. And then thank you very much. I wish you all a very nice weekend. Thanks for joining in, and see you next time. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Well, I hope you enjoy. Okay. Giant team of the Health Tech Innovation Week across Europe. So 5 cities in 5 days. We've got through an amazing amount of material, great agenda, amazing speakers, all put together by Giant. I'd like to say a special thank you to the entire Giant team, the people working AV, Sunny Sethi from the Explosive Group, the curators putting the amazing speakers together, ensuring that we run on time. Also for the wider community of the Giant team, bringing this together for you, and the conference makers, of course. A special thank you to our sponsors, of course. We have Barclays Bank, Vodafone Business, as well as Bayer, and our knowledge partner, McKinsey. We couldn't do this without you, so thank you so much for your support throughout this week and over the last few months to bring this conference together.
Well, thank you, Shafi. And of course, thank you once again to our entire audience who've been dialing in the many thousands from all across Europe. Today's been a fabulous day, an important part of European Health Tech Innovation Week. And we're extremely grateful, as Shafi said, to our sponsors and to our partners, our curators, and of course, thank you from the bottom of my heart to the entire Giant Health team. Everybody has worked so hard and delivered such fabulous results, so thank you very much. I'd also just like to announce that, of course, coming up on the 30th of November, we are having year 7 of the Giant Health event. According to the Financial Times, the Giant Health event is Europe's largest annual event in the area of healthcare, technology, and innovation. If you'd like to learn more about that, please go to our website, www.giant.health. In addition to that, Giant publishes a free of charge weekly email newsletter, which you can subscribe to, which is packed every single week with exciting, valuable content about the latest innovations in healthcare, technology, and innovation, job vacancies, announcements of deals done, fundraising calls, and a lot of additional opportunities to learn more about the important world of innovation in healthcare and technology. One more thing I'd like to announce is Giant's weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV. If you have an announcement to make, or if you'd like to join the Healthy Innovators Live TV show each week, send us a message and you can learn more about that on the Giant website. So that's our weekly TV show, Healthy Innovators Live TV, featuring some of the latest innovation and some of the best entrepreneurs, investors, clinicians, and other people that are working at the cutting edge of healthcare, technology, and innovation.